Welcome to this course. Let's see the contents of this course. In Keyword Research SEO section, you will learn 9 SEO factors and a set of free online tools to make that process easier for you. As brainstorming keyword is not the right way to do keyword research, we are going to find keywords via my unique competitor research strategy to rank on the front page of Google even without the need of link building. In Technical SEO section, we will dive into 8 technical SEO factors. Not only do they improve your search ranking, first of all, it's very essential to enter into the search engine result pages. Most of these factors are one-time setup only factors. Once you learn and implement them in your website, you can stop worrying about it. In Page Speed SEO section, I have shown you how I got 95 plus score on official Google Page Speed Insights tool and around a second of page loading time. You will start this section with a set of free online page speed analyzing tools and get your website's page speed report. Then you will start to make the page speed optimization based on 2 different page speed techniques. Get indexed by search engines faster. In this section, you will learn to create a sitemap and submit it to different search engines including Google. In Demystifying Backlinks SEO section, you will learn the most important 5 SEO factors on link building. You will also get the best resources on latest link building techniques that work now and in the future. In User Experience SEO section, you will learn 16 user experience SEO factors. These SEO factors are quite advanced and new to the World Wide Web. Here, you will learn to improve your user's experience on your website, thereby improving your search ranking and sustaining the top position forever. In Negative SEO section, you will learn something that you might not have heard of. Here, you will learn to protect your website from negative SEO attacks. Either your smart competitor may trigger it or you yourself may trigger it unknowingly. But if it happens, then you risk losing all the search rankings that you have attained so far. If you face any troubles while following our hands-on tutorials on our course, don't worry. Just raise a question in our QA board under the corresponding lecture and we will help you to troubleshoot it. Let me tell you one thing. It's okay to get stuck up in the middle or run out of road. It happens. It happens to everyone. I've been there too. Not just once or twice. Quite often. Consider yourself lucky if you can't find your solution right away, as you will end up learning a lot more stuff than what you could have learned in the first place. Try searching for that issue on Google and you'll be surprised to know you aren't the first person to face that issue. When I do the page speed optimization, I tend to break the site's design elements and end up troubleshooting it for hours together. But in the end, that's what gives me the confidence to face such issues and the expertise to rectify them. Sometimes in SEO, we might need to use one technical word to explain another. Give it some time. Just continue watching 1 or 2 more lectures. Then you will understand the practical explanation. With that said, I am so excited to be on board with you and give you my best wishes to reach the top spot on Google search as well as to excel in your career as an SEO expert. In this lecture, you will learn why long-tail keywords bring in better conversions and lower bounce rate. In general perspective, a keyword is nothing but a word which has got a great significance, right? But let's talk from a website owner's perspective. What does keyword mean? It's just a phrase for which you would like to rank number 1 on Google. Yes, everyone wants to rank number 1. That's why everyone cannot rank number 1. It's pretty logical, right? That's where SEO, that is Search Engine Optimization, comes into play. That's where this course excels. Actually, we haven't seen much about what is a keyword. So let's see that from a different perspective now. A keyword doesn't need to be a single word. For example, when a user searches for WordPress themes, he may be expecting a search engine to display various perspectives of WordPress themes, such as what is a WordPress theme, from where he can download it, how he can install it or upload it to his website, or how to design WordPress themes. So, there are multiple things that are covered in this broad keyword WordPress themes. The shorter the keyword, the range will be broader. In other words, shorter keywords are searched tens or 100,000 times per month in Google. Let's move into the next example. WordPress themes for blog. This is somewhat lengthy or long tail keyword, but too specific or narrow in terms of meaning, because this lengthy keyword tells a search engine that the user needs WordPress themes for blog and not for a portfolio site or some news website or review website or anything like that. Now, let's move into a very long tail or very specific keywords. Free responsive WordPress themes for blog. This is too specific or very narrow in terms of targeting the audience. Can you understand the concept here? When you search for WordPress themes, you will get a lot of unrelated results compared to when you search for free responsive WordPress themes for blog. Now, you should have got a question whether you need to target for broad or long tail keywords on your website. Most SEO experts recommend targeting long tail keywords only, and I am no exception. I do recommend the same. Let's assume this scenario. A user who needs ready-made WordPress themes for his blog searches for WordPress themes on Google. On the other hand, you write about how to design WordPress themes. In such case, if the user searches for just WordPress themes, and if your website appears in the first search result, then the user may come to your website, but he will bounce back immediately. Then he will start to fine-tune his search keyword to a long tail keyword, because he needs free responsive WordPress themes for blog to download and use it on his website, whereas you're teaching how to design such themes. What you're providing on your website is a long but useful process, but he needs a ready-made and an instant solution. For the term WordPress themes, some XYZ website may appear on the 10th search result, whereas when the user searches for free responsive WordPress themes for blog, that particular XYZ website may come to the first search result. And when the search user enters this XYZ website, he would get what he wanted. So the bounce rate will be low, and the time spent by the user on this XYZ website will be high. He may get a lot of choices, so he may look into multiple themes on the site and download the one which he likes at last. It's a win-win situation for both the search user and the XYZ website's owner. This is the reason why you should target long tail or very specific keywords on your website to get the most converting organic traffic. Have you ever wondered how can a newer website outrank an established website? Let's see that in the next lecture. In this lecture, you will learn how can a newer website outrank an established website by using the right keywords. Broad keywords are the keywords which have mostly one or two words in them, whereas long tail keywords starts from 3 words and they go up to 7 or even 8-9 words. Broad keywords bring in high traffic, but it also comes with lots of competition. So it's highly difficult to rank number 1 for the broad keywords. Even it's less likely to get into the front page of Google search for a broad keyword, whereas long tail keywords bring in medium to low traffic, and at the same time it comes with medium to low competition too. So, they are easy to get ranked number one, and even in the first week, you will directly enter into the first page of Google search. Let's see an example for broad keyword. Facebook. This is a single word broad keyword, and when you search for Facebook, you obviously get facebook.com as the first search result. Can you imagine any other website comes as first search result for the term Facebook? That's nearly impossible, right? Because the domain authority and the search relevancy for the term Facebook with facebook.com is unbeatable by any other website. But if you have searched for how to create an e-commerce WordPress website, which is a long tail keyword, then the first search result you get is from nyctechclub.com. Earlier, sivarweb.com used to be the best free tutorial available to create a WordPress e-commerce website. But now, NYC Tech Club, a comparatively newer website, targeted this long tail keyword with a better content and achieved the first position in Google search. In an article like this, the keyword relevancy should be very high and the bounce rate should be very low. Before we see why experts recommend to target long tail keywords, let's see the basic types that prevail within broad and long tail keywords. Broad keywords can be divided into two main types, that is, navigational and then general. Most of the broad keywords are of navigational type. For example, if you want to go to a website such as Facebook or Amazon, it's less likely that you type facebook.com directly in the address bar of a browser. Most of the users just search for the term Facebook on Google and then they click the first search result to go into the website facebook.com. So they are navigating to facebook.com through the broad keyword Facebook. That's why these type of broad keywords have got the name navigational. Other than navigation, you have got general broad keywords such as sales, best processor, or top monitors. These are some other broad keywords. Now, let's enter into long tail keywords. Long tail keywords are mainly of three types. They are informational, transactional, and again comes general. Now, let's see an example for informational long tail keyword. How to use a smartphone. Here, you are searching for some information out of a blog or a website you are going to visit. So, basically, you're just searching for information. That's why these are called informational long tail keywords. Now, let's see an example for transactional long tail keyword. Buy graphic card online or buy LED TV online. Here, you're trying to buy something or you're trying to make a transaction and you want the best advice or the best site which has got the product with the lowest price. That is why you're searching with the keyword buy, right? Since you're trying to make a transaction, these long tail keywords are categorized as transactional long tail keywords. The last category of long tail keyword is general long tail keywords. Here comes an example for general long tail keyword. E-commerce WordPress website. This keyword has got three words. This is neither informational nor transactional long tail keyword. Whereas, if you add how to create in front of this e-commerce WordPress website, then it becomes an informational long tail keyword because you're trying to acquire an information, that is, how to create. So, all long tail keywords, which starts with how to, can be categorized as informational. And if it has the word buy, then it can be categorized as transactional. If you have an e-commerce website or an online store that is selling products, then you should target transactional long tail keywords. Whereas if you have a content based website or blog, then you should target informational long tail keywords. Broad keywords are best suited only for higher authority blogs or content websites. Let me justify my statement with an example. Here, I have searched for the term best processor. This contains just 2 words and this is a broad keyword. You can see that the first search result is from techradar.com and the second search result is from futuremark.com. When I analyzed both these websites in Moz Open Site Explorer, the domain authority is just above 80 for FutureMark and it's 90 for TechRadar. So what you can infer from this? For broad keywords, very high competition is prevailing as they get very high traffic. So a newer website or a website with lower domain authority cannot compete for broad keywords. If you're just starting out or if you don't have so many higher authority backlinks, then I recommend you to target low competitive long tail keywords first. Get the initial traffic, which will trigger more social shares. Then you will get backlinks or inbound links from higher authority websites. Eventually, the domain authority of your website will rise. Then you can compete with these higher domain authority websites for broad keywords. Do you know how to do the competitor research in the right way? Let's see that in the next lecture. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to do competitor research in the right way. You need to look for the competitors who are doing reasonably well, neither the industry leader nor a newer one. Else, you may end up with either high competition keywords or low traffic keywords. Instead of doing this work manually, let's use some tools to do this hard lifting. Because if you are a complete newbie, then there are chances that you might not even know who your competitors are. But you should be rational while using these SEO tools. Most of the SEO tools that are available online give only a little information for free. If you need more than that, then you should buy the premium or pro version of these tools. But in this course, I am going to use only the free version of all the SEO tools that I am going to discuss. Now let me start with spyfu.com. This is one of the best SEO tool I have ever used, and the interface is very user friendly. Before starting with this tool, let me make you aware of the purpose of this lecture. We are just going to collect a list of competitors and similar websites to the main competitor. If you don't know any competitor website in your niche, then find one manually by searching for your target keyword or your website's core topic on Google. Let me assume that I'm going to start a technology website. That is, I will post news and reviews of latest gadgets or technological items. In such case, let me assume one more thing too. That is, I only know one competitor in that category, and that is Engadget.com. Even if I don't know this website, I would have searched for technological news and reviews on Google, and I would have chosen any one of the top 5 search results as my main competitor. Once I have finalized Engadget.com as my main competitor, I searched for Engadget.com in SpyFu. Along with the other details, the SpyFu gives me the main information that I get from this SEO tool is it also displays other competitors to Engadget.com. I started with just one competing website, and now I have got another 5 competing websites or competitors. You just need to make a list of all the competing websites that we are going to see in this lecture for your first chosen competitor. Once we have completed making that list, then we can see the top ranking keywords of all these competitors. Now, let's move on to the next SEO tool, alexa.com. Let me scroll down to browse top sites and enter engadget.com. You don't need to log in or purchase this tool to use what I'm going to demonstrate now. Alexa also gives many details similar to SpyFu, but what I'm concerned here is the sites that are related to engadget.com. Here I get another 5 websites that are similar to engadget.com, but some of these websites might get repeated with a list of similar sites shown by SpyFu, such as The Verge and digitaltrends.com. So you need to analyze and shortlist the unique websites that you think as your competitor. Now let's move on to the next tool, that is similarweb.com. I have searched for engadget.com in this tool too. You can directly come to competitors where we have got two types of categorization. One is the similarity, that is, it suggests websites that are very similar to the content that are published on engadget.com. Whereas if you click on rank, then you will get the websites that are on similar range of domain authority as well as having similar content to engadget.com. As far as I know, SimilarWeb is the best tool even out of the 3 SEO tools that I have suggested in this lecture to get the best list of similar websites that you are competing with. If you practice this lecture, then you could have got some 10 to 20 similar sites or competition websites to your niche. Do you know how you can have a sneak look on the top ranking keywords of your competitors? Let's see that in the next lecture. In this lecture, I am going to walk you through the competitor research process. In the previous lecture, we have seen how to find the similar websites or the competitors to the website you are going to build or to the niche in which you have decided to create your website. In this lecture, before showing you how to find the top ranking keywords of your competitors, first I will walk you through the entire process of how I'm going to find my competitors, their similar websites, and then the top keywords of all those similar websites. Because this will help you to replicate this competitor analysis process while you create your website. As I said in the previous lecture, let's assume this scenario. I'm going to create a website on smartphone news, reviews, and gadget news. That is some kind of techie stuffs. So I have searched in Google for top smartphone websites. The first result itself is a link containing a list of top smartphone websites. But I can't take that list for my use because you may not get such a link with a list of competitors on your search. So let me find my list by myself. Let me move on to the next search results. Phone Arena, Gadgets Now, Trusted Reviews, and Pocket Now. I know these websites very well as I often read them. Pocket Now is a famous website for Android, iOS, Windows, BlackBerry mobiles, reviews, news, etc. The same goes for Phone Arena too. Trusted Reviews publishes reviews for many electronic items, including smartphones. Let's assume that I know only these websites in this niche, that is smartphone news and reviews. So, how can I find similar websites to these 4 websites? Like I said in the previous lecture, let's go to the best tool straight away, that is SimilarWeb, where I'm going to enter the URL of these 4 websites: Gadgets Now, Trusted Reviews, Pocket Now, and Phone Arena. You see, the global rank for Pocket Now is approximately 50,000, whereas all others are in the range of 3,000 to 5,000. While choosing a competitor, don't choose a website that's in 100 or 1000 ranks, because they might write about a lot of things such as entertainment, gadgets, politics, science, and many things. They could have got a domain authority of unreachable amount. You cannot target the keywords of such competitors at first. So I recommend you to choose a competing website of global rank from 20,000 to 50,000 Alexa rank or similar web's global rank. Now, let me see the competitors of pocketnow.com. Under competitors and similarity, I have got Engadget, Phone Arena, TechnoBuffalo, PhoneDog, Android Central, etc. Let me click all these thumbnails and open them in separate tabs. Among these sites, Engadget, Android Central, and Phone Arena has got a global rank less than 5,000 and category rank less than 100, which is too competitive to target for a newer website. On the other hand, Smartphone Mag, Pocket Gear, and Pocket PC Thoughts have ranks much higher than 1 million, which means they have too low traffic to target. So, skipping these websites, our list becomes TechnoBuffalo, PhoneDog, and Bright Hand. Now, let me move on to TechnoBuffalo, which has got around 39,000 global rank. Let's go to competitors. Almost the list is same with Engadget, Pocket Now, Android Central, etc. Excluding them, I get gottabemobile.com and /gear. Here comes the competitors of PhoneDog, which has got around 100,000 global rank. If you follow this course, that is, if you understand and implement every SEO factor that's discussed here, then you too can attain a global rank of 100,000 within a span of 3 to 5 months. Yes, of course you can get it. And what would be your traffic once you reach this rank? You would be getting anything around 4,000 to 5,000 daily unique visitors. Under that circumstances, you should reach this 100,000th rank in Alexa or similar web's global rank. Now let me resume this process. Excluding high competitive and low traffic sites, I get the list as PhoneScoop, Timon News, Fandroid, and Phone Egg. Similarly, I get the following list from Bright Hand's competitors: thegadgeteer.com, extremetech.com, and fiercewireless.com. While shortlisting, use your own restriction on ranking. I restricted myself from around 5,000 to 500,000th ranked websites. You can also choose the same or increase or decrease the range based on the availability of competitors in your niche. Just look for 10 competitors in your niche to start finding the top keywords. In my case, I have shortlisted 12 competitors, including TechnoBuffalo, PhoneDog, and Bright Hand. More the competitors, more the organic keywords you will get to target for. However, it also involves more work for you to do. So far, I have demonstrated you how to find your competitors and their similar websites. In the next lecture, let's see how to find the top organic keywords of your competitors. In this lecture, we are going to find the top organic keywords of our competitors. For that, I am going to use Ubersuggest tool next. Go to ubersuggest.io or neilpatel.com/ubersuggest. This is an entirely free as well as a powerful tool for SEO analysis. Let's start finding the top organic keywords on brighthand.com with ubersuggest. Let's assume that I want my major share of traffic to come from United States. So let me choose the country as United States. If you want to target some other specific country, then you can choose it here. Now let me enter brighthand.com in this box and click enter. By default, the overview analysis of brighthand.com will get loaded with information such as the number of organic keywords, amount of traffic, etc. But what we need now is the list of top organic keywords. So scroll down to the bottom and click View All SEO Keywords this domain ranks for button. To open the detailed keyword analysis of this brighthand.com domain, again scroll down to the bottom and click on Export button to export this analysis into a CSV format, that is a comma separated format. You can open this file with any spreadsheet software like Microsoft Excel. Once opened, select the entire data, go to Format as Table under Home tab and choose any style. Once we format this data as a table, it will be easy to filter and sort the keywords like we need. Add a greater than or equal to number filter to volume column and assign the value as 1000. This is done to filter out keywords having monthly search volume less than 1000. Add a less than or equal to number filter to position column and assign the value as 20. This is done to filter out keywords having search ranking positions greater than 20. Add a less than or equal to number filter to search difficulty column and assign the value as 40. This is done to filter out keywords having search difficulty greater than 40. If search difficulty is less than 40, then it means the competition is low. So a newer website or a website with a lower domain authority can easily rank high for such keywords if it has a relevant content for those searched keywords. After applying these filters, we get 5 to 7 resultant keywords. Let me take the top 5 keywords in the order of estimated visits. If you have 10 competitor websites or more, then you too can take just the top 5 keywords. If you can find only 5 competitors in your niche, then you can take top 10 resultant keywords. Then I need to open a new Excel sheet and copy the shortlisted top organic keywords in a format like this. Now let's repeat the process for gottabemobile.com. Let's go to the keyword analysis and export the data. Format it as a table. For this website, we have got around 304 keywords. Since there are a lot of keywords with search difficulty less than 40, let's tighten the filters. Add a position filter of less than or equal to 5. Add SEO difficulty filter of less than or equal to 30. Add volume filter greater than or equal to 1000. Even then, we have got a lot of resultant keywords. So let's add a new filter. That is, add estimated visits filter of greater than or equal to 500. This gives us around 14 resultant keywords. Let me shortlist the top 5 alone and copy them in my shortlisted keywords Excel sheet. By writing more and more articles on these lower competitive keywords, I am adding monthly visitors of about 1000 or 2000, which may add up to bring 30,000 visitors per month, which means I get 1000 visitors a day. Once I reach 1000 visitors a day, automatically people will start sharing my content in social networks and other forums, which will build more inbound links to my website, which in turn will increase the domain authority of my website. So eventually I will rank on the front page for higher competitive keywords. This is how the cycle goes. So in this lecture, you should have got hold of the overview of how to collect the keywords from your competing website. In the next lecture, let's see the part 2 of this one. That is, we are going to use other tools to make a list of keywords from these two competing websites, Brighthand and Gotta Mobile. In this lecture, we are going to complete the collection of top organic keywords using other SEO tools. First, let's start with similarweb.com. Click on the search icon on the floating toolbar. Skip the website's own brand name keywords, if any, such as Brighthand or Gotta Mobile, and then shortlist all the other keywords such as decrypt or XF, 3.1 amps charger versus 2.4 amps charger, best phone for Microsoft Office, etc. Add them to our previous shortlisted keywords from SEMrush in the same spreadsheet. Now let's move on to Gotta Mobile. Go to search icon. You can see the keywords as iOS 11.1, iPhone SE2, iOS 11.1.2 and OnePlus 5T cases. Let's add these keywords too. Though these are not long tail keywords, they are new at the time of recording this video. If a keyword is new, then it means not many websites are writing about it, which means the competition is low. You should act fast to add highly relevant content on these keywords in your website to capture users who are searching for these keywords in Google. So far, we have used Ubersuggest and SimilarWeb tools to extract top organic keywords from brighthand.com and gottabemobile.com. You can also use some other tools such as SpyFu and Alexa to extract further more keywords. But generally, these tools give diminishing returns, which means the quantity and the quality of keywords that you get from these two tools doesn't worth the effort you put. Then why I introduce you to these two tools? In some cases, you might not be able to find enough competitor websites. In those cases, you can use SpyFu and Alexa to extract a few more organic keywords with the limited number of competitors you have arrived at. Now, I'm going to quickly walk you through the keyword collection process from phonedog.com in all 4 SEO tools. First, let's start with Ubersuggest. Here is the overview analysis of phonedog.com. Let's move on to keyword analysis and export the data to a CSV file. After opening that file in Microsoft Excel, I formatted it to a table and added the following number filters. 1. Search volume greater than or equal to 1000. 2. Search position less than or equal to 10. 3. Search difficulty less than or equal to 40. After applying these filters, I got around 8 resultant keywords. Let me copy the top 5 to 6 resultant keywords into the shortlisted keywords Excel sheet. Once done, let's move on to the next SEO tool, SimilarWeb. Skipping the website name and outdated keywords, we get Razer phone, OnePlus 5T and Samsung Galaxy J7 Sky Pro Essential phone. Let me copy these keywords too to the Excel sheet. Now we are going to move to the less important SEO tools in terms of top organic keywords alone, because SpyFu is the best user-friendly tool to find competitors and Alexa is the best tool to find the global ranking of a website. But when it comes to keyword research, these two are not as good as Ubersuggest or SimilarWeb. Moving to SpyFu, enter the website name and press enter key on keyboard. Then scroll down to top keywords and click view all organic keywords. Like SimilarWeb, you get 5 keywords sorted based on click value per month, in descending order. You need to look for keywords with monthly searches more than 5,000 and ranking difficulty less than 30. If you don't get any keyword falling into that criteria, then look for keywords with monthly searches greater than 1,000 and ranking difficulty less than 25. Even after this, I cannot find any keywords from PhoneDog website in SpyFu. If you find any in your niche or from your competitor website, then copy it to Excel sheet and move on to the next tool, that is Alexa. Come to alexa.com and scroll down to browse top sites. Here, enter the website and press enter key. Let me enter phonedog.com and click find. Scroll down to find top keywords from search engines. Alexa also displays the top 5 organic keywords only. Take the keywords which you haven't added already and copy it to the Excel sheet. After looking at the keywords, you might wonder, Alexa seems to be a worthy tool for keywords. Then why Arun mentioned it as not so worthy tool? Well, actually the keyword list stands good for websites that has a global ranking close to 100,000 or less. With the increase in global ranking of a competitor website beyond 100,000, the keyword list is updated not so frequently. So you can rely on alexa.com for top keywords from competitor websites whose global ranking is less than 200,000 and not more than that. So we have got around 30 top organic keywords from 3 competitor websites using 3 SEO tools such as SimilarWeb, Uber Suggest, and Alexa. In this manner, if you look for around 10 competitor websites, you can easily collect up to 100 top organic keywords. Don't worry, we are not going to write articles on each one of them. We need to validate these keywords and then you will shortlist them from 30 to 40 keywords which are in trend now and which will give you a decent traffic in the near future. This process is called keyword validation. We will do this using Google Trends in the next lecture. While starting or creating a new website, you can start writing articles on these resulting keywords with highly SEO optimized content to quickly rank on the front page of Google. If your article or news is highly relevant to the keyword you are targeting, then users will spend more time on your site. The bounce rate will get reduced and your ranking will improve further and stay on top for a long time until your competitor writes a much better content than yours. In the next lecture, you will learn how to use Google Trends to validate keywords. In this lecture, you will learn how to validate keywords using Google Trends. You can access Google Trends by going to google.com/trends. Open menu and then click Explore. Now start adding search terms one by one from your shortlisted keyword list. For example, let me type just talk app and press enter key. Now click compare and add the next search term. Let me enter TWC remote control app and press enter key. Similarly, let me enter all the top organic keywords we have found for brighthand.com. But you can only compare a maximum of 5 keywords at once. However, you can replace any search term with another one at any point of time, which makes it easy to get a clear comparison. From the graph of interest over time, it is clearly evident that Just Talk app and difference between Apple and Android are the 2 worthy keywords. Other 3 have very meager traffic compared to these 2. This is called keyword validation process. Once you do this process, you will know which keyword to keep in your shortlist and which one to remove. Also, you can convert any broad keywords into long tail keywords using Google Trends. I will show you how. Scroll down. You need to go to this rising category instead of top, because under top category you get long tail keywords with mixed level of difficulty. That is, no detail is provided in terms of difficulty or competition. Whereas under rising category you get trending long tail keywords or breakout keywords with low competition, which are easier to rank quickly. Like I mentioned, the not so long tail keyword Just Talk app is converted into a trending long tail keyword Just Talk app for Android. But for the keyword difference between Apple and Android, there are no items in rising or top category, which means the keyword is already in the best form of long tail nature. Now let me replace decrypt RxF keyword with best phone for Microsoft Office and the last one with difference between iOS and Android, as these are the last keywords available in our shortlist for brighthand.com. In these two, difference between iOS and Android is worthy, but best phone for Microsoft Office has very meager traffic compared to others. So after validation, we get only 3 keywords from the list of 7. They are Just Talk app for Android, difference between Apple and Android, and difference between iOS and Android. If you write a perfect SEO optimized article with these finalized keywords, definitely you will reach the top spot, or at least in the top 3 spots in Google search. This is the tactic to get into the front page of Google using a low competitive, decent traffic breakout keywords. To consolidate what we have done till now, first we manually found out 1 to 3 competitors using Google search. Then using SpyFu, SimilarWeb and Alexa tools, we expanded the list of competitors from 3 to around 12. Using SEMrush and SimilarWeb, we collected the first set of top organic keywords of those 12 competitors. Using SpyFu and Alexa, we collected the second set of top organic keywords of those competitors. We have shortlisted the keywords and organized them in a spreadsheet software like Microsoft Excel. Using Google Trends, we have validated the shortlisted keywords and removed the unworthy ones. At last, we have converted the broad keywords into trending long tail keywords or breakout low competition keywords using Google Trends. Once you complete all these 7 steps, you will get a validated list of around 50 to 60 top organic long tail keywords. Using these keywords, you can start writing articles or posts in your website one by one. Once you cover these 50 to 60 keywords with one article for each of these keywords, you would have got a complete website with 50 to 60 articles or pages. Even by the time you finish these 60 articles, definitely you should have got into the front page for 10 to 20 keywords. In the next lecture, you will learn how to use Google AdWords Keyword Planner tool to find the top organic keywords of specific landing pages. In this lecture, you will learn how to use Google Ads Keyword Planner tool to collect the top keywords of specific landing page. Go to ads.google.com/keyword planner or use the external resource link given in this lecture, or search for Keyword Planner on Google search. Click on this search result on your browser and sign in into Google. Enter your email and click next. Then enter your password and click next. Once you have signed in into your Google account, if you haven't used Keyword Planner or Google Ads yet, then you need to create your new Google Ads account by clicking this New Google Ads account button. Google Ads show this page to guide us in creating our first ad campaign. We are here to just access Keyword Planner. We don't need to create an ad campaign. So click on this link saying create an account without a campaign. In the next page, click Explore your account. Once you are in Google Ads dashboard, click on this Tools icon and click Keyword Planner. You will be shown this Keyword Planner welcome screen. Click on Get Started button to start using Keyword Planner tool for the first time. In case, if you have logged in with a Google account where you have already used Google Ads or Keyword Planner, then click on Go to Keyword Planner from this page to take you directly to the Keyword Planner tool. Once you have entered into Keyword Planner tool, click on Discover New Keywords. Since we are about to collect the top organic keywords of a specific landing page, switch to Start with a website. With the new switchover from Google AdWords to Google Ads, the new Keyword Planner tool offers you to find the low competitive top performing keywords of both a particular landing page as well as an entire site. Earlier, with the previous version of Keyword Planner tool in Google AdWords, we could only get the top performing keywords of a particular landing page only. In this case, we are going to find the top performing keywords of the home page of the website phonedog.com. So choose Use only this page option. Enter phonedog.com in the URL box and click Get Results. Whereas, if we choose the option Entire Site, then Keyword Planner tool will fetch keywords from the entire website phonedog.com. So now, these are the keywords that are extracted from the home page of the website phonedog.com and not the entire site. You can also see several high volume, average monthly search keywords like Samsung mobile, mobile phone, etc. These keywords have an average monthly searches of around 100,000 to 1 million. But the competition is very high and you cannot compete for such broad keywords with high competition. So let's shortlist all those keywords which have low competition with a reasonable volume of monthly searches. I recommend doing this only for websites that are starting out. If you have already got a website with a significant amount of backlinks or domain authority, then you can start with keywords having medium competition also. To shortlist low competition keywords, click on Add Filter link, click Competition, then select Low checkbox and click Apply. Now we have got all the keywords which have got only low competition. Also, you should be rational. If the competition is low, it's because the average monthly searches are low. So now you should sort these keywords by average monthly searches in the descending order. But we need only those keywords with competition low as well as a reasonable volume of monthly searches such as 1000. By default, Google will offer you the entire list of keywords which have the average monthly searches ranging from 10 to 1000 or 1 million or more. But from this total list, you can easily remove those keywords that have meager amount of monthly searches. To do that, first you need to download this keyword list. Click on Download Keyword Ideas link, which will download a comma separated value, that is CSV format file, into your computer. You need some spreadsheet software like Microsoft Excel to view or edit this file. We have got around 300 keywords in this Excel sheet. We need only these 5 columns: keyword, minimum search volume, maximum search volume, and competition columns. So delete all the other unwanted columns, then format it as a table to easily organize and filter the available data. Now click on the max search volume column, go to number filters and select greater than or equal to. In the dialog box, enter 1000 and click OK. Now we are left with around 15 keywords. Mostly the resulting keywords would be long tail keywords. There are several advantages in using Keyword Planner compared to earlier method. Number 1, time consumption is less. That is, instead of collecting the keywords from 4 different SEO tools, you are getting keywords from a single tool. 2, Keyword Planner allows you to download the entire keyword list into Excel CSV format. So it's easier to shortlist the keywords based on different criteria. 3, above all, Keyword Planner is a free tool from Google itself. So you get unlimited list of keywords, not just the top 5 or top 10. And they are all updated as well as recent. If you repeat the process that we have done in this lecture for 5 to 10 other competitor websites, you will get around 100 to 200 low competition top organic keywords. Irrespective of whether you are trying to get keywords from a particular landing page or for an entire site, don't forget to validate the shortlisted keywords with Google Trends. That way, you can further shortlist the most valuable keywords as well as you can convert them to much lower competitive long tail keywords. The tools that we have seen till now are the most essential tools for keyword planning in your new website. But I wish to show you some other SEO tools for keyword research, which you can use based on your preference. In the next lecture, you will learn about 4 SEO tools to convert broad keywords into subtopics or topic suggestions. In this lecture, you will learn about 4 SEO tools to convert broad keywords into subtopics or topic suggestions. The first tool that we are going to discuss is Ubersuggest, and the URL is ubersuggest.io or neilpatel.com/ubersuggest. As per our test scenario, that is, I am going to build or set up a smartphone news or reviews website. So let's assume that I am interested in writing some articles or posts regarding Android, but I don't know what to do or what to write about Android. In such case, if you search for such broad keywords in Ubersuggest, you can geographically target a particular country. When you search for any keyword in Ubersuggest, you will land on the keyword overview page. It gives you the direct search volume and SEO difficulty of that keyword. If the SEO difficulty is less than 35, then you can shortlist straight away or validate with Google Trends and shortlist them for your further use. But if the SEO difficulty is more than 35, like the case here, then you need to find the long tail version of the given keyword with search difficulty less than 35. Now go to Keyword Ideas page and enable filters. Enter the minimum search volume as 1000 and maximum SEO difficulty as 35. Leave the other fields empty and click Apply. You will get a list of keyword suggestions with low SEO difficulty and the related keyword ideas too. Let me click on this Android screen recorder keyword. You can see this particular keyword's overview on the right side. There is a 74% chance that you can rank in top 20 search results. Hence it's referred to as keyword with easy SEO difficulty. You can also see the list of competing articles for this keyword and their number of social shares too. This will tell you how competitively you should make your post on the keyword you are researching. But don't take these SEO difficulty numbers for their face value. Validate your shortlisted keywords again via Google Trends or Keyword Planner. because keywords like Android apps and even Android games cannot have such a low SEO difficulty values. The second tool that we are going to see now is keywordtool.io. This tool gives you 708 keywords for the same term Android. I'm using the free version only. Also, targeting is same, that is google.com and United States. To know the search volume or cost per click, you need to buy the pro version. But to just get the keywords, free version is enough. To get a list of keywords, you can just copy all of them and paste in an Excel spreadsheet. You cannot export these keywords directly by using any of these copy all button. You just need to manually select them and paste to Microsoft Excel or any spreadsheet that you use. Let's come to the third tool, SEObook.com. We are going to use keyword tool of SEO Book. To access this tool, you need to register a free account. To do that, click on Join Free. Enter your email address and enter a username. Click on Claim Your Free Tools button. After registering your free account, log in into SEO Book and then come to Keyword Tool. To access Keyword Tool, go to SEObook.com, then Tools and click Keyword Tool. The difference between Ubersuggest, keywordtool.io and SEO Book's Keyword Tool is that this tool gives you a completely different set of keywords, but it also gives you the monthly searches, daily searches, Google as well as Bing traffic and several other details. Let's see them one by one. The first feature that I like is you can export to CSV and you can use it for your later analyzation or research, etc. This is how the CSV looks. Let's close it for now. When you scroll down, it also provides you the Google Trends data for the broad keyword you have entered, provided you have checked the option to display Google Trends data while entering the keyword in the previous page. This is same as the details that we saw on Google Trends, that is the top and rising keywords. The fourth tool that we are going to see in this lecture is SEMrush. SEMrush sometimes displays that you have exceeded your limit, where it will ask you to buy a pro subscription, which costs about $100 per month. Unless you are an SEO agency, you don't need to buy or invest in any online SEO tools. However, you can just register on SEMrush for free to get 2 free requests, with which you can get the required information of any 2 competitors or 2 keywords. Now we are going to use this tool for keyword analysis. So let me type Android in this text box and click Start Now. You just need to come to SEMrush and click on Keyword Analytics, then Overview. You will get the volume, the number of results, etc. Actually, the number of results says you how much competition you have for a particular keyword. Like Google Trends, you also get country-wise or language-wise distribution and the trend which is calculated by SEMrush. You also get the top 5 phrase match keywords, related keywords on other languages, and the top 20 pages for the search term. You can also view the mobile traffic for any particular keyword in SEMrush. This is the special feature which you don't have in any other tools that we have discussed earlier. In the next lecture, you will learn how to find the related terms or related keywords. In this lecture, you will learn how to find the related terms or related keywords. I am in google.com/ncr website. This URL lets me to directly visit google.com without redirecting to the localized Google domain. Now let me search for Android. See, I get some suggestions such as Android Studio, Android versions, and Android Device Manager, etc. Now I have got multiple suggestions. If I want to write any article on Android Device Manager, then I will click on Android Device Manager suggestion, and if I go below or the bottom of this page, I get further narrowed down related keywords for Android Device Manager, such as Android Device Manager app or Android Device Manager location history, etc. I can include these related keywords while writing any article based on Android Device Manager. Find my Android phone on the computer is a kind of help tutorial, because when I click on it, I get other related terms such as find my phone Android without app, etc. If you provide some solution or a detailed tutorial for this problem, if people like your tutorial or the solution for this particular topic, such as find my phone Android without app, then people will automatically look for other solutions on your website for different queries or problems. And if they like that too, then eventually they will become your subscribers. This is how you can build a loyal base of subscribers. But when you search for Android, by just going to Google or on your search bar, you should notice that Google automatically redirects you to your localized domain, and the search results or related queries that you get would be based on the locality of your IP address. Since I am in India, Google gives me keyword suggestions related to India, which would be different from those who are in United States or United Kingdom. So, if I want to get the related queries based on United States, I should go to google.com/ncr instead of google.co.in. Here, NCR stands for No Country Redirect. Likewise, if you want search queries related to France, then go to google.fr. However, for some keywords, Google gives the same suggestions across multiple regions. Not only Google, Bing also provides search suggestions or related searches. Those related searches on Bing need not be the same thing with Google. So you get a complete set of different related keywords there. For Android, related searches from Bing is completely different with Google. For the keyword best smartphone, Google gives me these related searches, whereas Bing gives me these related searches. But the only drawback with Bing is it gives you localized related searches always. In Google, we could move from google.co.in to google.com, whereas in Bing, it always gives you the localized results. However, the domain remains as bing.com itself, so we cannot do anything manually here. Here comes the suggestions for the keyword smartphone news in Google and the same in Bing. So these are some simple tips which you can just do in a few minutes before writing an article based on a particular keyword. By covering many related keywords in your article, you can easily improve the search relevancy of your article or page for your desired keyword. In this lecture, let's see why technical SEO matters in a search ranking. Technical factors are just like an entry ticket to enter inside a theme park, because technical factors are not only crucial to get higher rankings, but also it's highly essential to even enter into the search engine result pages. In technical factors, we talk only about the technical on-page optimization of your website and not about your content. There is a separate section for content. You could have heard everywhere that content is king. Yes, I do accept. But without these technical factors, by just having good content will not take you to better search engine rankings. Keywords are getting their importance decline day by day. I will explain this through a simple example. Some 8 to 9 years back, SEO experts used to stuff keywords for every other alternate line in the post or in the content. But after some 2 to 3 years, they reduced the number of times of keyword appearance in their post for every 50 words. In recent years, the keyword appearance has got reduced to every 100th word. But do you know one thing? The best SEO content is the one which doesn't even have the target keyword in the body of the post. Do you wonder how it can happen? Because there is a higher rate of emergence of proof terms, relevant terms, etc. Don't confuse yourself with what is a proof term, what is a relevant term, oh, what is that? We will see everything in detail in the upcoming section and upcoming lectures. Just learn one thing. What is SEO? A year or 2 years back may become negative SEO now. Negative SEO is something which, if you do in your blog, it will reduce your search engine rankings rather than improving the condition. Let's move on to the next important point, that is readability improvement. In recent years, search engines are giving more importance to readability. Readability is nothing but whether a 6th grade or a 9th grade student can read and understand your post, or is it readable only by a postgraduate or a graduate student? So, if your readability score is more, then it means that a 6th or 8th grade student can understand your content. Next comes heading tags and description. Search engines expect the existence of heading inside your content. For example, instead of just increasing the text size for headings or making them bold, you should assign H1, H2 and H3 tags for headings, subheadings and minor headings respectively. Also, they expect you to give a separate meta description in WordPress excerpts. Next comes domain and URL authority. A domain with higher SEO visibility is 100 times better than a normal website with 100 keyword optimized articles or posts. Nowadays, people are writing longer and longer posts. For example, posts that are running about 2000 to 3000 words. Also, people tend to add more multimedia content, for example, videos, images, and several animation effects inside the post, which causes slower loading. Earlier, Google tends to boost search rankings of websites which loads faster. But now, if your website loads slower, then your search rankings will move lot many places back in search results. So, page speed or page loading time, which was a luxury few years back, has become an essential commodity now. So, let's see how we can improve and implement all these technical SEO factors inside our websites. In this lecture, we are going to see the impact of presence of headings and meta description. Here, I have searched for AMD AM4 socket. This is a keyword and my search result appears here. This is the title and this is the URL. These two lines are called meta description. We generally use heading HTML tags to denote the headings of our post or page. H1 and H2 tags are nothing but heading 1 and heading 2 tags. The average usage of heading 2 tags has increased by around 4 to 5% in recent years. Also, you can see that the percentage of usage of these H2 and even H1 tags is increasing gradually from the 30th search result to the second search result. Almost 70 to 80% of top 20 pages are having H1 headings. So it has become a prerequisite for a good ranking. The interesting part is the correlation factor. It's 10% for existence of H1 and 1% for existence of H2. Google has diverted its importance from existence of H2 to existence of H1 over the years. Even then, the existence of H2 in top 10 search results has increased from 74% to 77% recently. And you can clearly see that not all top URLs use H2 headings in their content, such as from 8th to 10th. So if you add more H2 headings in your content, it will give competitive advantage to your web pages. This doesn't mean you have to stuff H2 headings. Add it wherever it's appropriate. If you still want an absolute number to follow, I would suggest to add a H2 heading for every 150 to 200 words. These subheadings should make your content easy to read and navigate for your users, thereby improving the overall user experience too. Coming to meta description, let's see the post here. Normally, when you don't give meta description, Google automatically generates it by taking some first 150 to 155 characters from your post. If I haven't provided the meta description, then just have a look at my post. There is no AMD AM4 socket keyword in the first 150 characters, which could have led me to a technical disadvantage. But I have provided the custom meta description where AMD AM4 socket keyword is available. See here, this is the meta description I have provided. Here you can see AMD AM4 socket keyword in the meta description. Though it's not important to add keywords in meta description, the existence of meta description itself is very important. Here you can see that for the top 30 search results, almost 98 to 99% of the posts have meta description in the past years, and this percentage has increased even by another 1% in recent years. This is why I insist you to add meta description to all of your posts. Not only that, strong meta description text will help you to optimize your search engine result page entry. Subheadings will help you to organize the landing page content. This improves the user experience, click-through rates, and bounce rates, which will in turn improve your search engine rankings. Let me demonstrate this to you with an example. When a search user searches for a particular keyword, he sees 4 to 5 organic search results before scrolling down. Not all the time you will rank number 1 for your target keyword. Your meta title and meta description should be written in such a way that even if your web page ranks 3rd or 4th in the search result page, the search user should be tempted to click yours too, in addition to the first search result, which everyone clicks, by the way. Meta description and meta title are your second chance to show your writing skills, besides the epic content that you should already have on your website. So when the search user is tempted to click your site too, all the time for your searched keywords, then it increases the CTR, that is, click-through rate of your web page for that keyword, which is one of the major SEO ranking factor. But once the user clicks the search result and come to your post, if he doesn't find anything related to the keyword, then he may bounce back to the search result page immediately, or he may close the browser altogether, which will increase the bounce rate of your post and make your ranking even worse than what you already have. Alternatively, if you want to reduce the bounce rate, you should include only the related and optimized content of your post in the meta description. This is how it increases the click-through rate and prevents the increase in bounce rate. Also, when you segregate the content with subheadings like H2 or H3 tags, it's easier for the reader to read and navigate. Also, it structures your post to the reader in such a way that he can directly browse to the required information section. For example, in this post, I have given two different heading 2s, that is, specification of AMD Zen processor and features of Summit Ridge platform or Bristol Ridge platform. Here, if any user specifically wants to read about AMD Zen processor specification, he can straight away move to this section and read about the specification of Zen processor. Whereas, if he is interested in features of Summit Ridge or Bristol Ridge platform, he can directly come here to read this segment. In this way, you help the user to find his required information easily and effectively. This is how you are improving the user experience as well as getting higher search engine rankings in search results. In the next lecture, let's see how to add these heading tags and meta description text to your post. In this lecture, we are going to see how to add the heading tags and meta description text to your post. First, let's start with how we can add H1 and H2 tags in your post. Unlike meta descriptions or other SEO technical factors, you don't need a separate plugin to insert these heading tags. For a bunch of paragraphs, add a consolidated title or heading like this. Either insert a new heading block or select the text and transform it to heading block. Then give or assign it as heading 2 or subheadings like heading 3 or heading 4, etc. But I do recommend to keep only one heading 1 in your entire post, and you can assign multiple heading 2 and heading 3 tags to several other headings. Generally, most themes make the title as heading 1. To check that, preview your post. Right-click on the title and select Inspect. Check if it is surrounded by H1 tags. Else, switch to some other SEO optimized theme that assigns H1 tags to title. Alternatively, you can add only one heading 1 within the body of your post. These tags will inform the search engine that this is H3 tag or this is H2 tag, etc. You can even verify it by going to HTML mode or code editor. See, to go to this code editor mode, click on this menu button and click on code editor. And you can see that 4 conditions to choose your first competitor title is surrounded by H2 tags, front and back. This will say to the search engine that this title belongs to a heading 2 tag. Now let's go back to this visual editor. To add meta descriptions, there are 2 ways. The most popular way is to use the description field in the SEO plugin like Yoast SEO. We have discussed the installation and configuration of Yoast SEO in other sections of the course. So let me skip that part and jump straight into how to add meta description with Yoast SEO plugin. If you scroll below the body of the post, you will find this Yoast SEO snippet editor. Click on this edit snippet button. Here you will get the meta description text box. You can add your own custom meta description for each post or page under this corresponding Yoast SEO snippet editor. If you haven't got any SEO plugin like Yoast SEO, then install it and follow the procedure that's said above. Let me tell the other method to add meta description, though I don't recommend you to follow this upcoming method too. if you come to this sidebar, that is under Document, find Excerpts tab. It's almost same as the Yoast SEO meta description box. You can give your custom meta description here. Now you know how to add heading tags and meta description to your posts or pages. Earlier, while analyzing the research data, you might have wondered that the percentage of existence of heading tags or meta description is increasing gradually from last search result to second search result. But why there is a sudden drop in the first search result? So, in the next lecture, let's see why the first search result doesn't mingle with the factors that we see from the second to the last one. In this lecture, we are going to see why always the first search result doesn't mingle with the factors that we see from second to the last one. Let's see the uniqueness of the number one search result. You could have seen that the first search result has got a lesser percentage of H1, H2 and meta description existence. But still, it ranks first, isn't it? This is because of the term called brand factor. You can also refer it to domain SEO visibility. For example, when a similar content is posted by a high authority website and a new website, Google gives the higher ranking for the higher authority website. Higher authority refers to the better domain SEO visibility. Actually, what is this domain SEO visibility? That's what you are a bit confused now, isn't it? Let me explain to you with an example. In this Google search page, I have searched for the keyword WordPress. The first organic search result belongs to the domain wordpress.org. The second result is also from wordpress.org. Only the 10th result is from siteground.com. So even if siteground.com optimizes its page or post for WordPress website or WordPress keyword, the chances of appearing in the first search result is very less. This is because of domain SEO visibility score of the domain wordpress.org. This score can be easily measured and is available in several tools such as Search Metrics Shoot. Here I have searched for WordPress.com and you can see that the SEO visibility score of WordPress.com is around 308,000, whereas for WordPress.org the score is 86,000. But the score for siteground.com is just around 17,000. That's why even if siteground.com optimizes its page for the keyword WordPress website, it has very lesser chance to appear in first search result compared to WordPress.org. So now you could have understood that the importance of domain SEO visibility is much more higher than optimizing your page for a popular keyword. Always the first Google search result is an exception and it will not follow our pattern of research. So let's analyze from the second search result to the last one. Here, the second search result has got a score of around 11 million, whereas the domain SEO visibility score for the last search result is somewhere around 2 million. That's why if you want to buy a domain name, don't look for the keyword. Instead, choose a unique or catchy name and develop it as your own brand name so that the people can remember and search for the direct domain name in Google search. So, to increase domain SEO visibility, the domain should have got two important things. One, backlinks from high authority domains. Two, search volume of a domain name or brand popularity. Let me demonstrate the relationship between backlinks and domain SEO visibility briefly with an example, as we have dealt with backlinks in detail in a separate section. Now let's take WordPress.com. It has got so many authoritative links from several websites such as Facebook, Pinterest, Google Plus, and several other websites too. We can easily see that using Open Site Explorer. This domain authority score is same as the SEO visibility score by Search Metrics, whereas Moz names it as domain authority, and that domain authority for WordPress.com is 93 out of 100. This means it has got so many established links from so many authoritative domains. Here you can see that WordPress.com has got 185 million links from several other authoritative root domains. Total number of unique linking domains is 1.2 million, which is not an easy task to attain. That's why WordPress has got the higher domain authority or domain SEO visibility. In the next lecture, let's see the relationship between domain SEO visibility and search volume of domain name in detail. In this lecture, we are going to see the impact of search volume of domain name. What is search volume of a domain name? Let's see an example. I searched about AMD Zen. This is the top stories and videos section. So let's leave it. Here is the first search result and it's from AMD's own website, amd.com. Google associates a brand value to a brand's own website. Here, amd.com is AMD's own website. Whenever people search for the name AMD on Google, it improves the search volume of the domain amd.com. This is not because just the domain name and the keyword are same. It's because amd.com is the original website of the brand AMD. The next search results are from Wikipedia and Wikichip. These websites always come in the top 5 search results because of its domain authority or domain search engine visibility, which we saw in the previous lecture. So let's skip Wikipedia and Wikichip alone for this comparison. Let's come to the further results, which comes from wccftech.com domain, and then comes PC Gamer, Forbes, and Hot Hardware. So how can we analyze these search results with search volume of domain name? There is a tool called Google Keyword Planner with which we can find about the search volume trends for any keywords. Since Keyword Planner doesn't show the exact average search volume of a keyword, I'm using a Chrome extension called Keywords Everywhere to get the exact average search volume data. I have searched for the brand names, that is AMD, Hot Hardware, Forbes, PC Gamer, and WCCF Tech in Google Keyword Planner tool, and these are the average monthly searches of these domains. AMD tops at an average of 1.5 million searches. What this means? This represents the popularity of the brand name AMD. For every month, this AMD keyword is searched for around 1.5 million times in Google search engine worldwide. This high search volume of this brand name AMD adds a lot of domain authority to amd.com, that is AMD's own website. So as I said in the previous lecture, if you want domain authority, you want your domain name to get searched many times. Also, you need to get more backlinks or more links from several authoritative sites. Now let's come here. The next spot is WCCF Tech, which is searched 90,500 times every month. But do you observe one thing? WCCF Tech, which is searched just 90,500 times a month, comes before Forbes, which is searched for around 673,000 times every month. But the actual inference would be in the opposite way. WCCF Tech is a site which publishes all the rumors on upcoming process specifications, features, etc. So it's highly relevant to the keyword AMD Zen. So there's no wonder in WCCF Tech appearing prior to the others. But Forbes is not such a website. It covers a wide range of topics. So the content relevancy score associated with the keyword AMD Zen with the website Forbes should be much lesser than with WCCF Tech. But even with low content relevancy and less comprehensive, less SEO optimized article compared to the one with WCCF Techs, Forbes managed to rank just 2 spots below WCCF Tech. That's the power of search volume of a domain name and domain authority. So let's analyze these search results. This is WCCF Tech's post, which we saw in the search result, and they have optimized their posts in almost the best way possible because they have included H1, H2 tags, multiple images, interlinked their posts, and provided external links and much more. But only after optimizing their contents this much, they could come to the third search result. But coming to Forbes, just see this post. Besides the main title and one image, there are no interlinks, subheadings, no text formatting, and no embedded videos too. Above all, the content is not comprehensive at all, but still they managed to come 2 positions below WCCF Tech, all because of domain authority. So if your website is new and if you are just competing with other niche pages or other competitors in your niche, you need to optimize each and every post in your website with all the elements that we discuss in the course. Once you have got higher domain authority like Forbes or even PC Gamer, then you can even compromise on optimizing your content. Because once you have got enough domain authority, you will automatically come to the first page for almost any keyword that is related to your website. Now you could have understood what is a search volume of a domain name and how it links or how it translates to domain authority. Coming to the research data, you can see that the search volume of domain names have increased 3 to 4 times over the past few years. So what can you infer from this? Once you have developed a domain authority or a brand name popularity, you will come up in the search result for every related keyword of your website. So the simple process of search engine optimization is, first you need to optimize your content when you are new. Once you have attained brand popularity or domain authority, then you can skip or you can compromise on your content optimization. But still, you will continue to appear first in the search result. In the next lecture, let's see why you should not buy a domain name with your target keyword. In this lecture, you are going to see keyword in domain name. Before entering into the analyzation or interpretation of keyword in domain name, you should know 2 important terms, that is EMD and PMD. What is EMD? EMD is exact match domain. For example, if you search in Google for the term diapers, then diapers.com would be the exact match domain. EMD can be a single word like insurance.com or a phrase such as reputationrepair.com. So what is PMD? PMD is partial match domain. Let's have an example for partial match domain. Here the keyword is pay and the domain name is pay, where pay is half of the domain name. Since it's partially matching with the keyword, it's called partial match domain. Let's come back to keyword in domain name research data. As you already know, the x-axis in this graph represents ranking of search result in Google search engine, whereas the y-axis represents the percentage of presence of keyword in domain name. As usual, let's skip the first search result and let's analyze from the second one to the last one. Over the period of years, the keyword in domain name has reduced from 8% to around 5%. Not only that, the correlation factor is also minus 2%. So a domain with a keyword in it gives lower ranking compared to the ones which doesn't have keyword in their domain name. So what can you infer from this research? Before coming to a conclusion, read this tweet from Matt Cutts from Google. He had tweeted Google algo change. It's nothing but an algorithm change which will reduce the low quality exact match domains in search results. Here is a graph of the immediate effect after that Google algo change. The exact match domain post, which was in the first search result, was moved to 11th position, and the post with exact match domain, in which in around 12th to 30th position, was moved to 41. And you can see the rest in the image itself. High position study indicated that average EMD ranking went from number 13.4 to number 26.6, and the average top 10 exact match domain went from number 3.2 to number 12. Here you can see the graph of PMD influence, where the x-axis represents the time period from April to August, that is before and after the algorithm change. In April 4, 5.5% of search results were influenced by partial match domains, which has got reduced considerably in August to just 4%. And year by year, this influence has got reduced considerably. So what is the final outcome of this research? If you are going to buy a new domain, don't look for the keyword in your domain name. Instead of giving a search ranking boost, it will push you behind in the search results. So while buying a domain name, instead of searching for a new domain with a keyword in it, buy some unique and catchy domain name, build some new brand around it, and attain higher domain SEO visibility or authority. In the next lecture, let's see the importance of HTTPS or the secured HTTP protocol. HTTPS. What is HTTPS? It's nothing but a secured HTTP. So why not everyone can use HTTPS in their websites? If you want your website to be supported with HTTPS protocol, then you need to buy an SSL certificate for your website, which may cost from $10 to $100 or even more based on your requirement. Here is what Google Webmaster Central blog says on HTTPS. Since August 2014, Google considers HTTPS as a ranking signal and is becoming more and more relevant year by year. HTTPS is like an encryption, which is technically important for sites dealing with purchasing processes or sensitive client information to increase trust and conversion rates. But at Google I/O, Google calls for HTTPS everywhere on the web. More and more webmasters are adopting HTTPS, which is also known as HTTP over TLS, where TLS stands for Transport Layer Security. You can buy a single or multi-domain or a wildcard SSL certificate, although Google recommends you to use 2048-bit key certificates. But let's see, or let's check for the security level of Newegg website using this Qualys Lab tool. Newegg.com is an e-commerce website which sells computer parts and many other things related to electronics. I have added a product to my cart in Newegg.com website. Once I have added the product to the cart, you can see in the address bar that the normal Newegg.com has switched to HTTPS. This denotes me that this is a secured page and the details which I provide on this page will be secured and protected. Using SSL Labs, I checked for Newegg.com for the security grid and the result was grade A. Using Qualys SSL Labs tool, you can check the HTTPS security of any domain. For a normal blog or a news website, HTTPS or SSL certificate is not needed. But when Google says that it is a ranking factor, it's advisable to get a SSL certificate for each and every website. As per our research data, almost half of web pages in top 10 and one third of web pages in top 20 uses HTTPS encryption. Not only that, Google announced that websites which don't switch to HTTPS will be marked as unsafe in Chrome browser. This will continue to elevate the status of HTTPS as a ranking factor. Above all, the correlation factor has increased from 5% to 19% in recent years, which is higher than that for search volume of domain name. There are several websites which provides you SSL certificates and you can buy them for per year. GoDaddy offers you SSL certificate for $63 per year for single domain or one website. If you want SSL certificate for multiple domains, then you need to pay $135 per year, and this rate differs from website to website. Rapid SSL provides you single domain SSL certificate for just $50, which is around $13 lesser than GoDaddy. Namecheap.com. This website provides you a SSL certificate for per domain basis for just $9 per year. Some websites like Let's Encrypt and Cloudflare offer you free basic SSL certificates. This free SSL certificate is enough for websites that doesn't deal with confidential client information or e-commerce transactions. Websites such as news or review websites, personal or photography blogs, portfolio websites can get this free SSL from Cloudflare or Let's Encrypt. So based on the SSL certificate that you buy and based on the features or protection it gives, the price varies. And also it varies from SSL certificate provider to provider. But I recommend you to get a SSL certificate from your hosting provider itself, which will give you a slightly easier integration and configuration. If your hosting provider gives the free SSL certificate from Let's Encrypt, get it. Or else purchase one SSL certificate from your hosting provider. To wrap up the advantages of HTTPS, it gives you greater user trust, especially for websites with security payments such as e-commerce websites. It protects against phishing and hacks. It also gives you ranking advantages in Google search results. But it also comes with a set of drawbacks or disadvantages. Implementing HTTPS inside your website is a bit tricky process. Also, it's certificate based. What is certificate based? Earlier, you need to buy SSL certificate for e-commerce websites. And now, Google recommends you to buy TLS certificate, which is also termed as SSL Plus certificates. Though there are many possibilities to get a free SSL or TLS certificate, the implementation is a bit tricky and it requires the modification of link structure of your entire website. Also, there are probabilities for getting entirely logged out of your website or your website's admin page if implemented carelessly. But once you have successfully implemented HTTPS in your website, you should move to a little bit powerful hosting package. It doesn't mean you need VPS hosting package. Get a decent enough shared or enterprise hosting packages such as Pro Plan or Enterprise Plan in stablehost.com. You can see that Wikipedia has completely moved from HTTP to HTTPS. Whenever you search for Wikipedia, the URL in the search result appears as HTTPS. This is why I recommend you too to move to HTTPS to get a boost in search engine ranking. I have added some external resource to this lecture, which will guide you to implement HTTPS on your website step by step. Do follow that and be careful while implementing it, as you might get logged out of your website if the implementation is done improperly. In the next lecture, let's see how you should optimize your website's URL structure. In this lecture, we are going to see URL length as a SEO factor. Number of characters in URLs has risen by over 15% over the past years. There are two reasons for this. First reason could be the increase in number of contents from interior pages in directories and subdomains than the home pages in Google search results. Second reason is Google has started to show the precise URL related to the search query rather than just the home page of that website. But the correlation factor has got reduced from 15% to -3% recently. That is in negative zone, which means the URL length should be kept minimal as possible. Generally, Google advises to avoid unnecessary parameters in URLs in favor of speaking URLs. That is, you need to add keywords, related terms and proof terms inside the URL instead of some unnecessary characters, symbols, stop terms, etc. But you can notice that the first search result has got the shortest URL, isn't it? This is because most of the first search result links to the homepage of top level domains. That's why the URL length of first search result is always lower compared to the following positions. To optimize the overall link structure of your website, go to Settings and then Permalinks in your WordPress admin page. Never use the numeric and plain permalink settings as they are totally meaningless both to the search engine as well as search users. Either use post name permalink structure or choose custom and use category/post name. You can either type this custom permalink by yourself or click on this category button first and then click on this post name button. To optimize individual link structure of a post or a page, go to all posts or all pages in the sidebar respectively. Click quick edit under the post for which you wish to change the URL. Just edit the text in slug text box and click update. That's it. You have changed the URL of this particular post. Generally, WordPress automatically redirects the old URL of a post to the newer one. Like I said before, use only the keywords, related terms or proof terms in this URL or slug. Don't add stop terms or unnecessary symbols. Instead of space between words, you need to enter hyphen or the minus symbol. In the next lecture, let's see how page speed affects your ranking in Google search results. In this lecture, we are going to see one of the most important search engine ranking factor, that is site speed or page speed. Let's have a comparison between desktop site speed and mobile site speed. You can clearly see that mobile site speed is comparatively faster than desktop site speed. This is because of two reasons. The first one is that the mobile optimized themes or the mobile exclusive theme is comparatively lesser in file size compared to desktop pages. The second reason is that some websites serve two different versions, one for desktop and one for mobile, where the mobile one is a minimalistic, simple, clean and fast. Moreover, Google serves AMP version of web pages to mobiles with slower internet connection. In this research data, the site speed is taken as complete time frame, right up until a page's visible area had completely finished loading in the browser. So the average site speed of top 10 or top 20 stands at 7.8 seconds for desktop and 7 seconds for mobile. Loading times for top ranked mobile URLs are around a second quicker than their desktop equivalents. Page speed is very important in user experience point of view. If your website takes 4 seconds to load, you have already lost 25% of users. 47% of consumers expect a web page to load in 2 seconds or less. 40% of purchasers abandon an e-commerce website that takes more than 3 seconds to load. A 1 second delay decreases customer satisfaction by 16%. Above all, Google provides its own official tool to test your website's page speed. That's why you need to optimize your website to load between 1 to 2 seconds in high-speed internet connections and within 3.5 seconds via 1 Mbps connection. The simple formula to speed up your website is as follows. Compress images, minify and catch HTML, JavaScript and CSS files, add a content delivery network or CDN to serve images, JavaScript and CSS files, use page speed optimized hosting server and visual design or theme. It's easier than it actually is. That's why we have dedicated an entire section called Page Speed SEO to optimize the speed of your websites. In this lecture, we are going to see an introduction to the page speed tools that we are going to use in this section. We are going to test 2 websites to optimize the various page speed techniques that you are going to learn in this section. The first site is seo.inspireroom.com and is based on the latest default theme from WordPress. It's very sleek, or we can call it minimal. So it's a lightweight website. But this is how Google recommends you to keep your website nowadays. The second website is inspireroom.com, which is a pretty modern website and is based on Divi theme of WordPress, which is an easy to use drag and drop design based theme. It's premium, a bit heavy, but still fast and efficient among the drag and drop based themes. Now let's move on to the first tool that we are going to use in this section. It's called Page Speed Insights tool and it's from Google itself. In this tool, you will get a set of suggestions or recommendations that you need to implement in your site to get the best page speed possible. For recommendations and suggestions, I advise you or I suggest you to use this Page Speed Insights tool along with another tool called Web Page Test. Let's come to this tool later. Before that, we need to see a lot more about this Page Speed Insights tool. Since this tool is from Google itself, the algorithm that's used in this tool is up to date and you can rely upon the suggestions or recommendations that's given by this tool. But you don't need to chase this 100 out of 100 page speed score from this tool. If you get a green tick for this mobile and desktop, then that's enough. You don't need to proceed further. At the end of the day, the important thing that matters is the load time, not this page speed score. So let me reiterate again. You need to follow the suggestions or recommendations given by this page speed tool and this web page test tool alone, and not any other tools such as GTmetrix or Pingdom tools. Now let's come to this second tool called Web Page Test. Sometimes, even after optimizing to this maximum 100 out of 100, you might not get the best page loading time. For example, you might be getting around 5 to 6 seconds, or sometimes even more than that. In that case, this Web Page Test tool will give you some more suggestions or recommendations that you can implement on your website to improve the page loading time. This tool won't give you a score, but it gives you grades for 5 different things, such as first byte time, compress images or transfer, or to catch static content, etc. And it also gives you a tick mark for effective use of CDN. CDN is also called as Content Delivery Network. We will see more on that in the upcoming lectures. This tool gives you some of the crucial information such as first byte time or repeat view load time and much more. There are multiple load times displayed such as here, here, here and multiple times. The time you need to care about is this, the load time under repeat view. Just ignore all other load times that are displayed in this tool. You just need to care about this load time alone. Okay, let's move on to first byte time of this tool. Why this is so important? Because the first byte time is nothing but the time taken for the first byte to reach from your server to the user's browser. Effectively, nothing is happening in this first byte time. So, if you can reduce it as much as possible, then your total load time will improve accordingly. Though this web page test has given A grade for 0.5 seconds or 0.6 seconds of first byte time, Google recommends you to keep the first byte time or the response time under 200 milliseconds or 0.2 seconds. To improve this first byte time, you need to move to HTTPS and a powerful server or cloud hosting along with CDN. Though I use CDN and HTTPS, this test website is hosted on a shared hosting for which I pay a little less than $5. So you cannot expect more than 0.5 seconds response time from such servers. So now let's move on to the next tool, which is called Pingdom Tools Page Speed Testing Tool. Though this tool gives you a lot of information such as performance grade, some performance insights, and lot more, I suggest you not to see any of them. You just need to care about this load time, and you can take this page size for reference. That is, if you reduce the page size, your load time will improve. But don't take these performance insights into account, and don't try to optimize your website based on these suggestions. For recommendations and suggestions, use Page Speed Insights and Web Page Test. To check the load time, use Pingdom Tools. You might have noticed that I have got 0.5 seconds load time under Pingdom Tools, whereas I have got 1.8 seconds load time under Web Page Test tool. This doesn't mean one of the tool is wrong. This load time can vary based on several factors such as the browser used, the location of the user, here the location or country where the tool is hosted. Moreover, the speed of the internet connection matters a lot. So based on these factors, the load time can vary. But let me give you some benchmark timing which you can set as a target. For Web Page Test tool, 3 seconds load time under repeat view is the maximum. But if you can get something under 2 seconds, like me, here, that's brilliant. You can get such scores only when you use a page speed optimized minimalistic theme along with the reasonably fast server and the best tuning possible, which you will learn from this section. But if you can get something under 3 seconds, that's good, no issue at all. Coming to Pingdom Tools, if you can get a load time under 1.5 seconds, that's brilliant. But you can stretch the load time to a maximum of 2 seconds in this Pingdom Tools. So these are the benchmark load times or the target load times for your website. Regarding GT metrics, I advise you again not to use this tool even to check the load times or for the recommendations, because they are not consistent over time. You will get various load times whenever you retest the website. So it's almost impossible to rely upon this unreliable tool. Earlier, GT metrics happened to be the go-to tool for recommendations and loading time, but now they are not up to the mark, and that's why I advise you not to use GT metrics for both recommendations and load time testing. From the next lecture, we will be starting to optimize your website for the best page speed. But before that, we need to take some precautionary steps to be fail safe. Let's see how to do that in the next lecture. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to be fail safe before doing the optimization of page speed in your website. So what is fail safe? There is a minimum probability that while optimizing your website or while installing the bunch of plugins that I'm going to demonstrate in this section, you may break your site. In such case, you must be able to restore your website to the previous working state. That's why I advise you to take the database backup. To create the database backup of your WordPress website, come to Add Plugins page and search for Database Backup. Among the list of plugins that are displayed to you, choose Updraft Plus WordPress Backup plugin and click Install Now. Once installed, click Activate. After activating this plugin, to create a WordPress database backup, go to Settings and click Updraft Plus Backups. Or you can proceed with the tour to create your first backup. Once you have opened this page, click Backup Now, which will give you a list of options. The essential option is to include your database in the backup. It's better to include files too, but it might take a lot of time to complete the backup process based on the size or number of files on your website. Then click Backup Now to start the backup process. Once the process is completed, you can download the backup file by clicking on this database button and click Download to your computer to keep a backup in your computer rather than in your server. After configuring the page speed techniques or plugins in this section, if you ever want to restore your WordPress website to the current state, that is the state before you have started configuring the page speed techniques, then you can use this database backup file to restore to that state. To restore the backup, you can use this Restore button. In the next lecture, let's see an introduction to the two page speed techniques that we are going to discuss in this section. In this lecture, we are going to see some of the hosting providers that I recommend you to use to get the best page speed possible for your website. Let's start with the ones that I suggest to avoid along with the reasons. The first on the list is SiteGround.com. Why? Because I have seen many students of this SEO course hosting their website on SiteGround, and they don't get even half of the page speed what other students can get for the same configuration in a different hosting provider. Why this happens with SiteGround or some other hosting providers like iPage2? This is because they offer specialized hosting for WordPress where they optimize their server for some specific page speed optimization plugins. This is not a bad thing for many beginners who don't know how to optimize their website for best page speed possible. But in the case of the students of this course, like you, who have access to the best page speed tutorial in optimizing your website by using only the efficient and safest WordPress plugins out there, you just need the highly fast and highly customizable server. For my students who are using SiteGround currently, please don't feel left out. I have discussed the appropriate tutorial for you in the next lecture. Any beginner in WordPress naturally gets attracted to these kind of hosting plans because they would think, wow, there is a separate hosting for WordPress, so this would be the one for me. But in practice, you need to care about whether they use SSD storage spaces, how much input-output bandwidth they provide you, and more importantly, the bandwidth speed they are providing. Additionally, you can also see how many processors they are allowing you to use exclusively or run simultaneously. Beyond that, you need to care about whether they allow you to customize each and everything in your hosting for yourself. The problem with the specialized WordPress hosting is that they would have already optimized their server in some specific manner, and they generally don't allow you to customize it by yourself. So, in any hosting provider, if you see this is a customized WordPress hosting plan, or specialized for WordPress, or optimized for WordPress, then just avoid that hosting. Now, coming to the hosting providers that I recommend. For shared hosting, if you want to choose a hosting package that is less than $10 a month, then choose StableHost. If you want to go to VPS server, then don't go for just a normal VPS. Instead, go for Cloud VPS from vps.net. They also offer SSD VPS, but I don't recommend it, as Cloud VPS offer better uptime and performance than SSD VPS for almost the same price in case of managed hosting. So prefer Cloud VPS, which you can get it for under $50 a month. For managed Cloud VPS and easy maintenance, you need to have cPanel, for which a minimum of 1 GB RAM is needed. Each node in Cloud VPS gives you 0.5 GB of RAM, so you need 2 nodes minimum. Choose 2 nodes and along with cPanel with CentOS. That will take you to just under $50 a month. So if you are in this budget, go to this vps.net's Cloud VPS server. Now, if you want even more powerful server, then just add more nodes when you notice a drop in page speed as traffic increases. From the very beginning, I have been saying you to choose customizable hosting, right? Let me explain to you why with a demo. This is my StableHost cPanel. Here you can see they offer 2 GB RAM for this web hosting plan. I am under this $9 Pro web hosting plan for this website. And you can see they offer 2 GB RAM, 100 processors that can run simultaneously. And as usual, unlimited bandwidth, unlimited disk usage, unlimited SQL, database, email, all these are unlimited. But basically, they are limited in some other terms like IOPS, etc., which are said only in terms and conditions. What I am concerned is this one. It's 5 capital Mbps. That's the input-output bandwidth speed. I consider only these 2 things when I look for a hosting: RAM and this input-output usage speed. Most of the hosting providers don't mention this anywhere. That's why I'm showing you my cPanel. Next, what are the features I like here? They provide varnish catch for free for any number of websites. Also, they provide easy Cloudflare integration, and they themselves use Cloudflare for their StableHost website. Coming to compressed content, they provide zlib compression for all types of content. You can even disable them or enable them for the content you want. Next, they offer Let's Encrypt's free SSL. I use SSL for all my websites. You can manually issue it, you can renew it, you can do anything you want, and they are free and they renew automatically. You can buy an SSL from $10 a year to $300 a year, or even use this free SSL based on the type of website you use. Now let's come back to this final and most important option. You can choose the PHP version. Also, you can choose any feature that you want to install in a shared hosting. For example, I can install memcache or opcache or any feature that I want. Now, switching to PHP options, I can change the memory limit manually, the maximum post size, the maximum upload limit. Everything I can change manually using this PHP selector or PHP options under this shared hosting. This is why I recommend you StableHost for shared hosting, which offers the maximum customization through which you can attain the maximum page speed. Similarly, This VPS.NET cloud hosting is by far the fastest hosting that I have ever seen in a cloud VPS, and I tried it myself. In the next lecture, let's see the page speed optimization tutorial for our students who use SiteGround hosting, as they cannot follow our page speed techniques. In this lecture, we are going to see the page speed optimization exclusively for SiteGround hosting users. If you are already a SiteGround user, then follow this overview guide to optimize your site as per the specific supercatcher tutorial. Since I don't use SiteGround hosting, I am sorry that I cannot give you a hands-on tutorial here. But I shall give you the 7-step process with enough screenshots and links to those tutorials. Step 1. First, you need to go to Supercatcher in cPanel of your SiteGround hosting. Step 2. Then enable static cache in there by following this tutorial. I have provided links to these tutorials in the resources section of this lecture. Step 3. Then install SG Optimizer plugin in your WordPress installation. Go to Supercatcher Settings tab and enable dynamic caching as well as automatic purge. Step 4. I highly recommend you to read this environmental controls tutorial in SiteGround before moving on further. Once you have read it, move on to the Environment Optimization tab and enable HTTPS option only if you have SSL installed on your server. Then check PHP 7.1 compatibility and switch to PHP 7.1. Then enable gzip compression as well as browser caching. Step 5. Coming to Front-End Optimization tab, enable the minification of HTML, JavaScript and CSS to improve your page speed by a good extent. Also, enable remove query strings from static resources. Then check disable emojis option too. This is the recommended procedure given by SiteGround to their users. But I'm not sure whether these settings can work flawlessly or break your site. In case, if these settings break your site, you have to contact SiteGround's hosting support, as I cannot help you troubleshoot this particular SG Optimizer plugin or this Supercatcher tutorial. Step 6. Coming to Image Optimization tab, enable New Images Optimization option and all the lazy load images optimization too. Then click Start Optimization button to optimize your existing images too. Step 7. Now go back to Supercatcher on your cPanel and enable Memcached option. Then come back to your WordPress SG Optimizer and enable Memcached settings under Supercatcher config. If you have any doubts regarding the implementation, then I suggest you to go through the SiteGround's Supercatcher tutorial, which I have linked to in the resources section. It's so clear and comprehensive. If you have SiteGround and following this tutorial, you should deactivate the following plugins that we use in our page speed techniques. 1. A3 lazy load or any other lazy load settings in any other plugins. 2. Compress JPEG and PNG images or any other image compression plugins. 3. W3 Total Cache or WP Super Cache or WP Rocket or any other cache plugins. 4. Speed Booster Pack, Auto Optimize, Async.js or any other minification plugins. With this, the overview tutorial for SiteGround users end here. In this lecture, you will learn what is a CDN and why it's needed. No matter what you do or what type of content you consume, chances are that you will find CDNs behind every character of text, every image pixel, and every movie frame that gets delivered to your PC and mobile browser. CDN is the answer to one of the mostly faced issue called latency. Latency is nothing but the delay that occurs from the moment you request to load a web page to the moment it actually starts to load on your screen. When you use a CDN, your static content is cached and stored on multiple CDN servers across the world. Static content includes images, CSS files, JavaScripts, etc. Now, when a user visits your site, which is hosted on your main server, the CDN technology redirects them to the closest CDN server near their location. Since the delay duration is impacted mostly by the physical distance between the user and that website's hosting server, CDNs reduce the distance by redirecting them to the closest CDN server. In addition to reducing the delay time, a modern CDN can take care of several other things, such as it can improve page load speed, handle sudden high traffic loads, block spammers and other bad bots, reduce your server's bandwidth consumption, protect your website from DDoS attacks, and much more. There are many premium CDN services out there. The best ones among them are KCDN, MaxCDN, Google CDN, Amazon AWS, Rackspace, etc. But there are a few free CDNs are also available with limited features. We are going to use 2 free CDNs. Whether you are going to follow PageSpeed Technique 1 or PageSpeed Technique 2, you need to implement CDN in your website. We are going to implement a free image CDN and a free CDN for the rest of the static files. Before that, we need to compress the images that are hosted in our server. Let's see how to compress images using free plugins in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see 2 image compression plugins to compress the images that you have on your server. Both the plugins that we are going to see are free image compression plugins. First, go to Plugins and then select Add New. On the search bar, search for Compress Images, Smush Image Compression and Optimization plugin, Short Pixel plugin, and Imagify plugin are all equally good free plugins, but they also have premium plugins. That's why these free plugins come with a set of limitations. For example, this Smush plugin comes with a maximum size of 1 MB per image limitation. Short Pixel gives you 100 MB per month, whereas Imagify gives you 25 MB per month. Whereas this compress JPG and PNG images from TinyPNG gives you 500 image compressions per month. But technically, for page speed, this TinyPNG plugin offers the best image compression possible. The next best option is EWW Image Optimizer. Though it doesn't offer the maximum image compression like the TinyPNG plugin, this offers the maximum customizability in case you need to keep the EXIF data or EXIF data. So let's see how to install and configure both these plugins, that is TinyPNG and EWW Image Optimizer. Let's install both these plugins, but activate Compress JPG and PNG Images plugin first. In the plugins page, scroll down, come to Settings under Compress JPG and PNG Images plugin. Since I have already installed and registered an account, this box appears a bit different for me. You will get 2 options when you install for the first time, that is your name and email to register an account or login. When you enter your name and email and click register, then you will get this box displayed. After that, you need to activate your account and enter the API key. Now let me refresh the page after activation. So you don't need to go to their website and enter the API key manually. It's all automatic and so easy to configure. Now coming to the actual configuration of the plugin itself, you will get 3 image sizes. One is thumbnail, then medium, and then large size. You can even change the preset size of these images or leave it to WordPress defaults. Let your files be organized into month and year based folders. Now here comes the file compression section. Most of the other free plugins like WP Smush or ShortPixel or Imagify lacks this most essential feature in their free version, that is to resize and compress the original image, whereas this tiny PNG plugin offers you to compress the original image. If you want to resize and then compress the original image, then you can check this checkbox where you can give maximum width or height for the resized original image. As you select more options, the number of images that can be compressed will get reduced, because each of these options generate one more image, which leads to multiple image compression for each image you upload, and that's why the number of images that can be compressed for each month gets reduced. By default, only these options are necessary, but based on the theme you use, you may need to choose some other options like this. Once you have selected all these options, click Save Changes. Then go to Media and then Bulk Optimization. Alternatively, you can go to Plugins and choose Bulk Optimization under Compressed JPG and PNG images from Tiny PNG. You will get details of the total uploaded images and the uncompressed images. To compress all your images, click on Start Bulk Optimization. This plugin compresses images by uploading them to its own server. After that, it compresses and then downloads those images to your server back. So if you care about your privacy, or if you are so conscious about the images moving from your server to some third-party server, then you may need to use the next plugin, that is EWW Image Optimizer. Now the image compression process has got completed, and you can easily notice that the compression has saved around 25%. But the interesting point here is, already all these images are compressed using WP Smush plugin. So even after that, this tiny PNG plugin could give 25% savings. That's why I recommend this plugin for ease of use and the best page speed. So for most of the users, this plugin will fit their need. But there will be some who would need further customizability rather than optimization. For them, go to plugins. Let me deactivate this plugin because you don't need both the plugins at a time. You just need to use either Compress JPG and PNG Images plugin or EWW Image Optimizer plugin, not both. So now let me activate this plugin. Let's go to Settings. Before using this plugin, you need to see the plugin status, which should display all clear status. If this signal is not displaying for you, then you cannot use this plugin because your server is missing some essential features for image compression. Coming to the basic settings, you don't need to use cloud optimization. You can just use your own server optimization. Now let's come down to JPG optimization level, where you can only choose lossless compression. Whereas under Tiny PNG plugin, it compressed all the images with lossy compression. That's why it was able to get the additional 25% savings compared to lossless compression. Whereas in PNG optimization level, you can go for lossy compression even with a free edition of this EWW image optimizer. Now click Save Changes and then let's move on to advanced settings. The customizability of this plugin starts from this advanced settings tab. For example, you can schedule the optimization, you can opt to include media library folders, or you can opt to ignore some folders. Check this allow resizing of existing media library images to resize all the existing images. Similar to Tiny PNG plugin, here also for each image you upload, a thumbnail, medium, a medium large, a large images are created by default. And additional 2 images are created because of the theme I'm using, that is 2017 theme from WordPress. As I said before, you may exclude full-size images from metadata removal or other options like to skip small images or to skip large PNG images, etc. Under conversion settings, you may opt to delete the original images after successful conversion. This will help you to free up your server space. Though this plugin offers you to convert JPG to PNG or PNG to JPG, these conversions will take a lot of CPU resources, so use them carefully. Coming to web page settings, when you check this checkbox, the JPG or PNG files will be converted to another format called WebP. But the original files are not deleted, because when the user's browser doesn't support this WebP format, then JPG or PNG files are served. As said before, this plugin is for advanced users who want more customizability. So for most users, I just recommend them to use Compress JPG and PNG Images plugin to compress all your images on your website. In the next lecture, let's see how to add a free image CDN service in your website. In this lecture, we are going to add a free image CDN to our website. As usual, go to Plugins and then select Add New. Search for Jetpack, or you can find it by default in this location. Click on Install Now and then click Activate. Once you activate this plugin, you need to connect this to WordPress.com. To connect it to WordPress.com, you need an account in WordPress.com website. Log in into WordPress.com. Click Approve. Once connected, Jetpack would ask for the type of website you are building. Jetpack asks this detail only to suggest you the appropriate premium plan that's suitable for you. So let's click Skip here. Click Skip again and then press Skip once more. Now scroll down and select Start with Free. Once you have chosen the free plan and click on this Continue button, you will be taken to the WordPress.com dashboard page. But we need to go back to our website's admin page to configure the Jetpack. So click on WP Admin on the left bottom corner. Once you are in your website, you will be taken to Jetpack's dashboard page. Here, click Skip and explore features individually. Don't click on Activate Recommended Features. Under Security tab, don't enable any features. If you enable downtime monitoring, it will increase the site's load time a bit. So it's up to you. If you are ready to lose a bit of page speed score and add a bit of time in page loading time, you can enable this option. But if you don't have any security plugin installed, then you can enable this brute force protection option. Under Performance tab, enable site accelerator and enable speed up image load times to activate the free image CDN. Don't enable speed up static file load times option. This second option actually acts as a CDN for JS and CSS files. But I tried it myself with various different type of speed optimizations, and it either breaks the site or affects the page speed score negatively. Coming to lazy load option, you can enable this setting only if you don't use the A3 lazy load plugin that we discussed in this section. Only one lazy load plugin is enough. So either use this or A3 lazy load plugin. Don't use both. You can notice that I have disabled all the other features, or in other words, I haven't enabled any other feature under any other tabs. This is very important because Jetpack is a powerful plugin which loads several JavaScript and CSS files if you enable more and more features. So enable the features only those you want. In our case, for page speed, you don't need any other feature except this speed up image load times under site accelerator. When you check this feature, all the images from your website will be served through Jetpack's own CDN, that too for free. Let's check it directly in our website. Open your website, then open any image in a new tab. You can see that the image is not served from my own domain. It's served from i0.wp.com, which says it is served from a different server or Jetpack's own server. This is how we can speed up the loading of images that are hosted on our own website. So you have added a free image CDN in your website. In the next lecture, let's see how you can add a free total CDN for your entire website other than images. In this lecture, you're going to see what is Cloudflare and how we can implement Cloudflare for our website. Normally, Cloudflare doesn't need to be installed as a plugin inside your WordPress. You just need to point your name servers to the name servers given by Cloudflare, and it will do the rest automatically. Cloudflare is not just a CDN. A CDN, that is a content delivery network, just catches a static copy of your website and delivers it from a nearer server to your visitor. Yes, Cloudflare does that too. But it's not just that. It also optimizes your content. That is, it catches your website, it minifies your JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. It offers automatic optimization called Rocket Loader, which speeds up the loading of your website. Since it has a free plan, there is no loss for you in configuring Cloudflare for your website. Not only that, Cloudflare also acts as a security barrier between your website and hackers. You can also set the security level from essentially off to low, medium, high, and even you can mention that you are under a DDoS attack. Cloudflare also gives you many analytics reports, monitors traffic control, real-time traffic, free SSL, advanced HTTPS settings, and much more. So let's see how can we add our website to Cloudflare. Before clicking this Add Site button, you need to sign up in Cloudflare if you hadn't already. Once you have signed up and logged in, click this Add Site link. Then enter your domain here and click the Add Site button. You need to enter your root domain and not any subdomain. Since I have already added my domain inspireron.com, I cannot add it again. But let me show you a demo by adding a third-party domain like engadget.com. I am not the owner of engadget.com, and so I cannot change its name servers, but I can show you the process of how to add it. Let me click Add Site button now. Generally, most websites are good to go with this free plan itself. So let's choose free plan and click confirm plan. Once Cloudflare finishes the scanning of this website, you will see a screen like this. Scroll down and click continue. Under method, choose default method to keep your domain with your current domain registrar itself, and just point your domain to Cloudflare. This is the easiest and quickest method. So click continue with default. Cloudflare will give you the list of name server entries that you should change in your domain registrar's name server settings. Copy those entries and change in your domain registrar accordingly. Once you have completed changing the name servers, click Done, check name servers. To perform an immediate name server check, click Recheck Now button or wait for 24 hours for the name servers to point to Cloudflare and from Cloudflare to your server. With this, you have completed adding Cloudflare to your website. Now let's move on to the configuration part. This configuration is needed to make your website work without any issues, as well as to get the maximum page speed possible. Once you have added your website, click on this domain, go to the SSL or TLS tab. Under Overview section, choose Off if you don't have SSL certificate installed. If you haven't tested SSL but you have just installed the SSL certificate, then choose Flexible. If you have completely tested the HTTPS version of your website, of posts, pages, images, attachment, your WordPress dashboard or admin page, and WordPress login page, then choose Full. Under Edge Certificates section, if you have chosen Off or Flexible under Overview, then don't choose Always Use HTTPS. Also, don't enable HSTS, but you may opt for opportunistic encryption to get benefit from the improved performance of HTTP2 or HTTPS protocol. Also, you can enable automatic HTTPS rewrites to resolve the partial HTTPS issues. But once you have verified that your site is working in HTTPS completely, that is, you need to check HTTPS version of your login page and WordPress dashboard page or admin page, and HTTPS version of your home page and one or two interior pages in incognito window. Once you have done that, you can enable Always Use HTTPS and HSTS. Once you enable HSTS, click I understand, then click Next and configure the inner settings as shown here. That is, enable HSTS strict transport security, choose max age header as 6 months, enable preload, enable no sniff header, and click Save. If you want to create a free SSL certificate within Cloudflare and use it on your server too, then come to Origin Server section and create a certificate. Let Cloudflare generate a private key and a CSO. Then enter your domain name like this and choose a certificate validity and click Next. You will be given Origin certificate and private key. You can install it in your server through SSL or TLS icon in cPanel. Go to private key and upload the private key or paste it. Then go to certificates or CRT and upload the origin certificate or paste it. I'm warning you third time in this lecture itself. If you choose full option under SSL overview section, or if you enable always use HTTPS or HSTS without testing your website completely prior, then you will be entirely logged out of your domain for a very long time. Be very cautious in this step. Now, coming to caching. Choose standard for caching level. Choose 1 month for browser cache expiration, or you may choose 1 day if your site is more dynamic. You may opt for always online. In case if your server goes down, then Cloudflare will serve your recent cached version of the website. Development mode is used to temporarily bypass Cloudflare cache, allowing you to see changes to your website in real time without purging Cloudflare cache. For example, if you are making any changes to the design of your website or any other multiple changes in your website which requires purging Cloudflare cache multiple times in a short span of time, it's better to turn on development mode. Once you have finalized all the changes, then you can turn off development mode and purge cache just once. Under Speed tab, Overview section, Cloudflare shows you the time saved with and without Cloudflare Boost by using the development mode. It also shows the time taken by mobile and desktop to load your website under 3G and cable internet connections. Under Optimization tab, disable the auto minify of JavaScript, CSS and HTML. Enable broadly compression. Turn off Rocket Loader. Coming to Firewall tab. Under Settings section, you can set these security levels at your preference. Let's keep it at medium as default. It's better to keep bot fighter mode off so that API requests work correctly. Let's choose 30 minutes for challenge passage. Turn on browser integrity check and privacy pause support. These are the basic settings that are needed to get the best page speed possible from Cloudflare. You might wonder why I have disabled auto minify of JavaScript, CSS and HTML, and also why I have disabled Rocket Loader. Because these settings often come in conflict with our page speed techniques. Rocket Loader can be used only along with our page speed technique 2. It's explained there in page speed technique 2 itself. So for now, turn off both auto minify and Rocket Loader here. In the next lecture, I will demystify some of the common page speed myths. In this lecture, I will demystify some of the common page speed myths. There's a widespread myth which says that when you use more plugins, it affects your page speed. I have come across this question several times in our course question answer board. Though I cannot agree to this myth, we cannot neglect it altogether. Let me clarify you briefly. Plugins are of two types, front-end plugins and back-end plugins. There's no such official classification. I named them like that for easy understanding. Plugins like WP Forms, Opt-in Monster, Discuss, Table Press, Meta Slider, Jetpack, etc., which gets loaded when a visitor visits your website, are called front-end plugins. The myth applies here only. If you use more plugins of this type, then your website's page speed will get affected. Plugins like iTheme Security, Cache plugins, Yoast SEO, Akismet, etc., which gets loaded only when you visit the WordPress dashboard, or in other words, they get loaded only for logged in WordPress editors or admins. The myth does not apply here. You can use as many backend plugins as you like. It won't affect your website's page speed. On the other hand, instead of affecting your website's page speed, some backend plugins like catch plugins improve your website's page speed. With that said, let's move on to the next big thing, that is themes. Generally, themes are not talked much when talking about page speed, but in real time, themes have got a lot of role to play. Most of the premium themes from Theme Forest comes with Revolution Slider plugin and Visual Builder plugin, some contact forms, etc. Apart from a few Theme Forest themes like Avada, most other themes are not optimized for page speed. Irrespective of what hosting you use or what tuning you do, you can never attain a page speed score of 95 plus or a page load time less than 2 seconds with such unoptimized themes. While buying themes from any website, look in the description. If a theme is optimized for page speed, then it will be mentioned clearly and explicitly. For example, Avada theme. If it's not mentioned, then don't assume it as page speed optimized. If you're already using some premium theme from Theme Forest or any other brand, and if you can't get a good score from Page Speed Insights, then switch to 2017 theme from WordPress temporarily and check the Page Speed Insights score or page loading time from Pingdom Tools. The result will make you understand how much unoptimized your premium theme is. The next myth is leverage caching of external assets. Here, assets include JavaScripts, CSS, and images. You can control or optimize the assets that are loaded from your domain or your website only. If you use plugins or HTML codes, which import or load assets from external domains, then you can't optimize those assets. Naturally, your page speed score will get a hit. For example, Google AdSense or analytics codes, Facebook widgets, etc. Yes, I too agree that we cannot run a website without using these basic external assets. But these external assets are equivalent to front-end plugins. With the usage of more and more external assets, your page speed score will reduce and your page loading time will increase. So you need to restrict the usage of these external assets as far as possible. There's one more myth revolving around, that is 100 out of 100 page speed score. Page speed score is just a guideline to improve your website's page speed. If your website loads under 3 seconds in webpagetest.org, then you don't need to worry much about the page speed insight score. Whereas, if you still want to improve the performance of your website, and if you don't know where to start, then page speed insight score acts as a guide there. So let me reiterate the important things now. You can use many backend plugins, but reduce the usage of front-end plugins. Always use page speed optimized premium themes. Example, Avada from Theme Forest and Divi theme from Elegant Themes. Avoid using page speed unoptimized plugins like Visual Builder plugins or Revolution Slider plugin, etc. If you want page speed optimized drag and drop website builder, then use Divi Builder plugin from Elegant Themes along with some page speed optimized theme. Restrict the usage of external assets as you cannot optimize them for page speed. You don't need to chase 100 out of 100 page speed inside score. At the end of the day, page loading time matters. There are 2 page speed techniques in this section, and you will learn what technique to follow in this lecture. I have been into designing and building websites since 2010. In this years of journey, my preferences and choices in web design have got matured, and now I like flat design with simple elements. But every newcomer to web building or web design likes to have a magnificent website with loads of bells and whistles, which even Google doesn't encourage. Also, Google weighs site speed as a user experience factor. Optimizing even a light website itself is a tedious task, such as to make it to load under 1 second or to get a page speed score greater than 95%. But even then, some users, or in our case, some students, still want to use Visual Builder plugins, Theme Forest themes. These websites are so heavy. That's why emerged the need for 2 page speed techniques. Now let's see whether you need to follow technique 1 or technique 2 for your website. Follow technique 1 if you are using a free theme from WordPress repository or paid theme from famous fast theme builders like StudioPress, DIY themes, etc. This list doesn't include Theme Forest themes except in a few cases where it's explicitly mentioned that the theme is optimized for page speed. If you're not using any Visual Builder or drag and drop building plugins, if you're ready to spend a few hours to optimize your website and get a page loading time less than a second and a page speed score above 95% in Google's Page Speed Insights tool. But here is the disclaimer. You will need to install 5 to 6 free plugins. Sometimes you may mess up with CSS, JS optimization if you don't follow the steps exactly. Now let's see who can follow technique 2. If you are using a paid or free theme from Theme Forest or any other website that is not optimized for speed, if you are using any Visual Builder or drag and drop building plugins, if you're not ready to spend even a few hours to optimize your website, then this technique just takes less than 20 to 30 minutes based on your capabilities to follow. It's so easy and quick. You will get a page loading time around a second or two and a page speed score around 85% in Google's Page Speed Insights tool. This technique gives better or improved page loading time even for heavy websites compared to technique 1, but the downside is page speed score will be a little less than technique 1. Here comes the disclaimer. You will need to install just one premium plugin, and as said before, this technique is super easy and quick. If you ask me why this technique involves a premium plugin, then my answer is a website becomes heavy or large in size because of the usage of poorly coded themes or plugins which are often premium. So the logic here is, if a user or student prefers a premium theme, then he or she doesn't mind opting to a premium plugin to optimize the theme, isn't it? Which technique do I recommend in an ideal scenario? If you ask me what's ideal, then I recommend you to go with any StudioPress premium themes or free and minimal WordPress themes from WordPress repository, and page speed technique 1 for the best possible page speed score, page loading time, and SEO benefits. If you're so concerned about easy web building plus bells and whistles, then I recommend Divi theme from Elegant Themes plus page speed technique 2 for drag and drop website building plus best page loading time, but your page speed score will be around 85%. At the end of the day, real-time loading time only matters for user experience SEO. So don't worry about getting 95 or 100% page speed score. If you're using a premium theme from Theme Forest and you don't want to buy the premium plugin, then you can follow page speed technique 1. There's no harm in that. But if the theme you're using is poorly optimized for page speed, then you might find some trouble in JS and CSS minification. In that case, raise a question in our question answers board along with your website URL. I will tell you some suggestions. If that suggestions too can't improve your score, then you're left with two options. 1. Change to a page speed optimized theme. 2. Follow page speed technique 2, which means you need to buy that premium plugin if you want a better score for your poorly coded theme. In this lecture, we are going to do some further image optimization in addition to compressing the images on our website. For this, we are going to use a plugin called A3 Lazy Load plugin. Lazy Load feature is already available in Jetpack settings too. If you are using Lazy Load under Jetpack, then you don't need to enable this plugin or install this plugin at all. But A3 Lazy Load provides you some comprehensive options in addition to just lazy loading the images alone. So let's see what's that by installing and configuring this plugin. Go to Add New under Plugins page. Search for A3 Lazy Load. Install this A3 Lazy Load plugin by A3 Rev Software. Once installed, click Activate. Let's go to the settings of this plugin to configure it. Turn on this Cleanup on Deletion or this Housekeeping option. If in the future, if you are going to deactivate or delete this plugin, then this housekeeping option will completely remove all the tables and data it created while you have configured this plugin. So let me enable it, and then coming to Lazy Load activation. You need to turn this option on or enable it. Coming to Lazy Load images, you need to turn on all these 6 options under this Lazy Load Images tab. Lazy Load is nothing but loading the images only when a website's visitor scrolls and sees the image. That is, if some images are below the fold or below the screen where you need to scroll down and see, then those images are loaded only when a visitor scrolls down and sees it. Till the time that image is not loaded, so that your page speed is not affected by loading lot of images in your website. This is called lazy loading of images. So we are going to enable this lazy load feature in content, widgets, for post thumbnails, for gravatar comments, and this no script support acts as a fallback to show images for users who have JavaScript disabled in their browser. We can also enable this lazy load for videos and iframes if you are using iframes and videos in your website, such as embedded YouTube videos, etc. If you want to exclude a particular page type or a particular URL from lazy loading the images, you can exclude them here, or you can exclude certain page types like post categories, post tags, etc. But generally, you don't need to exclude anything. Coming to script load optimization, set it to footer and expand WordPress mobile template plugins. Disable it on WP Touch and then on Mobile Press. Coming to effect and style, you can choose any effect that you wish, like spinner or fade in. You can choose background color of your website's background color. Instead of white, I can even choose this background color, like somewhat like this. Image load threshold, just let it to 0. Coming to Jetpack Site Accelerator. We have already installed Jetpack and we are using its free image CDN protocol. So we need to enable this option. Now click Save Changes. Now let's visit our website. You can see these images appearing only when I scroll down. That's the fade-in effect. So this lazy load is working. In the next lecture, let's see how you can reduce your server response time. In this lecture, we are going to reduce your server response time or the first byte time using a plugin called Speed Booster Pack. Come to your plugins page in your WordPress installation, click on Add New, search for Speed Booster and install this Speed Booster Pack Page Speed and Performance Optimization by Optimocha. Click Install now. We are installing this Speed Booster Pack plugin to strip down our WordPress some unnecessary features that we are not going to use, which could improve your server's response time or first byte time. We are not going to use this Speed Booster Pack to minify static files like HTML, JavaScript or CSS. So now click Activate after installing this Speed Booster Pack plugin. We don't need to go for this Pro optimization service. Let's go with the free one. So let's get started. Just follow me and enable the options that I am going to enable here. We need to remove query strings, emoji scripts, short links, adjacent post links, live writer manifest, WordPress version, self pingbacks, jQuery migrate, dash icons, heartbeat. Now click Save Changes. These are all the safe optimizations. Most of these options won't cause any issues in your website. Now let's head on to Advanced tab. Now Speed Booster supports lazy loader, but if we are going to enable this lazy loader option, then disable A3 lazy load and the lazy load feature in Jetpack plugin too, because you need to use only one lazy load script from any of the plugin that you are using. Apart from this option, I suggest not to enable any of the options under advanced optimizations so that your site works flawlessly without any issues. Coming to CDN, I suggest not to use this, as well as Google Analytics tab too. Coming to Optimize More, there is no configuration or option that you can use in this tab too. So once this general tab is configured, that's it. We are done with this Speed Booster Pack settings. In the next lecture, let's see how to install and configure a catch plugin in your website. In this lecture, we are going to install and configure a catch plugin to our website. Go to Plugins and then select Add New. Search for Total Catch. Install and activate W3 Total Catch plugin. Now we need to configure it. To configure, we need to go to the settings of this Total Catch plugin. You can either go to Plugins and click on Settings under W3 Total Catch, or go to Performance menu on the sidebar and click on General Settings. Now coming to Page Catch, you need to choose Disk Enhanced method. If Disk Enhanced is not available for you, you can go with Disk Basic. Whereas, if your server supports opcode, e-accelerator, or alternate PHP catch, you can choose any of them. Whereas, if your server has got memcached or Redis, well and good. That's much faster than Disk Enhanced. Enable Page Catch, and let's move on to Minify section. Don't use Minify options in W3 Total Catch. It doesn't work well for almost half of the hosting configurations and themes. So let's disable this Minify and move on to opcode catch. Nowadays, most shared hosting itself offers opcode catch, whereas if you don't have, then leave it. Else, choose the one that you have. Coming to database cache and object cache, disable both of them. Now come down to browser cache, enable it. And coming to CDN, If you had purchased a CDN from any of these, then choose it and click Enable. Else, leave it disabled and scroll down. Coming to miscellaneous, you can enable Google Page Speed Dashboard widget, and you need to enter the Page Speed API key. To acquire an API key, visit this API console where you will get the instruction to get the API key. This is not necessary, but just optional to get the page speed rating of each page in the admin bar itself. Generally, that won't be accurate, so I suggest you not to push yourself in this option if you are not interested. But to display the rating, you need to enable the checkbox. Now, enable show page rating in admin bar if you have entered the page speed API key. Then enable this verify rewrite rules and disable anonymously track usage to improve product quality. Come down and click Save All Settings. Now come to Page Cache Settings on the left sidebar. Click Cache Post Page, Cache SSL Request only if you have HTTPS and SSL certificate installed. Not only that, you need to check whether HTTPS works on every page or post, attachments, images, mainly your WordPress dashboard. Once you have checked that, click this Cache SSL Request. Check Don't Cache Pages for logged in users. Here comes the most essential thing. Scroll down and come to Advanced section. Enable the compatibility mode. This is very important. After that, leave everything to default and then click Save All Settings or Save Settings and Purge Caches. Now let's move on to Browser Cache. Here, you need to enable all of these. That is, set lost modified header, set expires header, set cache control header, set entity tag, set W3 total cache header, enable gzip compression, prevent caching of objects after settings change, and also remove query strings from static resources. Don't set cookies for static files. All these settings are need to be enabled. Don't enable Do Not Process 404 errors, rewrite URL structure. Once you have enabled these options under General section, then automatically these settings are followed in CSS and JS, HTML and XML, and media and other files sections too. Now click Save All Settings. If you get this button, that is Update Media Query String, then click it too. Once you have done that, empty the page cache. Like I said earlier, minification in W3 total cache is not that safe. It might break your site. So we need to use a separate plugin to minify HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Let's install a new plugin to optimize these static resources in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see how to optimize the static resources of our website. We are going to use a plugin called Auto Optimize to minify HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files on our website. As usual, go to Plugins and then click Add New. Search for Auto Optimize and look for the spelling here. In Auto Optimize, there is only one O, which is common for Auto and Optimize. You need to install this plugin by Frank. This another plugin, Auto Optimize criticalcss.com PowerUp, is a premium feature, and so we are not going to use this. So let's install this Auto Optimize plugin alone. Once installed, click Activate. Once we have activated this plugin, let us empty the page cache from our W3 Total Cache plugin. Now we can go to settings and then auto optimize to configure this plugin. First, let's enable optimize JavaScript code, optimize CSS code, and optimize HTML code. These are the three basic options, but let us click on show advanced settings to view the advanced settings. You need to enable this aggregate JS files setting so that all the JavaScript files are loaded as non-render blocking. This is one of the essential recommendation by Google PageSpeed Insights. So we need to enable this. And for now, let's not enable the rest of the options under JavaScript options, as we are going to use a separate plugin to optimize JavaScript more. Coming to CSS options, like JavaScript, we need to aggregate CSS files too. So enable this option, and we are going to inline the CSS in the HTML. So enable this option too. To make it non-render blocking, we need to inline all the CSS. Scroll down, coming to miscellaneous options, check all the three options and click Save Changes and Empty Cache. Under miscellaneous options, the first option is to save those aggregated JavaScript and CSS files as static files so that they can be cached and served in a faster manner. Coming to the second miscellaneous option, that is minify excluded CSS and JS files. There are some default CSS files that are excluded from auto optimize. Similarly, there are some default JavaScript files too. Though they are excluded from all the comprehensive auto optimize features, we can just choose them to be minified by enabling this option. After installing and configuring this plugin, if your site breaks, then this is the first option you need to disable and click Save Changes and Empty Cache button. So try disabling this only if your site breaks after installing and configuring this plugin. Otherwise, just leave it enabled. Coming to the third option, optimize for logged in users. If you enable this option, then your site will be optimized even for a logged in user like an administrator or editor like you. So you don't need to visit your website in some incognito window to check whether it works or not. So let us hit this Save Changes and Empty Cache button again, and let us move on to Images tab. Well, we can use this optimize images, and we can change the image optimization quality to lossy, and we can load WebP in supported browsers, and we can use this lazy load images too. But the thing that you need to know is we are already using Jetpack's Photon feature to optimize images and A3 lazy load plugin to lazy load images. And also we are using Tiny PNG's Compress JPEG and PNG images plugin to compress images. Those three plugins do this job separately, and they do a much better job than this auto optimize integrated features. That's why we are not going to use these here. Coming to extra, select combine and load fonts asynchronously with webfont.js option to serve non-render blocking Google Fonts. We have already opted to remove emojis and query strings from static resources under Speed Booster Pack itself. So we don't need to enable these options too. Now click Save Changes. Let us once delete this auto optimize cache and purge all caches from W3 total cache. Now let's visit our website and see whether it works flawlessly without breaking our site. The lazy load works and the styles are intact. Google font is working too. So everything is working, which means the minification of HTML, JavaScript and CSS is working well. So after installing W3 total cache, compressing images and optimizing the images, and also finally installing auto optimize to minify HTML, JavaScript and CSS files, we have got 95 score for mobile and 95 for desktop too. When we scroll down, we can see a further opportunities by reducing the server response time and eliminating render blocking resources. You can see the render blocking resources are from A3 lazy load and jQuery.js. Asynchronously loading this jQuery JavaScript file or by deferring it, we can make it non-render blocking. but we need to do this carefully because making it non-render blocking may break some of the functions that depends upon jQuery in our website. So let's see how to asynchronously load the JavaScript files in our website in the next lecture. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to asynchronously load JavaScript files on your website. For this, we are going to use a plugin called Async.js. Let's go ahead and install this plugin. Go to Plugins page and click on Add New. Now search for Async.js. You need to install this Async JavaScript plugin by Frank. Click on Install Now. Once installed, click Activate. Every time you install a new plugin after installing the W3 Total cache, you need to empty the page cache. So let's empty it first. Now let's go to Settings and then Async JavaScript. Here the first tab is Wizard and you don't need to configure it. It's just needed for GTmetrix score and we are not going to use it. So let's proceed to step 2, that is Settings tab. Here let's start with Quick Settings. Click on this last option, that is Apply Defer jQuery Excluded. Once you have got this setting saved, come back to this Enable Async JavaScript section. Make sure this Async JavaScript is enabled. Now enable Async JavaScript for logged in users too. If you have installed WooCommerce, then you can enable Async JavaScript on cart and checkout pages. But after enabling this and saving the settings, you need to check your cart and checkout pages whether it's working flawlessly. Now scroll down. Since we have applied this quick setting, we should have got this defer selected under Async JavaScript method and exclude under jQuery. But select defer for jQuery. Scroll down and choose Enable Auto Optimize Support and make sure this jQuery method is selected as async. Now click Save Settings. As usual, clear this Auto Optimize cache and then purge all caches of W3 Total cache. Now let's test our website and see nothing is broken. Like before, everything is working flawlessly. So now let's go ahead and check our page speed insight score again. See, now we have got 96 from the previous score of 95, and the previous opportunities, that is to make those A3 lazy load and jQuery JavaScript files as non-render blocking, has got into past audits. The only issue now is reduce server response times, and it's just 0.18 second of opportunity because our root document took 780 milliseconds and the recommended server response time is under 600 milliseconds now. So it's just a delay of 180 milliseconds. That's not a problem as we have already got 96, that is above 90 for mobile and 100 for desktop. This is my another website which runs on Divi theme and it has got a pretty complex design than our previous test website. Has got lots of CSS effects. Let me refresh and show you. This image moved a little bit and we have some menu bar picking in from the right and we have some other CSS effects with images appearing later with some graphs. So this is a little bit complex design than our previous test website, which runs on the default WordPress theme, whereas this runs on drag and drop based Divi theme and it's a premium theme from Elegant Themes. When it comes to drag and drop theme, Divi theme is the efficient and page speed optimized drag and drop theme. So when I ran page speed insights for the same configuration, I have got 89 score under mobile and 98 for desktop. The only issue that I face after optimizing my websites are the reduced server response time, but this score may improve further when this server response time reduces later. It will reduce after some time because I have stressed my server now a lot of times by running the page speed insights often or testing it with different page speed insights tool, clearing the caches and lot of stuff while we do the page speed optimization. So once this settles down, our page speed score will improve. But you need to know that I am running just the pro plan of StableHost, which is under $5 per month when we purchase it for 3 years. So for this amount, this is a pretty fast speed. If I upgrade my plan to enterprise or business plan under StableHost, or if I take my website to some VPS host like vps.net, then my server response time will improve too, so that I can get scores above 90 for some complex websites like this. When I ran web page test for this inspirearound.com, my fully loaded page loading time was under 3 seconds, which is under the benchmark time of 3.5 seconds. Though this website is pretty complex in design, you can see that the size of this website is less than 600 KB. This is because I am using this Divi theme. Also, you can see that I have got A grade and tick mark for most of the things except for compressed transfer, and that's because of the core font which couldn't be compressed. But that's not an issue because we have already got the fully loaded load time under repeat view, which is under 3 seconds. So that's all you need to care about. Not even this page speed insights, just this time, which should be under 3.5 seconds. In this lecture, you will learn how to troubleshoot some of the problems that you may face in page speed technique 1. First, coming to W3 total cache. Some hosting providers restrict their users to install W3 total cache. In that case, search for cache and you may install WP fastest cache or WP super cache, or even you may try lightspeed cache. But make sure you only activate the cache feature or the caching feature in these plugins. You should not activate any feature that is related to minification of HTML, CSS or JavaScript, even image optimizations too. For example, this is the configuration page of WP fastest cache, and you can enable this cache system, but you shouldn't enable this minify HTML, minify CSS or combine CSS, combine JS. You shouldn't enable these features alone. Apart from these, you can enable any of them. Coming to image optimization or this lazy load or Google Fonts, I advise you not to enable these two as we are using auto optimize and async.js plugin in our page speed technique 1 for these functions. Similarly, coming to lightspeed cache, you can enable options under these cache control settings and purge or excludes, but avoid using the functions under optimize tab like CSS minification, CSS combined, JS minification, etc. Similarly, avoid using the features under tuning tab or media tab and any other features that are related to static resources minification and image optimization. Coming to problems in image loading, that is, if images aren't loading on your website, then most probably the problem is with the lazy load. So in that case, go to performance tab under Jetpack settings and disable this site accelerator feature. Then clear auto optimize cache and then purge all caches of total cache or any other cache plugin that you are using. Then reload your website and test whether images are working. If the images aren't loading still, then enable lazy loading under Jetpack and then deactivate A3 lazy load. So if images aren't loading on your website, the first thing that we are doing is to remove the free image CDN feature of Jetpack. And the second thing that we are doing is enabling the lazy load under Jetpack and disabling the A3 lazy load plugin. Coming to the third problem, if you have any sliders or JavaScript related functions on your website and if it isn't working, then I suggest you to open async JavaScript settings and then exclude jQuery. This will give a drop in your page speed score, but there is no other go. You are using some non-page speed optimized theme or plugins which is using jQuery plugin, and we couldn't load it asynchronously or defer it flawlessly without breaking the functions of JavaScript files on your website. So in that case, exclude jQuery and then save the settings. These are the three commonly faced problems with our page speed technique 1 and the corresponding solutions too. In this lecture, you will learn how to do the page speed test in the right way. Once you have completed optimizing your site for any page speed technique, then first of all, you need to clear all the caches. First, go to Auto Optimize and delete the cache. Then go to Performance and purge all caches. This clear all the caches of W3 total cache. Finally, you need to clear the Cloudflare cache too. If you have integrated Cloudflare with W3 total cache, then you can go to Purge Modules and clear Cloudflare cache from here itself. Else, log in into Cloudflare, then go to this caching tab and click Purge Everything. Now this takes up to 30 seconds to take effect. So before testing, you shouldn't test in the same window where you have logged in into your website, because when you visit your website from the same window, you can see there is an additional bar which is called admin bar, which might get loaded in those page speed tools too. So always open an incognito window, or you can press Ctrl+Shift+N. After opening this incognito window, load your website once or twice and then go to the page speed tools such as Google Page Speed Insights or Web Page Test or Pingdom tools. First, let's start with Page Speed Insights. Copy this URL, paste it here and click Analyze. While testing your website, don't simultaneously run the test in all the tools. It will stress your server to the most. So after testing in one tool, give a few minutes of rest, such as 3 to 4 minutes, and then run the test in other tools to get a reliable result. And coming to a page test, expand this advanced settings and then click first view and repeat view. Disable this capture video, choose the browser as Chrome and test location as any location that's nearer to you, but it's better to keep it as default one. You can also choose some other devices such as mobile devices to test the mobile load time. But let me keep it as this desktop and start the test. Generally, in case of web page test, it might take around 2 to 3 minutes to complete the test. See, we have got A grade for everything and also a tick mark for effective use of CDN. But the most important thing why we are using this web page test is for this score. That is, repeat view load time under fully loaded tab. Here it is around 1.6 seconds, which is well under the benchmark timing of 3.5 seconds. This is because this website is so lightweight and you can see it's around 300 kilobytes. Now coming to Pingdom tools, choose any location that is nearer to your most visited visitors and then click on Start Test. So we have got a performance grade of A or 91, which is irrelevant here because I recommend you to see only the load time in this tool, that is Pingdom tools. If you want any opportunity suggestions, then come to Page Speed Insights and look for one. For even more suggestions, you can see Web Page Test. But to check the load time, use Repeat View Load Time under fully loaded section of Web Page Test and use Pingdom tools. Don't consider the page speed score or the recommendations given by Pingdom tools. So at the end of the day, even the page speed insight score doesn't matter if you have a faster loading website which loads under 3 or 3.5 seconds. But if you have one like me which loads under 2 seconds, then you don't even need to care about the page speed score given by Page Speed Insights or Web Page Test. In this lecture, you will know what to worry and what not. As said in the beginning of this Page Speed Technique 1, you don't need to chase 100 out of 100 Page Speed Insight score. Getting a green tick or a good score from Google's Page Speed Insights is more than enough. What really matters is the page loading time. So try to maintain a maximum of 3.5 seconds page load time in webpagetest.org. Never go beyond that. But the benchmark timings are 1.5 to 2 seconds in Pingdom tools and 3 seconds repeat view load time in webpagetest.org. Even after following our page speed techniques, if you can't get a good score in page speed insights, or if you can't get a benchmark page load time, then try the following things. Reduce external JavaScript and CSS files. Suppose if Page Speed Insights recommends a lot of JavaScript and CSS files from external domains under minification or leverage browser caching, then avoid using such plugins or widgets if not necessary. Avoid pop-up widgets or plugins to display pop-ups. It not only affects your page speed, it also affects your SEO. Try to avoid using page speed unoptimized drag and drop builders. Simply try to deviate less from the ideal scenario as far as possible. The ideal scenario is using page speed optimized, minimalistic and responsive themes. Not using external assets as much as possible. Follow our page speed technique. In the next lecture, we are going to start page speed technique 2. Welcome to the new update to this page speed SEO section. In this lecture, we are going to see a new technique from the ground up instead of following the procedure that you have seen in the page speed technique 1 of this section. This page speed technique 2 is dedicated to the users who don't want to mess up with their website by configuring a lot of plugins. And also, you should be ready to pay a premium to get this done faster and easier. Here is my website optimized using this page speed technique 2 that we are going to discuss now. You can see that my website has got a lot of videos, some testimonials, lots of CSS effects. See, lots of images and some image animations using CSS styles and lots of JavaScript too. Now, let's see how you can optimize a website like this easily using this technique. Here is the test using Pingdom Tools Page Speed Testing Tool. I have got a performance grade of 84. But as said before, in this section, don't rely much on performance grade or other details that are given by this Pingdom Tools Page Speed Testing Tool. You just need to see the load time, which is highly accurate in this tool. So, I have got something incredible, around 800 milliseconds. That's less than 1 second. Now let's move on to GTmetrix tool. Here, I have got a page load time of 1.9 seconds. But you can see that my page speed score is 98% according to Google's algorithm. When we see into the history tab, you can notice that the on-load time is 1.6 seconds average across multiple tests. Okay, let's move to the page speed insights tool. I got good grade or a green tick for both mobile and desktop. The scores are 85 for mobile and 92 for desktop. These scores were not possible with earlier versions of Rocket Catch plugin. So, if you're still using the older version, update to the latest one. This is a very heavy website. See, this website has got around 1.9 MB according to Pingdom Tools and around 1.5 MB according to GTmetrix. So this is a pretty heavy website, but still above the fold section of this website managed to load under 1 second using this technique. That's something incredible. Also, I assure you that doing or implementing this technique on your website is pretty much simple and fast. The only downside is you need to pay a premium to buy this plugin. So, if you're ready, let's see what's the technique and how you can implement it from the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see the new technique to optimize your website for the best page loading time, quick and easy. So, the secret tool that we are going to use in this technique is nothing but WP Rocket Catch plugin. This is the best premium caching plugin that I have ever seen compared to the W3 Total Cache or any other premium plugins. The first and foremost feature is it's very simple to configure and it offers the best speed possible. I am not talking about the page speed score. I am talking about the page loading time. Now let's compare a few features that WP Rocket Cache has compared to WP Super Cache or W3 Total Cache. The first thing is it can be set up very quickly. It also offers cache preloading completely, unlike the partial support from Super Cache or W3 Total Cache. And also the Google Fonts optimization, which is missing in W3 Total Cache. We used Speed Booster plugin or A3 Lazy Load plugin to enable lazy load, but this comes by default in WP Rocket Cache plugin. The minification and concatenation of JS and CSS were taken care by the Auto Optimize and Above the Fold optimization plugins that we used in the previous technique. But in this technique, all these plugins can be replaced by a single premium plugin called WP Rocket. Also, it offers complete Cloudflare compatibility, unlike W3 Total Cache. So now this WP Rocket and along with Cloudflare, we are going to optimize your website to load under 1 second. That too very easily and quickly, that I can promise. Then the last question would be, how much does this WP Rocket Cache plugin cost? Isn't it? It costs $39. When we go to this pricing table, we can see various pricings. For one site, it costs $39 and it includes 30-day money-back guarantee with 1 year of update and support. Also, let me tell you, I am in no manner affiliated to WP Rocket Cache. If you buy this plugin or not, I won't get a penny. That's just a disclaimer. Okay, now let's see how to install this WP Rocket plugin and how to configure it. Let's see that in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see how to install and configure WP Rocket Cache plugin. Once you have bought the WP Rocket Cache plugin from their website, which we have seen in the previous lecture, you will get a zip file having that plugin. Also, I will attach the URL to WP Rocket Cache plugin in this lecture as a resource. You just need to go to Plugins and then Add New. Then click on Upload Plugin button. You will get a Choose File box. Click Choose File and choose the zip file that you have got from WP Rocket website. Just select it and click Open. Now you just need to select Install Now button to install WP Rocket Cache plugin. Once the installation is over, click on Activate Plugin. You will get WP Rocket in your admin bar. And also, under the left side panel settings, and then WP Rocket. Click on it to open WP Rocket configuration. You will be taken to this WP Rocket dashboard page. Now just enable the checkboxes that I enabled here. Parallelly, I will explain you what each option will do on your website. Let's start with Cache tab. Coming down to Mobile Cache. Yes, we need to enable caching for mobile devices. Let's create a separate cache file for mobile devices. Leave the user cache disabled. If you enable it, then even logged in users like administrators, editors are all served the cached version of your website. Sometimes the small changes that you do to your website cannot be previewed until you clear the cache. That may create some unnecessary confusion. So leave it disabled. The default cache lifespan is set to 10 hours. If your site is less dynamic, that is, if your site's content won't change frequently, you can increase or decrease this accordingly. It's better to leave it to default value. Let's skip File Optimization tab for now and move on to Media tab. In our Speed Booster plugin configuration in Page Speed Technique 1, we have seen Lazy Load Images feature. Since Several websites use themes from Theme Forest or lot of plugins to display videos with several styling options. Those videos and iframes will not come under lazy load feature of Speed Booster plugin. So they unnecessarily take a lot of time to load while carrying out page speed test, and also users will experience a lot of load time. To counter that, WP Rocket offers lazy load for not only images but also iframes and videos. Generally, this should work with most of the websites. But after enabling lazy load for images, iframes and videos, click Save Changes button and preview your website. Check whether these components loads correctly. Many students skip to preview their website after this step, and later they won't be able to find which option is messing up their site. So after enabling lazy load for images and videos, click Save Changes button, then go to Dashboard, click Clear Cache button and preview your website in an incognito window and not in a new tab, as administrators will not be served the cached version of your website. Coming back to Media tab, you need to disable emoji. This will reduce the number of requests and can improve load time of your site. Coming to WordPress embeds. This disables both way of embedding. Others cannot embed your website on theirs, and you too cannot embed their website on yours. It removes the JavaScript request related to WordPress embed only. So other embeds like YouTube, Vimeo, etc. will work fine. That's it. We have completed configuring the basic cache settings and media settings. Let's hit Save Changes button and preview our websites. Whenever I say preview your website, don't skip that step. Preview in a new incognito window, that's highly essential. Let's see File Optimization tab in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see the file optimization in WP Rocket Cache plugin. Coming to File Optimization tab. This takes care of 3 plugin setups that we used in PageSpeed Technique 1. One is the minified settings under W3 Total Cache. Next is Auto Optimize plugin. And the third is Above the Fold Optimization plugin. All these 3 functions are dealt in these simple options. Under Basic Settings in this tab, we need to select all the 3. That is, Minify HTML, which removes white space and comments in HTML to reduce its size. Combine Google font files, which reduces the number of HTTP requests, and remove query strings from static resources, which can improve your page speed score in certain tools. Under CSS files, first we need to enable Minify CSS files, which does the same thing like Minify HTML. It just reduces the CSS file size. You will get a warning. Don't worry, we can uncheck this feature if it breaks your site. So go ahead and click Activate Minify CSS. This second option, that is to combine CSS files, don't enable it if you are using HTTPS protocol as well as Cloudflare. Combining CSS files may reduce HTTP requests, but it restricts parallel downloading of multiple CSS files at once. If your website has more than 4 CSS or JS files or Google fonts, this option will give you a considerable page speed boost. Generally, Theme Forest themes and plugins use a lot of CSS and JS files. For them, this option is very useful. But you don't need to use this feature if you have HTTPS on your website. If any CSS file of a plugin or your theme is causing issues when minified or concatenated, find that particular CSS file alone and add it to excluded CSS files. Generally, you won't need this option with WP Rocket Cache plugin. But if your theme or plugin is highly unoptimized for page speed, then you might need this. If you're wondering how to find the particular CSS file that is causing issues, don't worry, I shall add the documentation guides link as an external resource to this lecture. Let's leave optimize CSS delivery for now and move on to JavaScript files. But before that, click Save Changes button, clear WP Rocket Cache, open a new incognito window, preview your website, and check whether menus, widgets, and other design elements are displayed correctly after enabling these CSS options. After checking your website, come to JavaScript Files section. Here, you need to enable Minify JavaScript files to reduce JS file size. Like we got in CSS settings, here too, you will get a warning. Ignore it and activate JS minification. Leave Combine JavaScript files option disabled if you have HTTPS installed on your site. Else, activate it. If any JavaScript file of a plugin or your theme is causing issues when minified or concatenated, find that particular JS file alone and add it to excluded JavaScript files. To find that problematic JavaScript file alone, you can use the same guide that I have linked to as an external resource to this lecture. Leave Load JavaScript Deferred option unchecked and click Save Changes button. Clear WP Rocket Cache and preview your website in an incognito window. If everything works correctly, then no problem. You may continue to the next lecture. If images, videos are not loading, or some sliders are not working, or if you are not seeing some elements, you need to disable Minify JavaScript files option. Click Save Changes and check your website again. If elements are distorted, or CSS animations are not loading, or there's no formatting styles loaded, then disable Minify CSS files option, click Save Changes button and check your website again. The issue is either with your theme, which is not coded perfectly, or with your hosting, which doesn't support some essential features for minification and concatenation of CSS and JS files. If you still can't resolve the issue, take a screenshot of your website before and after configuring this File Optimization tab and post in our question answer section. Thereby, I can provide you the correct solution. We shall see the eliminate render blocking of CSS and JavaScript in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see how to eliminate render blocking of CSS and JS with WP Rocket Cache plugin. Once you have paused configuring the options that we have demonstrated till now, it means you have configured almost 90% of this WP Rocket Cache plugin. So you should have already got the maximum optimization that you can touch within your website. These advanced options are for those who wants to optimize that each and every option that they wish to play around with cache plugins. First of all, let's come to this page speed insights analysis of my website inspirearun.com. Here you can see some files are causing eliminate render blocking issue. A few of them are JavaScript, a few of them are CSS, and one is Google font. To resolve this issue, the CSS and JS files should be made to load asynchronously. Come to CSS file section and enable optimize CSS delivery option. But this may break your site's design elements if your theme is not coded properly. Whereas, if you are using a page speed optimized theme, this option will give you a significant boost in page speed score and page loading time. Now click Save Changes button, clear WP Rocket Cache, and check your site in an incognito window. After checking, come to JavaScript files section, check Load JavaScript Deferred and Safe Mode for jQuery options. This will take care of render blocking JS files. Again, click Save Changes button, clear WP Rocket Cache, and check your site in an incognito window. Sometimes, if your critical path CSS is not generated, which is a very rare scenario, then you might need to wait a few hours after activating this Optimize CSS delivery option. Even after that, if you get prioritize visible content issues in page speed insights tools, then it means you need to add a fallback critical CSS. To counter prioritize visible content issue, we can either add critical CSS or leave optimize CSS option disabled. If you choose to leave this entire option disabled, then under CSS files section, choose combine CSS files. Though this won't completely remove the render blocking issue of CSS, it can reduce the number of blocking CSS files to 1, which in turn can improve your page speed insight score than before. Whereas, if you want to create a fallback critical CSS, use the guide that I linked to as an external resource to this lecture. In case you want better page loading time or page speed score than what you have attained now, that too after loading both CSS and JS asynchronously, then you should only move to a better page speed optimized theme or a powerful server or a premium CDN service like Max CDN. In the next lecture, let's see the other options that are available in this WP Rocket Cache plugin. In this lecture, we are going to integrate Cloudflare into our WP Rocket Cache plugin. First of all, log in into your Cloudflare account and then go to this top right corner and select My Profile. You will be taken to your profile page where scroll down and you can view your global API key for Cloudflare. Now click on this View API Key button, then you will be shown your Cloudflare Global API. Just select it, copy it, and then come to Cloudflare tab on our WP Rocket Cache plugin. If you don't see Cloudflare tab, then go to Add-ons tab first, enable Cloudflare. Now the Cloudflare tab would be visible. Open the tab, paste your Cloudflare Global API key, enter your Cloudflare email in this box, and enter your domain here. Choose off for development mode and choose on for optimal Cloudflare settings if this is the only domain that you have added to Cloudflare. If you have added multiple websites, then choose off for optimal settings too. But if you have installed WP Rocket Cache in all the other domains that you have added to Cloudflare, then also you can choose on under this optimal settings option. If you are using HTTPS everywhere, that is, if you have installed SSL certificate on your domain and chosen flexible SSL on Cloudflare, then choose on here. Else, if you are using HTTP protocol, then choose off. Though I use HTTPS everywhere, I chose to use off for this option since I am using full option under Cloudflare SSL instead of flexible. You may do that too. This is a widely compatible and safer option. Click Save Changes button and then click Clear all Cloudflare cache files. As of now, you have completed configuring WP Rocket Cache plugin to the 100%. Beyond this, there are a few settings which doesn't affect your page loading time or page speed grade at any cost. They are just a few tools and options. Let's see them in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see the remaining options and tools that are available in WP Rocket Cache plugin. Coming to the database tab, here we can see post cleanup, comments cleanup, transients cleanup, database cleanup, and some other too. What this essentially does is almost same as WP Database or WP Optimizer plugin in our previous page speed optimization technique. This tab just replaces those entire plugins. Now let's see what you can do with this tab. Just select revisions, auto drafts, trashed posts, spam comments, trashed comments, and then click optimize button. When you click on this button, all the checkboxes that you have checked will be deleted from your database. That is, your database will be cleaned. What is the post revisions? Whenever you publish a post, the first revision is created. And whenever you make a change, for each change you make and for the each time you click on the update button, a revision is created. So normally you don't require the previous revisions of changes that you have made. So when you check on this checkbox and click optimize, those revisions will get deleted. Similarly, you can delete all the auto drafts, trust post, spam, trust comments, and unused tables in your database. You can even schedule automatic cleanup too. You may consider weekly or monthly automatic cleanup options. But coming to transients, I don't recommend to clear expired or all transients. Sometimes this may mess up with your database. So don't do this. That is, don't check these two checkboxes. Remaining checkboxes doesn't matter. If you still want to clean them, go clean it. Else just uncheck them and check the ones that you want and then click optimize. If you're so lazy to clean your website periodically, you can choose automatic cleanup. But I recommend you to manually run it whenever you are free or whenever you have got lots of revisions or drafts or trust posts. Let's move to WP Rocket Dashboard tab. Whenever you click Clear Cache, you can do a preload cache, and when you click on this preload cache, all the cache files that are cleared will get preloaded automatically. Coming to Preload tab, when you choose Automatic, then WP Rocket Cache automatically preloads your contents and creates the cached files automatically whenever you clear cache. But this may add some unnoticed overload on your server. So choose Manual and select Save Changes. If you're using a sitemap already, then enter the URL of that sitemap here and activate the automatic sitemap preloading. If you have installed Yoast SEO plugin, then WP Rocket Cache should automatically detect it. If you don't have Yoast SEO XML sitemap installed yet, then you can manually enter your sitemap URL here. The sitemap creation process is explained in the next section, but just be aware, if you choose to preload your cache, whenever you clear the cache, your server will get a lot of stress to load all your pages and cache them. So it's upon you to decide whether to activate this automatic preloading or not. Coming to CDN. If you have bought any CDN from Amazon or Mac CDN or any other CDN network, then you can enable CDN and configure it under this tab. But at this point of time, instead of going to CDN, I advise you to go to Cloud Hosting plus Cloudflare. That will give you the best possible speed for your website. Keep CDN as the last option. Let's go to Add-ons tab again. This is the last option that we are going to see in this lecture. If you enable Varnish, the varnish cache will be purged or cleaned every time whenever you clear WP Rocket Cache. You should activate this option only when your server is using varnish. If you don't know or if you are not sure whether your server is using varnish, then just uncheck this option. But how can you know whether your server is using varnish or not? It's simple. Just ask your hosting provider. Just write a ticket or do live chat with them and check it. Now come to dashboard. Here comes the tools such as Clear Cache, Preload Cache, Purge Op Cache that is similar to Varnish Clear Cache and Regenerate Critical CSS. These are available under WP Rocket admin bar also. Come to Tools tab now. You can backup your WP Rocket Cache plugins configuration and later you can choose that backup to restore those configuration. With this, you have successfully configured all of this WP Rocket Cache plugins options. Regarding this WP Rocket Cache plugin alone, apart from my help, you also get the support from this plugin's author, since you have paid a premium to buy this plugin. Enter a summary of what's going wrong or what trouble you are facing in one sentence here. Under description box, explain your issue and click Send Your Ticket button. That's it. You will get response from the WP Rocket Cache author himself. In this lecture, we are going to create a sitemap for your WordPress website. What is a sitemap? It's nothing but a web page which contains every link that is to be indexed in your website. This web page consists of just links alone. Now let's see how to create it. Go to Plugins and then click Add New. Search for Yoast SEO. Install this plugin. Once installed, activate the plugin. Now go to SEO on the left side panel and click General. Then go to Features tab and make sure XML sitemaps feature is turned on. This is the sitemap that is created by Yoast SEO plugin. When Google crawls this page, it will detect all these links and it will follow all these links, which will contain a list of other links. This list contains all the posts in my website, and this link contains all the pages of my website. So, to submit the entire sitemap to Google or other search engines, then you can use this sitemap URL. That is yourdomain.com/sitemap.xml or sitemap_index.xml. We have installed Yoast SEO plugin and we have created XML sitemap in this lecture. In the next lecture, we will learn how to add our website to Google Search Console. In this lecture, let's see how to add our website to Google Search Console. Go to Google Search Console first. In Search Console, our websites are referred to as properties. You can add your website to Search Console in two different ways. One, as domain. Two, as URL prefix. If you enter your website's domain name under domain property option, then all versions of your website are included by default, such as example.com includes HTTP and HTTPS versions, naked domain, subdomains, and all the interior paths of all the previous mentioned versions. So, if you simply want to add all the versions of your domain, use this domain property type. But this method requires a DNS verification to verify the ownership of this domain name, which we will discuss in this lecture soon. If you enter your website's domain name under URL prefix property option, then that particular exact version of your domain would be included. Generally, this property type is used to track data for multiple segments of your site. For example, if you want to track the Search Console data of a particular subpath or a subdomain of your website, then you can use this URL prefix property type. Let's see one more practical example. If you have a travel site with specific subpaths covering Ireland, France, and Spain, you can create individual Search Console properties for the following URLs. 1. example.com/France. 2. example.com/Ireland. 3. example.com/Spain. And 4. m.example.com for your mobile site. For more comprehensive details on differences between domain property and URL prefix property, use the external resource link attached to this lecture. Almost all of our students are good to go with domain property type. So let me add my URL under this option. Once you have entered the URL or your website address, click Continue. Google will ask you to confirm the ownership of that web address. You can confirm your ownership by adding a DNS record in your domain name provider. To use this method, you must sign in to your domain name provider. For example, GoDaddy.com or NetworkSolutions.com, etc. And add a new text record. If you have already configured Cloudflare, then you need to add this text record in Cloudflare DNS settings. Google will verify that your personal record is present and assigned to your domain. Each DNS record associates a specific user with a specific domain. To verify using a DNS record, follow these 3 steps. Step 1. Get your text record. When asked to verify your property, you will be given a string value. Copy it to use it in the next step. Step 2. Add the text record to your domain provider. You need to add your text record to your domain provider's record or the Cloudflare's records if you have already added Cloudflare to your domain. Under DNS settings, add a new text record and paste the string value you copied from the previous step. Under name field, enter @ for normal domains and the subdomain name for subdomains and click Add Record. Step 3. Verify your property in Search Console. Open your unverified property in Search Console or switch to your unverified property using the property selector. When prompted, click Verify. Successful attempts should be verified immediately, whereas DNS changes may take some time to verify. If Google can't find your record immediately, wait a day and try step 3 again. To stay verified, don't remove the DNS record even after the verification succeeds. If you face any issues while verifying your website, use the external resource link provided in this lecture. Once you have added and verified the first property, if you want to add additional properties, open this menu, click on this drop-down list and click Add Property. Then repeat the steps that are said in this lecture. In the next lecture, you will learn how to add your website sitemap to Google Search Console. In this lecture, you are going to see how to add a sitemap of your website to Google Search Console. First of all, check whether you have your sitemap created, for which go to the URL yourdomain.com/sitemap.xml or yourdomain.com/sitemap_index.xml. In the Search Console dashboard, click Menu, click the desired property. Under Index section, click on Sitemaps. Then enter https yourdomain.com/sitemap.xml and click Submit. Once submitted successfully, you will get this message. That is, Google will periodically process it and look for changes. You will be notified if anything goes wrong in the future, which means this is a one-time process. If you make further modifications to the contents of the sitemap, you don't need to submit it again. Google would sense and crawl it automatically. In case if any errors like 404 errors are found on your sitemap links, you will be notified here in Search Console and on your email too, based on your notification preferences. You can see the list of all the sitemaps, their submission date, last crawled or last read date, and the corresponding discovered URLs in your sitemap. If you click on the link of any sitemap listed below, it will show the list of sitemaps available inside that sitemap, such as page sitemap and post sitemap listed here. When we go to coverage on the left sidebar or the See Index Coverage option shown here, you will be taken to this page where you will be shown the errors, valid URLs and excluded URLs. Both excluded URLs and error URLs won't be included in Google search results, but excluded URLs are the ones which we voluntarily exclude from being shown on Google search page using no index tags such as secret contest page or a free resource page exclusive for members or duplicate URLs with canonical tags, etc. So the only thing we need to care is this error URLs. Though I have 16 errors in my sitemap, you can see that the number of issue is just 1. Like other URLs that I have blocked using robots.txt, I have blocked these 16 URLs too. These are affiliate links. Hence I blocked them from being indexed. But Yoast SEO included these affiliate links in my sitemap previously, which I have excluded now. But Search Console will take some time to fix this error. This is how we can analyze and know the errors shown in Search Console. Later, we can make the modifications on our website accordingly. In this lecture, you will learn how to find out the top performing keywords of your site. You need to enter into Google Search Console and select your website. Then you need to go to Performance section. This will fetch you a list of keywords or queries which people use or search on Google to reach your website. Now these are the top keywords of my website in this date range. I might have targeted several other keywords in my website, but these are the keywords that are getting the most clicks from the Google search results. It also means that these are the keywords that have higher search relevancy to the pages or articles that are present on my site. Instead, if you want to find out the keyword in which you already rank in the first page of Google, you need to click on Filter Rows icon, click on Position, choose Smaller Than, enter the value as 10 and click Done. Now these are all the keywords for which this website ranks in the first page of Google search. So up to my 10th position keyword, if I write an article or blog post on them, then I will straight away reach the first page of Google. Now assume that I want to know what are all the posts that rank better or that get the most traffic for this particular keyword, that is AMD A10 release date. So I need to select or click on this AMD A10 release date keyword and go to Pages section. We can also see the country-wise or device-wise stats via these countries and devices tab respectively. You can use the filter icon and filter the stats here too. If you want, you can also download all these data as a CSV file or export it to Google Sheets directly, where you can get all the details such as CTR, search position, etc. So this is how you can interpret the results of Google Search Console. This top performing keywords data is not just a data to feel proud of. Actually, you can make use of them and implement a few changes on your site. For example, I might have optimized my previous articles or news for the keyword AMD graphic cards. But my actual top ranking keyword might be best budget AMD graphic card. In that case, I should go back to my article and add a few paragraphs related to this new top ranking keyword, or optimize my page for this new keyword. If 3 or more pages on your site compete among themselves for the same keyword, like you saw mine a few minutes back, then consolidate the information on all those pages and publish the consolidated information in any one of that competing page. Then make a 301 redirect from other pages to this new consolidated page. If those other pages are important in some way that you want them not to be redirected, then add a canonical tag targeting the URL of the new consolidated page in those other pages. I shall add an external link to this lecture to know more about canonical tags. Don't forget to go through that. In the past, links were the primary SEO factor for search engine rankings. And that was also the reason for the high tactical manipulations in this sector over a long period. These times are over a few years back. Links will continue to lose relevance in the age of semantic context and machine learning, where user experience and content relevance are gaining more importance recently. Search engines like Google are getting improved in ranking the best and the most relevant content. Also, with the evolution of mobile devices like smartphones, fresh and most shared content gets higher rankings. For certain niche topics, a high ranking is possible today without a large number of high quality backlinks. With increase in search traffic from mobile devices, web pages are often liked or shared and not actively linked like before. The increasing role of apps and app rankings in organic search reduces the importance of backlinks. Backlinks continue to be a part of the SEO algorithm, but now they are termed as just another SEO factor and no longer the primary SEO factor to achieve high Google rankings. In the next lecture, you will learn the important terminologies used in backlinks or link building. In this lecture, you are going to learn the basic terminologies used in SEO. Generally, from SEO point of view, backlinks are of two types, nofollow and dofollow links. Before explaining what is a nofollow or dofollow link, you need to know the technical difference between them. In HTML, a link or a backlink is written as less than arrow a href equal to quote open inspirearound.com quote close greater than symbol inspirearound less than symbol / a and then greater than symbol. Here the anchor word is inspirearound, which is visible to the normal user. When the user clicks on this anchor word, it will take him to the target web page mentioned between the href attribute in the a tag. The above HTML link is an example of a dofollow link. If I add rel equal to nofollow attribute inside a tag, then it will become a nofollow link. Nofollow attribute will request the search engine not to pass the link juice from the source page to the linked page or the target page. Link juice is nothing but the domain authority or search engine visibility, which we saw in the technical SEO section. Earlier, Google itself released a few extensions or plugins to see the page rank of every domain and its interior pages. But from March 2016, Google removed the visibility of PageRank to the public. PageRank or link juice or domain authority or search engine visibility of a domain name or a web page are all one and the same. Based on the PageRank only, Google used to decide the authenticity of the content in your website. PageRank mainly depends on the number of dofollow links that your domain have from authentic websites. So, your domain authority neither directly depends upon nofollow links nor the dofollow links from low quality websites. Let me ask you a simple question. Website A has got 1000 dofollow backlinks and website B has got 10 dofollow backlinks. Which website would rank high on Google search engine? Let's see the answer in the next lecture. In this lecture, you will learn the impact of number of backlinks to a website and its search engine ranking. Here, solid line denotes desktop search rankings and dotted line denotes mobile search rankings. As said before, the absolute number of backlinks doesn't matter. That's why it's mentioned in percent in y-axis. You could have noticed for desktop search results, from 4th to 20th search result, there's no difference in the percentage of number of backlinks compared to 1, 2 and 3. The same goes for mobile too, but a small difference in case of mobile is the difference between second and third search ranking is comparatively prominent than desktop search rankings. Total number of backlinks to a domain equal to number of do follow links plus number of no follow links to that domain. So let's verify the above concept with these two graphs too. Except for the difference in correlation factor, all three graphs looks exactly similar, which means website A having 1000 do follow backlinks cannot outrank website B with 10 do follow backlinks purely based on number of do follow backlinks alone, unless website A ranks 1 for such particular keywords. If both website A and B ranks below the third search result, then the number of do follow or no follow backlinks doesn't matter at all. But if your website is not in the first 30 search results for any relevant keyword, then getting a few authentic do follow links would boost your search ranking from nowhere to top 30 search results. Now, let me make a small change to the previous example. Website A has got 50 backlinks from 10 different or unique domains, whereas website B has got 50 backlinks from 5 different or unique domains. Which one do you think would rank high on Google? Let's see the answer in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to see two different things. 1. Number of referring domains to your website. 2. Number of domains linked from the URL. Let's start with referring domains. In the last lecture, I asked you a question. Website A has 50 backlinks from 10 different domains and website B has 50 backlinks from 5 different domains. The number of different domains that refer to a home page is increasing year by year, which is clearly evident from the graph. This trend is particularly true for brands, as they continue to occupy the top ranking positions, and their growth in terms of referring domains is also clearly visible. Hence, brand awareness and relevant content generate more backlinks from different domains over time. So, in our example, website A with backlinks from 10 different domains will rank higher than website B, which has got backlinks from 5 different referring domains only. Let's move on to the next SEO factor. Number of domains linked from the URL. First, let me make you clear what this SEO factor is. Let's assume that website P links to website X, Y, Z on one of its page. Website Q links to Y, Z and 8 other websites on one of its page. Website R links to X and 2 others on one of its page. In this case, you could have easily guessed that website X would rank higher than website Y and Z. If you are still unclear, let me explain it further. If you assume P, Q and R all have a link juice of 30 points, then website P gives 30 divided by 3, that is equal to the same 10 points to all 3, that is X, Y and Z. Website Q gives 30 divided by 10, that is equal to 3 points to each link or website it links to. So Y and Z gets 3 points each. Website R gives 30 divided by 3, that is equal to 10 points to each link or website it links to. So X gets 10 points from website R. Now let's add all the points for X, Y and Z. X equal to 10 plus 0 plus 10 equal to 20 points. Y and Z equal to 10 plus 3 plus 0 equal to 13 points. Hence, website X will rank higher than Y and Z. This example highly simplifies the concept employed in actual algorithm to make you understand how the flow of link juice works when more than one link is provided in any given page. With the increase in number of domains, linked from the URL, the amount of link juice flows to your website gets reduced. Hence, your search ranking will reduce. Whether the outgoing links target to different domains or same domain, the effect is same. See the graph here in number of external links from the URL. In this research data, the outgoing links to different domains are ignored. Just the number of outgoing links are taken into account. Here the graph is even more linear. That's why it's necessary to get quality backlink. Quality backlink refers to a backlink from an authentic website. The lower the number of links to other websites on the backlink page, the better the SEO benefits for your website. The thumb rule is that if a web page already has 4 or more do-follow outbound links or external links, forget getting a backlink from that web page because it will negatively affect your SEO ranking as the correlation factors are negative. Before moving into the next lecture, let me give you a simple question. Website A and B deals with same keyword or topic. Website A has got a backlink with its keyword as anchor word. Website B has got a backlink with its brand name as anchor word. Which one would rank higher? Let's see the answer in the next lecture. In this lecture, you will understand the impact of backlinks with keyword in anchor text on your search rankings. This is a risky SEO factor. If Google considers your backlinks with keyword in anchor text as unnatural, then your search rankings will reduce even from the current level as Penguin algorithm would kick in. Google has taken several steps to combat unnatural link building. This SEO factor is seen as one such factor. When Penguin 3.0 rollout was done by Google, many websites got hit by it and lost search rankings. On average, 20% of backlinks still have keyword in anchor text. This figure has reduced from 29% to 26% over the years. So the percentage of links with keyword as anchor word continues to decline. If you're building backlinks now, or if you're going to build, then think long term. In the next 1 to 2 years, almost 90% of backlinks won't have keywords in it. So it's better to be safe than to lose all your search traffic. Don't worry about the natural backlinks that your users or customers share or build with keyword as anchor text. Natural backlinks are not an issue here. Google knows you a lot better than you actually think it does. So one day or other, you will get caught if you build backlinks unnaturally. On the other side, domain name or brand name in anchor text is increasing every year. The main reason is brand and URL links are natural, whereas keyword links are not, in most cases. Because in the current world, people just share the URL of homepage or the interior page directly. They don't spend time in writing HTML tags with attributes and anchor words. I ended the last lecture with a question. That is, website A and B deals with same keyword or topic. Website A has got a backlink with its keyword as anchor word. Website B has got a backlink with its brand name as anchor word. Which one would rank higher? Neglecting all other variables, website A would rank higher as of now. But in 12 to 18 months, website A will lose that advantage. At that time, website B and A will rank equally, which means the ranking will be decided based on other factors. To conclude, if there's a natural chance of getting a backlink with your entire post or page title as anchor word, you can make use of that. In all other cases, use your domain name or brand name as anchor word, which will look more natural to the eyes of Google. In the next lecture, let's see the importance of backlinks from news sites in search engine rankings. In this lecture, let's see the importance of backlinks from news sites in search engine rankings. Generally, news sites mention the source website or the domain name of the source news in the body of their news or at the bottom. Some news websites directly link to the original news page, whereas some other just link to the home page of the source website. If your website publishes a news or press release of your newly announced product or services, then news websites may publish that matter and link back to your homepage as the news source. The top 10 search results in Google, which had 333 backlinks from news sites on average, has risen to 522 backlinks within a year. As said before, if your website publishes news or press releases, then this SEO factor plays a crucial part in your search rankings, as the correlation factor is 22% and is rising year by year. The reason for first 3 results with lower backlinks from the news sites is those 3 search results are newer compared to the rest of the search results. It's obvious that newer content would have lesser backlinks than older content. Search results from 4 to 10 have got higher number of backlinks from news websites, but still they rank behind the search results 1 to 3. We have already discussed the reason in the beginning of this section. Number of backlinks doesn't matter after third search result. What matters is the quality of backlinks or the amount of link juice flowing through each backlink and not the number of backlinks. Let me feed your knowledge with a question before we move on to the next lecture. Website A gets 10 backlinks every week on average, and it's a 10-year-old website, whereas website B gets 100 backlinks every week on average, and it's an year-old website. But today, both website A and B have got similar number of backlinks with similar quality. Which website will rank better for a given related keyword? Let's see the answer in the next lecture. In this lecture, you will learn the impact of backlink age in search ranking. If you have a look at the correlation factor, then you will realize that you can't skip this SEO factor. 19% correlation is not too small to ignore. Google still keeps this as a SEO factor to combat unnatural link building practices, because year by year the correlation factor and the average backlink age are increasing. Now imagine that a millionaire's kid starts a new blog on gadget news and reviews. The kid spends tens of thousands of dollars in buying backlinks. Within a month, the new website has got 1 million backlinks. Will it be ethical to rank that kid's new website over all the others? That's the reason the top 10 search results have an average backlink of 470 days compared to 389 days of top 30. Also, the difference in backlink age is very prominent between the top 5 websites. If we take the question that I asked in the previous lecture, then the answer is very clear now, isn't it? It can be inferred that website A is getting backlinks linearly over time with older backlinks, whereas website B should have got a sudden surge of backlinks recently, which can be due to a few viral contents. So in this case, website A would rank higher than website B when we take backlink age SEO factor into account. In the next lecture, let's wrap up this section. From a statistical point of view, backlinks are still a factor that correlates with high rankings. Though the correlation factor is high, it's getting reduced significantly as each year passes. According to research data, the relevance of links will decline in favor of other factors in future. Even now, links will be viewed in the same way as social signals, such as Facebook shares, tweets. When your website or brand deals with a particular theme or niche, just mentioning your domain name or brand name without even linking them plays an important role in improving the search rankings. Nowadays, a major part of backlinks don't have the keyword as anchor word. Just the domain name or the brand name is used as anchor text. But surprisingly, they are being linked to interior pages rather than the home page. These changes are consciously made by webmasters after the rollout of Penguin algorithm update and its iterations by Google. These algorithm updates were aimed at fighting the unnatural link building practices followed by webmasters and SEO agents. Year by year, proportion of nofollow links against do-follow links are getting increased significantly, denoting the increase in natural links and decrease in the importance of do-follow links. Now, let's summarize the inferences that we have seen in various research data seen in this section. Number of backlinks doesn't help you to improve your rank if you are already ranking in the top 30 search results. It only helps you to compete between 1, 2 and 3rd search position, and when you don't rank even in the top 30 search results. Also, the number of do-follow backlinks have got lower importance than the number of no-follow backlinks. Instead of just concentrating on getting more backlinks, you should concentrate on getting backlinks from different domains. Try to get backlinks from web pages that have a fewer outbound links, such as 4 to 5, including yours. Backlinks with keyword in anchor text are getting reduced year by year. If your website doesn't have any backlinks yet, you don't need to stress yourself with this factor, as Google often sees backlinks with keyword in anchor text as unnatural links. Natural links often have the domain name or brand name as the anchor word. Concentrate on that alone, that's enough. Whereas, if your website already has a lot of backlinks and you're trying to rank much higher, then you may concentrate on building backlinks with keyword in anchor text. Number of backlinks from news sites have got higher search ranking influence compared to that from other websites. If your website publishes news or press releases, then concentrate more on this SEO factor. The more the age of your backlinks, higher will be your ranking. Google uses this SEO factor to combat unnatural link building. With this, you have successfully completed this section. In this lecture, you are going to see why user experience matters. I have got you 8 important reasons why this user experience matters for both your visitors as well as for the Google bot. The bot can also be termed as the Google spider, which indexes your website. Internal link structure and page information structure both are important ranking factors in the point of view of a visitor to your site and also in the point of view of Google bot. Pages with images in search engine result pages have increased considerably compared to 2014, whereas pages with video integration in search engine result pages has fallen considerably. This decline is mainly due to the Google's decision on July 2014 not to display video thumbnails in their search engine result pages for smaller content websites and unpopular video portals. So from then, normal Google web results displays videos from popular sites only, such as YouTube, Dailymotion, Vimeo, etc. But inserting images and embedding videos into your content enhances both the user experience and also improves the user signals that are being sent to Google from your website. the number of images and videos are found to be more in posts which are of gallery or tutorial types. Here comes another observation. In 2014, pages with more number of images have ranked better, which means these type of galleries and tutorials are ranking better than normal posts. In search metrics research, they have found that the content on higher ranking pages is better structured and they contain more interactive elements. And also, they found those contents to be comprehensive and interpretable for both the users and the Google bot. So simply, higher the ranking, better was the structure of the website. So you should infer that if you maintain a better structure, higher will be your ranking. Percentage of Google AdSense or ad choices integration in top 30 rankings have fallen considerably compared to 2014. So this doesn't mean that those top websites have opted out of AdSense or ad choices. Means that pages which are not displaying any ads has come up compared to pages which display ads. And also, the top positions are mostly dominated by websites which have responsive themes or non-Flash content. That means the websites which don't use Flash. Above all, these user signals that are sent to Google acts as a direct feedback of the user experience and satisfaction on your website. So this affects the ranking of your website. That is why user experience matters. In the next lecture, you will learn how many internal links you can provide in every post of your website. In this lecture, we are going to see the SEO factor internal links. This is one of the SEO factor belonging to user experience. Let's start with the search metrics keyword research graph. You can see that the overall increase from 2014 to 2015 is around 18 internal links. When you compare the top 10 search results, the average internal links in 2014 was just 131, which is now 150. So the average increase in top 10 search results is 19. When you consider the top 30 search results, average internal links was 115 in 2014, which has become 132 in 2015. Don't assume that these many internal links are in content alone. These are links from header, sidebar and footer too, which are almost in every page of every website. Here is a post from my site. You can see the top posts and pages, recent posts, categories, archives, and related posts, photo menu, the previous and next post, header menu. All these links are counted when you calculate the total internal links in a page. So the total links in my post may come around 50 to 60, which is sort of 90 links compared to top 10 search results. So how can you increase these internal links site-wide? You can add top or recent comments, popular posts, etc. But don't set this 150 or 132 as some benchmark or like that. If you want an exact number that you should add in your post or content, then add one highly relevant internal link for every 100th word. Do this only if it's relevant. Also, if possible, add some teaser in between the content and link to your old articles. For example, you can write like this. If you haven't read my XYZ post, then you can click here to read it. We will see how to add these things in your post under content section. For now, let me show you how Engadget.com adds internal links in their post. This is one of the recent posts published just 11 hours ago, and you can see all these underlines or internal links to other articles in Engadget.com. All these internal links are highly related to this post. Also, they have added some external links too. This is one of the live examples of how to deal with internal links. You need to ensure only one thing, that is, the user browses 2+ pages after clicking on the search result. If not 2+ pages, make sure that he clicks at least one other page on your site. This should be done to reduce the bounce rate of that search result, because this user signal will be sent to Google about the user's experience on your site. Remember one thing, lower the bounce rate, higher will be your search engine ranking. If you wonder what is bounce rate, then you will learn what is a bounce rate, how to reduce it or how to deal with it in this section, but in the upcoming lectures. In the next lecture, let's see another SEO factor, images. In this lecture, we are going to see the next SEO factor, that is number of images. Compared to the average of 2014, there is an overall increase of around 2 images in 2015. One of the main reasons for increase in file size that we saw in technical factors section is this increase in number of images. But remember how we had overcome those with lazy load images functionalities using Speed Booster plugin and image optimization in page speed section. So all these three things correlate with each other. In the top 10 search results, the increase in file size is due to the increase in number of images, but they are compensated by the increase in page speed too. So there is almost no change in the ranking, or there is slight improvement in the ranking for these top 10 search results. Have you understood the cycle? Else just rewind back the last 15 seconds to make that clear. Let me show you an example. What is a computer? This is a keyword that I have searched for in the Google search engine, and I have opened the top 4 search results. You can see that the first search result consists of a gallery of images for the term what is a computer, and this is how it appeared in the first of Google search result. You can see that gcflearnfree.org, and this is gcflearnfree.org. See, the content is very thin, but because of these gallery of images, this managed to appear first in the search result for the term what is a computer. The second search result consists of only 1 images, but there are lots of internal links to the other post in this site, and this is how it managed to appear second in the search result. The third search result has got a combination of some other factors which we are going to see in the upcoming sections and lectures, but they have also optimized this article with internal links and outbound links with optimized keywords. Owing to this, the bounce rate for this page should be comparatively lower than the other 2 pages. Coming to the fourth search result, this post has got both internal links as well as images to bring it to number 4 in the search result. From the user point of view, even if the user doesn't have a mood to read the entire post, the first thing he will glance over are the images. So adding relevant images increases the time spent on site, also reduces the bounce rate. So over time, these user signals will give you a ranking boost. Sometimes search results directly link to galleries. For example, when you search for interior design examples, the top 3 search results gives you nothing but a gallery of images. You can see here, all these 3 are just a gallery with very thin content. And the top second and third search result are shared by the same website, that is Design Your Way. I have also made another search for fashion trends 2016. Even in this term, the top 3 search results are just a gallery of images. And in this case too, the second and third search results are shared by the same website, that is Harper Bazaar. Sometimes the users expect these galleries for search terms like this, fashion trends or interior design examples like that. So it's nothing wrong in just directing them to gallery, right? Not only this, if you add more images in your post, it will also bring in Google Images traffic. But you need to optimize your images to bring Google Images traffic to your site. You will learn how to optimize your images to bring in the Google Images traffic in the upcoming lectures in content section. But in the next lecture, you will learn how to add copyright-free related images for free of cost to your post from Google Images. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to add copyright-free related images from Google Images to your website. So let me tell you an example for the term interior design examples. So these are the results, that is the normal web results. Now go to images. Until this step you would have done earlier for finding related images. But what's so special in this lecture? When you click on some pictures that you like, then Google may say you that images may be subject to copyright. There is a serious issue in this picture because I have seen several webmasters who paid fine of more than $8,000 to $10,000 for posting a copyright picture which they are not aware of. So hereby I make you aware of this thing and don't make the same mistake those webmasters have done. So how to take a copyright-free related images? For the same term, interior design examples, go to search tools and then click on usage rights. Then if you are using this image for non-commercial reuse, then select labeled for non-commercial reuse with modification. If you are using for commercial purpose or if you are going to monetize the page in which you are going to post this image, then choose labeled for reuse with modification. If you are not going to modify the image or if you are not going to even watermark it, then you can choose labeled for reuse. Now all these images are copyright free images. You can use them in your website and you will not be fined for using them. But in this lecture, I am going to tell you some other criteria with which you can even narrow down your results. First one is, if you want a cartoon or a clip art, then go to type and then choose clip art or line drawing. Then all the images that will appear will be a clip art. But if you want a photo, then click photo as the image type. You will get all the photos and the clipboards or drawings will be removed from this search result. Next, let's go to size. Most of you won't like a smaller images to be posted on your website because almost all the devices that users are using have got high resolution displays, right? So you may wish to choose large in the size to get a larger images such as above 1000 pixels in width and nearing to 1000 pixels in height. So none of these images will appear pixelated when you add them to your site. But if you are very particular about the size, you can go to larger than and then choose any size here. For example, if I choose larger than 2 megapixel, then all the images that appear will have the resolution more than 2 megapixels. Not only this, you can also narrow them down by color. That is, if you want a black and white interior design examples, then here it goes. All these images are black and white interior design examples. If you want a particular color, for example green, then you can choose green and here are the green. If you want to narrow them down using time, that is past 24 hours or past week or custom range, then you can choose a date here. Also, you can opt to show the sizes of these images. When you choose show sizes, then the dimensions of these images will be displayed at the bottom of each of them. At last comes the safe search. For some terms, you may come across some adult or pornographic images, and in such case, if you want to filter those search results, then go to safe search and click filter explicit results. This will also block those search results with high violence that are not meant for ages below 13. If at all you want to clear all these customizations or filters, then click clear to get the default interior design examples. This is how you can narrow down the search results and get copyright-free related images to be added on your website. In the next lecture, let's see the SEO factor, video integration. In this lecture, we are going to see how video integration acts as an SEO factor in Google search results. Recently, Google modified or optimized their search algorithm, and they are no more displaying video snippets in their normal search results for infamous content websites or small video platforms. To put it more clearly, Google displays only the search results of large video platforms such as YouTube, Vimeo, or Dailymotion, and they are no more displaying the video snippets from small content websites. Here I have searched for Auto Expo videos in google.com in videos search, and you can see that in the top 10 search results, only one of the search result is from ndtv.com, which is also a video platform but considerably smaller than YouTube, Vimeo, or Dailymotion. But still, it's larger than most other smaller content websites. You can see the link here. NDTV is one of the most popular video platforms in India. So getting a place in Google video searches with your new or moderate traffic content website for a video exclusively is impossible nowadays. Even if you upload your video to some other video platforms such as Vimeo or Dailymotion, the probability of getting ranked or getting higher search engine ranking in Google video search is very low. This is because you can see that out of the top 10 search results, 9 of the search results are from youtube.com alone. So if you upload your video to Vimeo or Dailymotion or Metacaf, some other smaller video platforms compared to YouTube, and even if you upload your video to your website, then the probability of appearing in video searches is very low. Also, your site won't appear on these search engine result pages exclusively for video anymore. That's why we can see a fall from 2014 to 2015 in video integration in this search metrics research. Let's take this fourth spot. In 2014, around 6.5% of the search results have got video integration. But in 2015, it has got reduced to 4.8%. So you should not infer it like video integration has got no SEO value. Actually, it's the reverse. How do I infer that? Because if you add videos to your site like this is a sample post from our Udemy SEO website, and here is a random video I have added. If you add a video like this, then you are indirectly increasing the user's time spent on your site, which also reduces the bounce rate, and people tend to share the content which have got funny videos or viral videos. Thus it increases the overall user experience. So I recommend you to add 1 or 2 relevant video to your content in your post. In the next lecture, let's see how you can add related videos from YouTube to your content. In this lecture, you're going to learn how to add related YouTube videos to your content. Here is the random YouTube video I have added to my WordPress post. Let's see how we can do this. This is a plugin which we need to download, install and activate in our WordPress to add related video to our WordPress post. This plugin has got 100,000 plus installs and 150 plus reviews. So go to Add Plugins page and search for YouTube. The first plugin will be the one that you need to install and activate. To speed up the process, I have already installed and activated this plugin. So let's edit this new post. Let's have a preview of this post before adding the video. This is how this post looks like before adding the video. So let's add some video. It's always a good idea to add a video after this read more tag. So let's add in this spot. Now click this YouTube button to open the YouTube Visor. These 3 features are from YouTube Pro, that is Pro version of this plugin. To add a related video, click search for a video, a channel playlist or a channel gallery to insert. If you want to directly choose a particular YouTube playlist or a video, then you can directly paste link of that YouTube video and choose this radio button. But if you don't know the URL of that YouTube video, then you can search for it by opting for this radio button and typing the keyword. Let's search for Auto Expo videos. Hit this search button. Here you have got a list of videos that you can insert into your post. You can either click insert into editor button or you can copy this code and paste it in your post wherever you want. Let's insert this video. Of course, you cannot customize how this embedded video looks like because that belongs to pro version of this plugin. So let's just insert this video into editor. Now click update button. Once the post has got updated, click view post. Here comes the video. One of the important features of this plugin is that this YouTube embedded video will be of responsive type. That is, if I reduce the width of the browser or if you change from device to device, this YouTube embedded video will be changing its dimensions according to the device or width of the browser. This is what we call as responsive. So let's check how this video plays. So it works, isn't it? This is how you can easily add the related videos to your content. In the next lecture, let's see how responsive web design acts as an SEO factor in Google search results. In this lecture, we are going to learn how responsive design acts as a search engine ranking factor in Google search results. As I say regularly, the first search result is mostly an exception case. But here, the second search result also falls into this category because Wikipedia comes mostly in the second search result for the keywords researched, and it employs a responsive web design. That's why 40% of the second search result has got responsive design. So what is a responsive web design? Here is a sample post from Wikipedia about advanced micro devices, that is AMD company. And you can see that this website looks normal under normal circumstances. But when I start to reduce the width of this browser, you can see that the text starts reflow. And as I reduce the width completely, you can see most of the elements are rearranging themselves, but still the font size remains the same. Have you noticed that? This is called responsive web design. So when you employ this kind of web design, you don't need to employ a separate website for mobile, a separate website for tablets, and another design for higher size displays like monitor, TV, etc. So this is called the responsive web design. But how you can check whether your website is responsive or not? Here comes the 4 tools with which you can check whether your website is responsive or not. The first one is mattkersley.com. Here you just need to enter the URL of your website. I have searched for inspireroom.com and it automatically populates the search result under a small phone resolution, iPhone resolution, small tablet resolution, and also iPad portrait resolution. You can also scroll down on these websites and you can see how your website looks like in these devices. A similar test website is responsivetest.net. Here you can choose different devices itself. For example, iPhone 4, Samsung Galaxy S4. You can also scroll through how your website looks like. Even you can open several other posts like this. So this is how you can verify how your individual post looks like, how your home page looks like, etc. You can also choose from a range of devices such as Asus tablets, Samsung tablets, or Apple MacBook Air or other laptops. You can also choose from desktop computers also. The next tool is Responsive Design Checker. This is the size of iPhone portrait, and let's switch to iPhone landscape, Nexus 7 portrait, Nexus 7 landscape, iPad portrait, iPad landscape. You can see how my website adjusts itself, ranging from a smaller screen size to a larger screen size. After this 11-inch MacBook Air, my website will start to add white spaces in the left and right of the content to accommodate the increase in display sizes. Let's see 15-inch MacBook Pro, 17-inch workstation, 27-inch monitor. So this is how the responsive web design works. Let's see another or last responsive design checker tool, that is responsinator.com. This is iPhone 5 portrait, and here comes iPhone 5 landscape, iPhone 6 portrait, iPhone 6 landscape, and several other devices. You can check your website too. There is one more tool with which you can test the mobile friendliness of your website. Search for Google Mobile Friendly Test, and here is the test tool from official Google Webmaster Tools. Just paste your URL and click Analyze. Normally it takes around 20 to 30 seconds to complete this test, but when it comes like, awesome, this page is mobile friendly, then you're happy to go, isn't it? Also, Google displays how your website looks like in Nexus 6 or Nexus 5 devices, so you can also confirm that. If your website fails in this mobile friendly test, then I recommend you to change the theme of your website first to some standard WordPress themes in WordPress repository, or buy a premium theme from Theme Forest or Envato, etc. So why is this mobile friendly test significant, or how to make your website mobile friendly and all, we will see in mobile friendly section. Let's come back to the research results. 30% of the top 30 search results are responsive pages. Also, 33% of the top 10 search results are responsive pages. So, if a page ranks better than the other one in the search engine result pages, then there is high probability that it's responsive or mobile friendly. So, you should make sure that your website is readable in all types of devices. From an user experience perspective, if your website doesn't display in a readable form, then bounce rate will be so high for that particular device alone. In this manner also, you can get to know whether your website is responsive across various devices. How to analyze these things and all we will see in bounce rate lecture. In the next lecture, you will learn how to change to a new responsive theme in your WordPress website. In this lecture, you will learn how to change to a new responsive theme in your WordPress website. First of all, have a preview of how our website looks in this official 2016 theme by WordPress. By default, this 2016 theme from WordPress is a responsive theme. But this theme cannot satisfy the needs and looks of everyone. So at some point of time, you may wish to change to another responsive theme. In this lecture, you will learn how to do that exactly. Go to Appearance and choose Themes. Now click Add New. WordPress will display a list of themes from its repository. Now we need a responsive theme, right? So let's filter this list with the themes which are responsive only. Go to this feature filter and then select Responsive Layout. Then click Apply Filters. All the themes that are appearing now are responsive in nature. I have chosen this scripted theme and installed it already. But to make you understand, let me install another theme. Let's try this Olsen Light theme. Before installing, you can click this Details and Preview to have a full screen preview of this theme. This is how this responsive theme will look like. I am going to resize the browser window now, and let's see how this responsive theme reacts to the resize of the browser. This theme is extremely responsive, isn't it? I think there is no display less than this width, so this website will be visible and legible in almost all the devices. That's why this is responsive, right? So if you like this theme, and let's assume that you like this theme, then you can go ahead and click the install button. Now before configuring, you can have a live preview of the theme. This is how the website will look after activating it, but you could observe that Google Fonts hasn't got loaded. This is because of the optimization settings. I will tell you how to deal with this. That is why I am walking you through the theme installation process. First, click Save and Activate. Everything is well and good except for the Google Fonts. This is how the single post page looks. So let's deal with this Google font issue. Go to Settings and then Auto Optimize. Then uncheck Remove Google Fonts. Now click Save Changes and Empty Cache. Now let's refresh this page. Well, you can see the difference, isn't it? Google Fonts has got loaded. But in the page speed section, I have enabled this Remove Google Fonts. For that, we have done a workaround. So let's see what you can do to check Remove Google Fonts. Right click on the theme or on home page or on any post and then select View Page Source, or you can simply press Ctrl U on your keyboard. Once you have opened this View Source Code, search for fonts.google and then select this entire URL. Then view this URL by right click and go to this URL, or you can copy this and paste it in a new tab. I have opened this URL here and there is another font that this theme uses, so open that also. Now you have got two CSS codes. Select the first one, then copy and then go to Tools, above the fold, then replace this inline CSS with the one you have copied now. Then come to the second font, copy it and then paste it here. Now click Save, then go to Settings, Auto Optimize and then check Remove Google Fonts. Then click Save Changes and Empty Cache. Let's refresh this page. Now we have checked this Remove Google Fonts checkbox in Auto Optimize, and also the Google Fonts are getting loaded. So your page speed score will be back and also your new responsive theme is up. In the next lecture, you will learn how font size acts as a search engine ranking factor in Google search results. In this lecture, you are going to learn how the font size acts as a ranking factor in Google search results. This factor has not been analyzed until 2015 by Searchmetrics. You should notice that there is something unique here because all the top ranking sites follow a same pattern of font size. Here is the mean font size for above the fold region. If you wonder what is above the fold region, then let me explain it quickly. Here you can see my website inspireroom.com, and by default, without scrolling down, you can see the header, the menu bar, the title and a few lines of content along with a few lines of sidebar. So this is called above the fold content. So where is the fold? A fold is an imaginary line which lies exactly in the spot or in the bottom region before scrolling the screen. So in my website, here is that imaginary fold. So now you could have understood what is above the fold. So let's come to Searchmetrics research. In the above fold region, the mean font size is 14 points or 14 pixels. This includes the header, the navigation bar and headings. Also you can see that the central or body area of the website's mean font size is 12 points or 12 pixels. This central area includes the sidebar and also the body or content of the website. So what is the key takeaway from user experience point of view? It's to ensure easy readability for your users. You should make sure to cross-check the browser compatibility for font family, size, etc. For example, you might have installed Google Fonts in your website to make your website font look good, isn't it? In such case, these fonts may get loaded in Chrome or Firefox, and these may fail to load in Internet Explorer or Edge or some previous versions or older versions of browsers. So it's the responsibility of the webmaster or the web admin, that is you, to check the cross compatibility of browsers. So how can you do that? There are some predefined tools which I will share with you now. The first one is Net Renderer. You just need to enter the URL of your website and choose the browser from the left drop-down list, but this tool will check only across the Internet Explorer versions from 5.5 to 11. So when you click render, it will start to render your website across these browsers and it will start to produce the results or screenshots. You can see that the image is not getting displayed, right? This is because I'm using Lazy Load plugin to load images only when the user starts to scroll his scroll button. So this is almost okay. Now let's use the next tool, that is Browser Link. This is a slightly advanced tool because you can also choose the operating system version, the browser, etc. So let's test my website and click Test Now. The main advantage of this browser link is you can emulate any browser such as Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome, Safari across many operating systems. But this is a kind of time-consuming thing because you need to emulate each browser one by one to test the browser compatibility. So let's move on to our third tool, that is browsersorts.org. This tool will send a list of visitors from Linux, Windows and Mac across a series of browsers. So this will produce a series of screenshots opened through these browsers across these operating systems. So it's a bit time-saving option compared to all other tools. Let's click Submit and wait for the results. But the only drawback is that this is a bit time consuming in terms of loading your website across all these browsers under all these operating systems. So you can just bookmark this link and you can visit later, but within 60 minutes, because after which you need to run this test again to test the cross-browser compatibility. After some time, you need to refresh this page to see whether any screenshots have got populated. So far, 3 screenshots have got loaded, that is from Chrome under Debian OS, Aurora under Debian OS, Epiphany under Debian OS. And in the end of this lecture, I will show you all these screenshots across 145 browsers. Like we checked the responsive design using the responsive design checker tools in the previous lecture, you can use these tools to check the cross-compatibility of your website across various browsers. The simple logic is, smaller the display, the larger the font should be. Here comes the screenshot of my website inspiron.com across all the 145 browsers that I had selected while testing. In the next lecture, let's see how interactive elements acts as a search engine ranking factor in Google search results. In this lecture, you are going to learn how interactive elements acts as a ranking factor in Google search results. This interactive elements is something that works on user interaction, such as menus, links on header, floating social share buttons, etc. But how this interactive elements increases the user experience? It's very simple. They make it easy to navigate. For example, if someone comes to my website, the first thing that they will see is my homepage and the posts on the homepage, and immediately they will come to the top posts and pages or the recent posts. So I make it easy for the returning visitors to directly go into the recent posts. You can also add categories, pages, archives and every information they need into the sidebar or header or in the menu. Simply structure your website and make it easily accessible anywhere on your site. So better the structure, higher will be your ranking. Two things you should remember in the header section. Let's analyze this Engadget website. You should structure your menu in a logical way. That is, don't dump every categories or pages in the header menu. You could see that Engadget has got a lot of categories and pages in their website. But in the menu, they have added a selective number of categories and pages only, because most of the people visiting Engadget looks for gaming gadgets and the recent smartphones, reviews, etc. So the first thing that they add in the menu is gear or gadget, gaming news and gaming devices, and several other things. Not only this, you should make sure that these menus are non-obtrusive on smaller screen devices, because they affect the user experience too. For example, most of the websites employ this kind of sticky header which travels along with you when you scroll down the website. This is good in larger screens such as TV or monitor or even in laptops. But when you visit these websites in tablets or smartphones, this kind of sticky header will take up almost 1/4 of the device screen size itself. So this becomes obtrusive for the users. So that affects your user experience on your website. Let's see how you can add interactive elements in footer, under the content, and in sidebar. Let's come to this WCC of Tech website. You can see this popular post widget in the sidebar, but unlike the title, all these posts are sorted in the criteria, that is number of comments. So higher the comments, the popular will be the post. This induces the user to think what's so special about this post that it has got 2500 plus comments. Not only that, users are very lazy to enter their name, email, etc. to comment. But enabling anonymous comments can become spammy. So I advise you to add discuss comments or Facebook comments or Jetpack comments to your WordPress website. In the next lecture, let's see how to add these things. But in this lecture, I will demonstrate you how this discuss comment is easier to comment. When I click my cursor into join the discussion, you are provided with login with Discuss or Facebook or Twitter or Google+, or you can immediately sign up in discuss.com. Makes it easier for the user to log in with any of these social network platforms. So they don't need to sign up or enter their name or email to comment in this website. Why should you make the user to comment in your website? It's very simple. It increases their time spent on your website, and it also reduces the bounce rate. If you can't make your users to comment on your website, and if they are too lazy to even do that, then you can add polls at the end of the content. There is a plugin called WP Polls under WordPress repository, which you can use to add polls into your website's content. The specialty about polls is users can vote in just 1 or 2 clicks and also view the results. So they don't need to log in, or they don't need to enter their name or email or even the content of the comment. So this is how you can add interactive elements in the footer or in the below content region. As I said previously, in the sidebar, you can add recent comments or popular post in the order of number of comments. This will invite the new users to interact with the previous comments in your post. In the next lecture, let's see how to add discuss comments and Facebook comments into your WordPress website. In this lecture, you will learn how to install Facebook comments, discuss comments, add recent comments widgets, and some other interactive elements, how to add those into your website. First, let's start with Facebook comments. Go to Add Plugins page and search for Facebook comments. You need to install this Facebook comments by Vivacity, which has got 10,000 plus active installs and 19 reviews. Go ahead and click the Install Now button and then click Activate once installed. You can access the settings for this plugin by going to settings and then FB comments. Once you have activated and once you are inside the settings of this plugin, you need to add the app ID of your Facebook app. If you haven't created an app yet, then click create an app. It will open this page and then click create new app. Type your website name here and then choose a category. Then click create app ID. Just for some verification purpose like CAPTCHA, you will be asked to choose some images, and this may vary based on the cookies that are set for you. I have got the app ID. I need to copy this and paste it here. Now go ahead and click Save Changes. Before that, select Hide WordPress Default Comment System from website and then click Save Changes. The settings are saved. Now let's preview our website. To see the comments, we need to view any of these posts, that is single post. Here comes our Facebook comment system. Anyone who has already logged in into their Facebook account can log in, can comment on your website without creating an account on your website or without entering their name and email address. So this is the benefit of adding Facebook comment system into your website. Now let's move ahead and install Discuss comment system into our website. Search for Discuss in Add Plugins page, but remember the spelling for Discuss is DISQUS, and then install the first plugin that you get here, that is Discuss comment system. Click Install Now button. Once the plugin has got installed, click Activate Plugin. Now go to Comments and select Discuss. Once you install this plugin, Discuss Comments will ask you to upgrade your database to install Discuss Comments into your website. So it's better to take a backup of your database before upgrading it. Since this is a dummy website, I'm gonna go ahead and click Upgrade without taking the backup. Once you have upgraded the database, you need to enter the username and password of your Discuss comment system or your Discuss profile. If you haven't created a Discuss profile, you can follow this link and sign up for a Discuss profile. Once you have logged in, you will be asked to select a website if you have already created a website in your Discuss profile. If you haven't created a website, then click Register a new one on Discuss website. Here, enter your blog name and then choose your unique Discuss URL. It can be anything and it doesn't need to be your site name. And then choose a category. Then click Next. Now you need to go to Comments and then Discuss. Now you will see the newly created website and you can choose it and then click Next. Click Continue to Moderation Dashboard and then click Go to Discuss Moderation. This will open a separate page on discuss.com, so you cannot moderate your Discuss comments on your website, but you will be taken to discuss.com. It's actually pretty neat and organized to manage comments, but let's see how the comment system looks like on our website. Let's open a post. I am viewing one of my posts in this test dummy website, and you can see that the Discuss comment system is not appearing. If this is the case, then there is an issue with your theme and it's incompatible with one of the features of Discuss comment system. In such case, go to Plugins, that is Installed Plugins page, and then click Settings on Discuss comment system. You will be taken to this page and come down and untick External JavaScript files. This will render the Discuss scripts as internal files, unlike external files which we opted for earlier. So click Save. Now refresh this post and you will see the Discuss comments now. See, it's appearing. Let's make a test comment. Our test comment has got appeared. So this is how you can add Discuss comments in your website. Now let's see how to add recent comments widget on your sidebar. Go to Appearance and select widgets. Then drag this recent comments widget into your sidebar. I have already added one, so just give it some title like popular posts or recent comments, etc. and then click save. Once you have done that, you will see these recent comments widget appearing on your sidebar. Since users are commenting on this post and lot of interactions are happening, normally visitors will be attracted on these posts. So this will increase the time on site for visitors, or they will click 1+ pages when they come via some search results. This is how you can increase the time on site and also reduce the bounce rate. Now let's see how you can add polls to your WordPress website. Go to Add Plugins page and search for WP polls, and then install the first plugin, which has got 100,000+ installs and 83 reviews. Once you have installed and activated this plugin, you can access this plugin via the side panel, that is polls, and then click Add Poll. You can create any question and you can provide multiple choice answers so that users can choose one or vote on one of the answer. If you wish to allow user to select multiple answers, then you can opt for that too. You can also choose a start and end date for these polls. I have created a test poll, that is, do you like this website? So how I can add this into my content or sidebar? Normally go to appearance and then widget and drag this polls widget into your sidebar and then select any of the poll that you have created. Then click save. This is how you can display the polls in sidebar. If you want to display a poll into any of your posts, then go to edit post and move your cursor to a place where you need to insert the poll, and then choose this button, that is insert poll button, and then enter the poll ID. Normally when you create a poll, it will display you the ID of that poll that you have created recently. For example, you may choose poll ID 1 or 2. If you forget the ID of your poll, then you can get it via Manage Polls. Here you can see the ID of different polls that you have added. Now come to the edit post and click insert poll and enter the poll ID, then update your post. Let's see how our website looks like along with the poll. Do you like this website? Yes. Vote here. Once the user has voted, they can see the results. The same poll is available in the sidebar too. You can even change the background color of the button on mouse hover or mouse away, etc. So in this lecture, you learned how to add Facebook comments, how to add discuss comments, how to add recent comments widget, and also how to add polls into your content as well as the sidebar. In the next lecture, you will learn how unordered lists acts as a search engine ranking factor in Google search results. In this lecture, you are going to learn how the presence of unordered lists affects your search engine ranking in Google search results. What is unordered list? Unordered lists are nothing but just bullet points. You can see from this graph that the average of presence of unordered lists in second search result alone amounts to 50%. This is mainly because of the presence of Wikipedia in the second search result among the keywords researched by Searchmetrics. But in the top 10 search results, the average of presence of unordered lists amounts to 47%. The same is 44% in top 30 search results. Don't infer that if you have unordered list, you will move up in the ranking. That's a wrong inference. Then how should you infer this? This is just the inverse. If you make the user experience for your user a good experience, then the bounce rate will be lower and you will move up in the search engine ranking. So from the user point of view, how unordered lists improves the user experience. Let's take this e-commerce website for an example. If a user looks for the specification of some smartphones like this, then instead of searching for that specification in this paragraph, if you have made those specifications in unordered list like this, then it will be easier for the user to glance over and find the needed information. See the famous GSM Arena website. They used to make all the specifications in the form of table. So if I want to know the RAM of Samsung Galaxy S6, then I straight away go to the memory section and I will read this internal RAM section. Here I get 3 GB RAM. So it's so easy to interpret, right? This is how you should make the information to be easily readable for your users. This is a blog or website your favorite instructor Saromino Arthi maintains. She used to post all the important informations and specifications of the products in the form of unordered lists. She does this all the time in each and every post she publishes. See, in this post, AMD Radeon Fury X2, she mentions all the important features in unordered lists. So it's pretty easy to interpret and read the information, right? So from the user experience point of view, it's easier to glance as well as read. Also make the important values or important points in bold even in the unordered list. It will be much easier for the user to glance over these bullet points. In almost all the posts, she adds these unordered lists. You can see here. You can see here too. Also you can see there is a 0.07 correlation. So what is this? It's nothing but if you structure the content in a better manner, higher will be your ranking. Let me show you a short demo of how to convert the relevant paragraph into an unordered list. This is just a procedure, so don't convert all of your unnecessary paragraphs into unordered lists. Assume that these are some specification of a product, then press enter on each sentences and then select these sentences, then click this bulleted list button. This will create the unordered list. Once you update the post, you can preview this post and also these bullet points or unordered list. Here comes the unordered list that we have created just now. So what does this research says? The top first and second search results have got an average of 17 unordered lists in each of their posts. In the top 10, the same is 13, and in the top 30 search results, each of the posts has got at least 10 unordered lists. So don't infer in the reverse manner. That is, if you increase the number of bullet points or number of unordered lists, you will get higher ranking. Yes, it may be true to some extent, but that's not the entire fact. You should make the content easily readable for the user in terms of bullet points, but you should create the unordered list or bullet points for those content which should be made as bullet points. Don't convert all the paragraph into unordered list to manipulate the ranking. So be genuine and relevant. In the next lecture, you will learn how advertisements acts as a search engine ranking factor in Google search results. In this lecture, you are going to learn how ad links or AdSense ads affect your search engine ranking in Google search results. Percentage of websites with AdSense integration is getting reduced. The same trend was seen in 2014 too. The first and second search result represents that particular brand or Wikipedia. If you consider from the third average search result, 10 to 14% of websites that appear in top 30 search results have got third-party ads like AdSense or ad links. But the overall average is just 11%. But most of the webmasters or bloggers like you depend upon ad income, right? In that case, move your ads below the fold to rank better. So what is below the fold? When you open a website, above the fold is the region which you can view without scrolling the website, and below the fold is the region which you can see only upon scrolling. But AdSense recommends to put ads above the fold, right? And also, if you do the technique that I saw, that is below the fold, you will lose some revenue, isn't it? But you need to decide the priority yourself. My recommendation is put the ads below the fold till you improve your brand authority to a reasonable level. Once you have improved your brand authority or domain SEO visibility, you can add one ad in the header and one ad in the sidebar, and even this you can add below the fold. And if you want to add another ad or another advertisement, you can add that advertisement inside the content or in the region where you will display the related posts or articles. And also, there are certain practices that you should avoid to protect your search engine ranking. What are all the practices? Don't add too much of ads in the above fold region. It's better to have one or two ads as the maximum limit. Try to avoid these kind of interstitial ads which cannot be closed for a certain number of seconds, and also avoid pop-up ads or overlay ads like this in content. Overlay ads are best suited only for videos or video players. Don't use them alongside the content because that will impact or spoil the user's user experience. Don't force the user to click or view your ad to access the content, because if you are using AdSense in this manner or ad choices in this manner, then you will get banned because that's against the policy of Google's ad choice. If you are using some other ad networks, then that kind of activity will spoil the user experience, which will indirectly reduce your search engine ranking. So make sure that your content is visible alongside these kind of ads. In the next lecture, you will learn 3 different types of user signals and how Google knows about these user signals of your site and what Google can do by using those user signals. In this lecture, you are going to learn 3 different kinds of user signals and how Google knows about these user signals that are generated in your website, and also what Google can do with these user signals. The 3 user signals are as follows. The first one is CTR or click-through rate. The second one is time on site. That is the amount of time spent on your site by each visitor from Google search. The third one is bounce rate, which we will see in the upcoming lectures. So, how Google knows about these user signals that are generated in your website? Google has got 3 weapons to determine these user signals in your website. The first weapon is the Google Analytics code, which you use on your site to analyze the visitors on your website, which Google themselves can use those code and reports to get the user signals on your website. Not only that, if you use Google AdSense or Ad Choices code, then also Google can detect those user signals for the judgment. Above all, 50% of internet users uses Chrome browser, which is a lot of data to analyze each and every website. Besides these, Google can easily track the visitor's behavior if they click back to the search result or if they search again quickly the same or related keywords too. With these 3 signals, Google can judge the user experience of visitors that Google sends from its search result to your website. By reading or analyzing these 3 factors, Google can determine the user experience of your organic search visitors. Hence, Google will increase or decrease your search engine ranking accordingly. In the next lecture, you will learn CTR, that is click-through rate, and how it affects your search engine ranking. In this lecture, we are going to see the most important topic of this section, that is click-through rate or CTR. What is CTR or click-through rate? It is just the percentage of users who click the results compared to total number of users who have viewed the search results. For example, here is my search analytics for my website inspirearun.com. Here you are seeing the past 7 days of my search analytics results. you can see that for AMD Polaris keyword, my website has got appeared 144 times in Google search results and the average position is 12.2. So I have got 24 clicks out of 144 impressions, which amounts to 16.67 CTR. This is like a chain or cycle. If your click-through rate or CTR improves, then there is a higher probability for your website to appear higher in the search results. So higher the CTR, higher will be your ranking. If your ranking is higher, then your CTR will be higher. So it's a chain process. I should justify that statement, right? Let's come to this research. In this graph, it's actually a bit different instead of what I have said earlier. That is, it concentrates on the position. If you rank first, then the average CTR is 32%. If you rank second in the Google search result, then your CTR will be 14%. If you rank third, then your CTR will be 10% only. And it goes on like this. So if you get the top position, then your CTR will be higher. Let's assume that your website has moved from 5th position to 3rd position. From average of 6% CTR, you will move to 10% CTR. If your website or the search result performs above this average of 10%, then your ranking will improve and you will move up to 2nd or the 1st position. This is a justification for the statement I said in the beginning of this lecture. Also, you can see the correlation factor is 0.67, which is the highest of any search engine ranking factor that we have seen till now in this course. So what is this 0.67 correlation mean? In this top 10 search results, you can see that the CTR of second search result is 14%, which is lesser than the first. Also, the CTR of third search result is lesser than the second, and it goes on like this, right? But the CTR of 10th search result is almost equal or slightly higher than the 9th search result. So this seems to be an assumption, right? Likewise, only 1/3 of the results show exceptions to this rule, which can also be said as 67% positive or 0.67 correlation in other words. But if you are in lower positions such as 9 or 10 or 11 or 20, then by optimizing your headings, your meta description and using rich snippets, you can get higher click-through rate or CTR. By course of time, your ranking will also improve. Among the search results analyzed by the search metrics, 1/3 of the search results use rich snippets. So what is rich snippets? How to add it to your website? We will see these things in the upcoming lectures. But when we take the World Wide Web, only 0.3% uses rich snippets. This may seem somewhat insignificant for you. But do you know another fact? 0.3% of this total World Wide Web occupies 1/3 of the top 30 search results due to this rich snippets. So if you consider the top 30 search results, 9 to 10 search results use rich snippets. So if I continue beyond this point without showing you what is a rich snippet, then it will be harder for you to visualize, isn't it? So let's move on to rich snippets. Normally, when you search on Google search engine, you will see results in this form, that is the title, the URL and a few lines of meta description. But this search result is an assumption, right? In addition to this one line of meta description, it also displays some other text in some format of hidden table. You can see this result also where it displays a rating, number of reviews, price, availability of the stock, etc. So when you search for Bose Quiet Comfort and if you are in a mood to buy this product, then obviously you will be clicking any of these search results compared to this PDF. So even if this PDF is in a higher ranking compared to this lower search result, over a course of time, this third or lower search result will move up in the search positions because of higher CTR. There are 7 types of rich snippets that can be added to your website. The 7 rich snippets are product, recipe, review, event, software application, video, and then news article. The most common rich snippets that are used by websites are related to video, that is movies and TV series. You can see the famous IMDb website which uses the movie rating as the rich snippet. The second most used rich snippet belongs to the product or online e-commerce sites. In the next lecture, you are going to learn how to use the headings and meta description tags to increase the CTR of your post in Google search results. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to add the best heading and meta description for your post in your site to get the maximum click-through rate or CTR. So how should be your headings? Your headings should be in a particular manner that it attracts social shares, more traffic, and also search engine ranking. To have all these features, your headline should have 3 important characteristics. The first one is the type of heading. It should either be a list, for example, top 10 items in particular category, or 5 easy steps to do something. Like this, it should be a list. Or it can be a how-to tutorial, for example, how to write a post, how to draw easily. Like this, it can have this how-to word in the beginning or in the middle. Or you can frame the heading in the form of a question which should tease the users to click it to know the answers. So your headline should be either of these 3 types. It should either be a list, or it should have the word how to, or it should be a question. The second element is your heading should have the right balance of common, uncommon, emotional, and power words. The third most important element is number of words and the character limit. This is mainly for the search engine optimization because most of the search engines display your heading up to some 55 or 60 characters in their search results. Also, if you limit your heading to 5 to 7 words, then it will be easier for the user to glance over the headings quickly. So in this lecture, I am going to tell you 3 different tools to analyze your headings and get a score. It's quite interesting, right? Let me test my heading in all these 3 tools. The first tool that we are going to see is Headline Analyzer from Course Schedule. Let me paste my headline here. How to write 5 awesome headings quickly. So let's analyze this. Well, this headline has got the score of 76. So let's see what are the things this headline lacks. This has no common words, no uncommon words, but has a 43% emotional words and 14% power words. The one power word which is present in our headline is awesome. And there are 2 emotional words. They are how to and quickly. In the resources section of this lecture, I will be attaching these links so that you can download the emotional words and power words so that you can insert them into your headlines. This headline is of a list type because we said how to write 5 awesome headings. This 5 mentions a list. Our character count is well below the 55 and the word count is 7, which is approximately around 6, so that is also termed as a good factor. This is how our heading will appear in search results and in email. Normally, people tend to read the first 3 words and the last 3 words when they glance over the title. So you should accommodate the most important words in these sections. So let's try the same headline in our next tool. This tool is from subjectline.com. Let me paste my headline and I'm gonna hit evaluate. Well, subject line gives me 100 out of 100, and also it gives me extra 4 points since it contains a number 5. How to write 5 awesome headings? This 5. So subject lines gives an advice. Great job. Your subject line meets industry standards. So getting a score of 100 in subject line is not so tough, but in course schedule is a bit tough, but in Advanced Marketing Institute's headline tool, getting a score above even 50 is very tedious task. Just paste your heading here and then choose a category, then click submit for analysis. Well, this heading has got the EMV score of 42.86. Most professional copywriters will get 30 to 40% EMV score, whereas only the most gifted copywriters can get a score above 50%. But getting an 100% score is almost impossible in this tool. If you want to try, then I appreciate it. Now I'm going to demonstrate you how you can insert a different heading for your post and a different heading for search engine for the same post. Here is one of the posts in my website inspirearound.com, and you can see that the heading of this post has almost exceeded the 55 character limit. But I don't wish to reduce any of these words in the title of my post. But I should reduce the word for search engines alone. So what can I do? Select the title, copy it, then come down and then paste in our Yoast SEO snippet editor. Here you can delete the word which you don't want. For example, I want to delete this word exposed. So the title which I give for search engines will be well under 55 characters limit, but the title in my post will appear in full. So this is how you can maintain two titles, one in your post and one for search engines. Coming to meta descriptions. Normally, if you don't give a meta description in this Yoast SEO editor, then it automatically generates the first 150 to 155 characters of your post, which may not be optimized for the keyword, and also it may not act as a teaser or it may not encourage the user to click your link. So what can you do? As I said in the previous sections, I encouraged you to write headings in your post, right? Copy all the H1 headings from your post and then paste in the meta description. If you don't have H1 headings or if your H1 headings doesn't come up to 150 characters, then start copying the H2 headings. So what is the benefit here? As I said in the previous lecture, you could have written the keyword in those headings. So obviously you are getting the keywords in meta description too. And also by copying the headings in meta description, you are giving the user an overview of what is present in your post. So you are getting two benefits out of one. So don't leave this field empty or don't make it to auto-generate your meta descriptions. Spend some extra 20 seconds to optimize this meta description and title, which will fetch you at least 2 to 3 times the organic traffic. In the next lecture, let's see how to add rich snippets in your post. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to add rich snippets in your post. In click-through rate lecture itself, we have seen the importance of rich snippets. But adding a rich snippet plugin into your WordPress website is very easy, and it also much easier to add rich snippets for every post in your site. But it will be a little bit time consuming, and also you may feel bored to add rich snippets to bulk of your previous posts that you have already published. But just make it a practice to add rich snippets whenever you make a new post. So let's add the required plugin first. Go to Add Plugins page in your WordPress website and search for Rich Snippets. The second plugin, that is all-in-one schema.org Rich Snippets, is the plugin that you need to install. The description of the plugin itself says that boost CTR. So it justifies my statement, right? Go ahead and install it and then activate it. You don't need to configure or play around with the settings of this plugin. Just install this plugin. After that, edit any of your posts, then come down. You will see this configure rich snippet box where you need to select what kind of post is this. For example, let's assume that this is an item review. Then you need to enter the reviewer's name and also write the review in this box. Then give a rating here. Once you update this post, then the rich snippets for item review will be added to this post. If this post is an event, then you will have to fill in multiple fields. Let's assume that you are organizing a bloggers meet. Then give the event title as the blogger meet, enter the location, street address, region, postal code, etc. and then give the start and end date. If you are providing a ticket, then mention the price and also the currency. If you are selling the ticket in separate page, then enter the URL of that page here. This is how you can add the rich snippets for events. Let's fast forward this lecture. I am going to demonstrate the product next. Let's assume that this post is mentioning about a product. For example, Apple iPhone 6s. Then enter the brand as Apple, enter the product name as iPhone 6s, then upload the image, or if you have already uploaded one, then paste the URL of that image here, then enter the price, currency and then availability. But by default, if you are selling a product, you won't be using this rich snippet plugin. You would have installed WooCommerce plugin, which by default adds these rich snippets into your product page. But what if you are just adding this product as a catalog and you are not selling it? In such case, you can use this rich snippets product, right? So let's move to video. Assume that you have added a video in this post and also you have written an article about that video in this post. In such case, give the title of that video here, add some description and then add the video thumbnail image in this box, or you can upload one. For example, if you have uploaded a YouTube video and if you are writing a post about that, then you can use that same YouTube video thumbnail here. If you want to upload that video, then upload the video file here. But if you want to embed the YouTube video, paste the URL of that YouTube video. But don't do both of these. That is, don't upload a file and also provide embed video link. Just do any one of these. Then provide video duration and upload date here and then hit update button to update this post. There are multiple other rich snippets available with this plugin and you can use any of them depending upon your post. But what if your website is not WordPress based? In such case, you can use microdatagenerator.com and then go to local business generators or thing generators where you can generate the rich snippet code by choosing any of these categories. For example, if you are generating the rich snippet code for video object, then click video object, enter the video title, duration, thumbnail, the content URL or the embed URL. Enter any one of these URL, don't give both of them, then mention the upload date and video description. Once you hit submit button, you will get a rich snippet code which you can directly copy paste into your HTML website. In the next lecture, you are going to learn time on site search engine ranking factor. In this lecture, you are going to learn the SEO factor time on site. What is time on site? Let me explain you through this image. Let's assume that a visitor enters at 10 a.m. into the home page of your website. Then at 10:01, he is going to page 4 and at 10:02, he is coming back to page 2. Then at 10:05 a.m., he is moving to page 3 and then at 10:07 a.m., he is moving to page 5. Let's assume that he is exiting your website at 10:10 a.m. Then the time span that he spent on your website from the home page till page 5 will be assumed as the time spent on your site. This is another example. Let's assume that a visitor is visiting your page 1 at 0 time, and then he is moving from page 1 to page 2 at 10 seconds. Then he is exiting the page 2 at 1 minute 25 seconds and then moving to page 3 at the same time. Then he is making an event, that is, he may interact with any of the interactive elements that is present on your website, such as he may share your post on any social networks, or he may enter a comment, or he may vote on any polls, or stuffs like that. But we couldn't track when he closed your page or your website or his browser itself. In that case, the time span of 0 second to the time when the event occurred on the page 3, that is 2 minutes 38 seconds, will be taken as the time spent on your site in total, whereas the time spent on page 3 will be calculated as 2 minutes 38 seconds minus 1 minute 25 seconds, which comes to 1 minute 13 seconds. So this is how we derive the time spent on a page and also the time spent on site. In this example, we said that the exiting time was unknown, but sometimes the exit time will be computed by Google. For example, when the user click the back button to the Google search page from any of your pages on your website, or if he closes your website tab or your website window, or if he closes the browser altogether, then that time will be taken as the exit time. Now let's come to the research. Here the average time on site for top 3 search results is 121 seconds. So this 121 seconds doesn't mean time spent on a page. This 121 seconds is time spent on entire site. So it could be divided between multiple number of pages. And the time on site for the top 10 search results is of 100 seconds in average, which is a significant difference of around 20 to 21 seconds. Here you can also see there is a correlation of 0.09, or we can also say it as 9%, which denotes that the difference between first search result to another search result's time on site is 9% significant. You should remember one thing: a user searching for an election result or exam result or even a sports result will spend lesser time on search results or on websites compared to those who search for booking a movie, a holiday, a hotel, or who is purchasing a product or researching a topic. So this is how time spent on site varies from category of websites to another category. How to improve the time spent on site? We will see that in the upcoming lectures. In the next lecture, let's see what is bounce rate and how it acts as a search engine ranking factor. In this lecture, you are going to see what is bounce rate and how it acts as a search engine ranking factor. According to Wikipedia, the bounce rate is the percentage of visitors to a particular website who navigate away from the site after viewing only one page. It's so obvious that a rising bounce rate is a sign that your home page or the page which the visitor is visiting from the Google search result is boring, right? Let's see this infographic. According to this infographic by Kissmetrics, bounce rate is the percentage of single page visits. That is, the visits in which the person left your site from the entrance page. It is also a measure of visit quality. So a higher bounce rate generally indicates the landing pages aren't relevant to your visitors. You should know this fact that Google takes the bounce rate as an important SEO ranking factor. You can easily calculate the bounce rate of any page using this equation. Here, TV represents total number of visits viewing one page only, whereas TE represents total entries to the page. So the ratio of TV to TE represents bounce rate. But you don't need to calculate this for every page. Just install Google Analytics and you can view the bounce rate of every landing page or the entrance pages. So, what are all the visits which are counted as bounced? Let's assume that a visitor is visiting your website from a Google search result. If he clicks on a link to a page on a different website, then he is considered as bounced back. Even if he clicks the back button to leave the site to Google search page again, then also he is considered as bounced back. If he closes the window or tab of your website or even the browser altogether, or if he types a new URL from the page of your site, or if the session times out, then in these situations, the visitor is considered as bounced back. So again, by using this equation, Google computes the bounce rate for each and every page of your website. But bounce rate varies from industry to industry. That is, it's not the same across all categories of websites. According to this infographic, the average time on site is 190 seconds. I think you remember what is a time on site because we just saw in the last lecture. And the average page views is 4.6. There comes the average bounce rate, that is 40%. But for retail sites, which drive well-targeted traffic, the bounce rate is just 20 to 40%. For single landing pages or the sales pitch pages, most of the users bounce back, and that's why it has got an average of 70 to 90% bounce rate. For portals such as MSN, Yahoo Groups, Facebook Groups, etc., the bounce rate average is 10 to 30% because there the interaction is very high, which leads to lower bounce rate. Let's come to the important category, that is content websites. Blogs, news websites, magazine websites, all of these websites fall under the category content websites. These websites usually get high search engine visibility, often for irrelevant terms. So, their bounce rate often stays between 40 to 60%. If you target more relevant terms in search engine and if you can reduce your bounce rate below 40%, then there is a sure shot to get top 3 rankings in Google search page. Let's come to the research of search metrics. The bounce rate indicates to Google how happy are your users after reading your content. So higher the happiness of users or higher the satisfaction of users, lower will be the bounce rate. Even if an user reads an entire post and returns back to Google search to research the topic on other sources, that is also considered as bounced back. So you should find all the pages that are having higher bounce rate by using some analytics tools such as Google Analytics, and all those higher bounce rate pages should be removed or reworked entirely. In this graph, you can see that the top 3 search results have an average bounce rate of just 35%, which is not so easy to attain. The overall average of top 10 search results is 37%, and the difference is very meager, that is just 2%, and that's why the correlation is very low, that is 4% or 0.04. In the next lecture, you will learn how to increase the time on site and how to reduce the bounce rate of the posts or pages on your website. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to reduce the bounce rate and how to increase the time spent on your site by the visitors coming from Google search engine or of course any search engine, that is simply the organic traffic. In this lecture, you are going to learn a series of things which will prevent your user from moving out of your site once they come inside. That is all about bounce rate, right? So let's start with the featured images. The first recommendation that I am giving you is to create eye-catchy thumbnails as featured images for the posts in your website. To create eye-catching thumbnails, use canva.com. You can create an account or connect with your social networking accounts, and then you can start designing featured images or thumbnails for the post that you create in your website. there are several presets available in canva.com, like the one I am drawing here, and you can create these eye-catchy thumbnails in just 2 to 3 minutes. These kind of high quality and polished thumbnails will induce the user to make a click and see what is there inside the post. So let's move on to the next recommendation. We have already seen in the video integration lecture the YouTube Embed plugin. By using this plugin, add related videos to your website so that when the user is viewing the video, he will spend more time on your website automatically. So I recommend you to add related videos for every possible post. The next recommendation is to avoid pop-up or interstitial ads. When a user enters into your website, and if you push these pop-up or interstitial ads into the face of the visitor, then there is no surprise that you will get 80 to 90% bounce rate. So just avoid using this. The next is subscription box. Most of the bloggers used to push this subscription box into the face of the visitor when they enter into the blog from the search engines. Before even knowing what is the content that is available in your website, how can a new visitor will subscribe to your website? So use the recent developments in subscription box plugins and display to the users when they exit out of your website. Offer them something free, which instead of increasing your bounce rate, will reduce the bounce rate and keep the user within your website. Here is one of the nice example. When the user moves his cursor to the exit button of the tab or the browser, this pop-up will appear and it will say or offer something free by saying before you go or before you exit out of this website. This is a nice and catchy pop-up subscription box. The next thing is page speed. According to a latest research, 80% of the users in Europe abandon a website if it doesn't load within 2 seconds. So make sure that your website has a top page loading time. If you haven't optimized your website for the best page speed score or the lowest page loading time, then look back into the page speed section where you can attain as low as 0.4 second page load time and 96 page speed score. Coming to the next recommendation, related posts. Sometimes you may have to write a short post of 250 to 300 words, and once the visitor has completed reading the article, he may go back to the search result to research more on the topic. Instead of allowing the visitor to go back, you may display some related posts on that topic so that you can keep the visitor within your website. To insert this related post into your content, you need to install User Related Posts plugin. Go to Add Plugins page and search for User Related Posts. You will get this plugin and you can configure the related posts in all of these styles possible. First of all, you can give the heading as related post or some other inducing headline to induce the user to click on these related posts. You can choose the number of related posts to display. You can even add a default featured image for the posts which don't have any image. Then I recommend you to switch on this target link. What this makes is, whenever a user click on the related post, it will open in a new tab. So even if the user closes that next tab, your first tab will be in open condition, which will increase the time on site. So automatically your bounce rate will reduce. Then come to styling and you can choose any of these styles. Choose the thumbnail size as medium instead of thumbnail because it will display a prominent size of the featured image. You can also choose the animation effect. I have chosen sign. You can see this animation in action. Whenever I mouse over these related posts, you can see the animation in action. So just play with the settings of this user related post and configure it by yourself. The next thing is enabling breadcrumbs to enable easy navigation for the users. Go to SEO and then click Advanced in the side panel, then tick Enable Breadcrumbs and select Bold the last page in the breadcrumb. By default, some themes may come with breadcrumbs and in such cases, you don't need to do this. But if your theme doesn't come with the breadcrumbs, then you can enable this and click Save Changes. The last recommendation is to install a plugin which makes every external links in your website to load in a new window. For example, when you have given an outbound link in your post, that is a link to external websites, and if a visitor click on that link, then the external website will load in a new window. So your website's post will be kept opened even if the user has moved to the external website. In this way, you can increase the time on site and reduce the bounce rate. Employ all these tips inside your website and try to get a bounce rate lower than 50%, which will improve your search engine ranking dramatically. In the next lecture, you will learn how to add Google Analytics code to your website. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to set up Google Analytics to track the stats of your website. In Google search, search for Google Analytics and click on the first search result. Then you will get this screen. Here, click Sign In to sign in with your Gmail or Google account. Once you have signed in, you will be taken to this page. If you are signing up in the Google Analytics for the first time, then click Sign Up. We are going to add our dummy website, that is seo.inspiraroom.com. So first of all, you need to give a name for the account. This doesn't need to be the name of your website. In each account, you can create 50 properties. In each property, you can link a website or an application, and if you're an Udemy instructor, you can even add your course to a property. So let me give the name test account, then give your website's name here. If you want to give some other name other than the title of your website, you can give that also. For example, Udemy SEO is the title of this dummy website. I can opt for just SEO or search engine optimization or test website, etc. Website URL. Here you need to paste the exact homepage URL of your website. If you have added SSL certificate, then choose HTTPS, else leave HTTP itself. And then start typing your website from the www or just the naked domain name. Here I don't need to type www.seo.inspiraroom.com. If I just type seo.inspiraroom.com, that is enough. Now choose an industry category and then choose your time zone. Now scroll down to data sharing settings, leave all the 4 recommended settings checked and then select Get Tracking ID. Google Analytics will display its terms of service agreement. Choose your country and then select I accept. You will be taken to this page. If you get any pop-up or alert window like this, click OK, got it. And then you need to copy this script and paste it on your website. So in this lecture, we have successfully configured and we have got the website tracking code from Google Analytics. In the next lecture, you will learn how to add this code into your website. In this lecture, you will learn how to add Google Analytics code to your website. Before adding the code that we have got in the previous lecture, come to Add New Plugins page and search for Google Analytics. Then install Google Analytics Dashboard for WP plugin by Alan Marcoux. To fast forward the process, I have installed this plugin. On the left side panel of your WordPress backend, select Google Analytics and then General Settings. Once you have entered into this page, click on the Authorize Plugin button. Now, click Get Access Code link. You will be asked to allow permission to link Google Analytics Dashboard for WP plugin with your Google account. Click Allow and then select this code, copy it and then paste it here. Then click Save Access Code. By default, the plugin will display your property details. Double check whether everything is correct and triple check this tracking ID. See, both the tracking IDs are same. Now, click Save Changes. Now come to tracking code on the left side panel and make sure that the tracking options is enabled. If you are using affiliate links or if you want to track downloads and outbound links, then enable these events respectively. Under exclude tracking, if you want to exclude administrators, authors, or contributors from getting into analytics tracking, you can exclude them here. Then click Save Changes. Then come to front-end settings. Here you can choose to show the stats to administrator, editor, author, and also contributor. Under backend settings, you can enable the reports on posts and pages list, and also you can enable the main dashboard widget. So let's see the dashboard widget. Go to WordPress dashboard, and here comes the Google Analytics dashboard. After getting a few visitors to your website, this Google Analytics dashboard will get populated. If you go to All Posts section, then you can access the analytics for individual post. When you click on this little icon, then the statistics for that page for the time span you mentioned here will be displayed. In this lecture, you learned how to add the Google Analytics code by installing a plugin called Google Analytics for WP. In the next lecture, you will learn how to connect your Search Console with your Google Analytics account. In this lecture, you will learn how to link your Google Analytics account with Google Search Console. Generally, when you sign in into Google Analytics, you will be taken to this home page. Then click on this admin on the menu bar and select the property, that is SEO, or the one which you have created. Then select property settings. Now scroll down. Before connecting the Search Console, enable the demographics and interest reports, and also enable use enhanced link attribution. Now click on Adjust Search Console. If your property is a verified website in Google Search Console, like this, and if you are the owner, obviously if you have verified your site on Google Search Console, then you are an owner. In such case, you can associate your Google Search Console data in Google Analytics. Now click Edit, select the website which you want to integrate with Google Analytics, and then click Save. You are about to save a new association. Any existing Search Console association for this web property will be removed. So double check and then click OK. Now you have successfully configured Google Analytics with Search Console. Just refresh this page. Now you can see seo.inspireon.com under Search Console settings in this property settings in Google Analytics. Now click Save. If you haven't saved earlier after enabling the demographics and enhanced link attribution, turn on both of them and click Save Now. When I hit Save, it resisted to save, and the reason is I haven't selected a default view. Select a default view and then hit Save button. Now, this is the last step. On your WordPress site panel, come to SEO and then click on Search Console. Here, click Get Google Authorization Code. Click Allow. Now copy this authorization code, paste it here and then click Authenticate. You will be displayed your URL, confirm it and then click Save Profile. This is done to enable these settings on Yoast SEO. It's almost like connecting Yoast SEO with Search Console, because you will get all the important information or notifications from Search Console in Yoast SEO dashboard itself. For example, these 5 pages are not found, which could have been notified as an error in Search Console, but I could have missed notifying it. In such case, I can easily access these settings in Yoast SEO's Search Console dashboard. So simply you can find all your 404 or 401 or other error codes in this dashboard. In this lecture, you have learned how to connect Google Analytics and Yoast SEO with Search Console. So with this, you have completed the user experience section. In the next lecture, let's wrap up this section. In this lecture, you are going to see an introduction to negative SEO. Normally, when we say 1, 2, 3, it means +1, +2 and +3. So like the positive numbers, there are negative numbers too. Similarly, when I say SEO, it means positive SEO, and like negative numbers, there is negative SEO. Now you should ask me, what is negative SEO and why should I learn it if it's not good to do? If you do SEO, your ranking in search results increase, right? Similarly, if you do negative SEO, your ranking will fall. So to not doing that negative SEO, you should know what is considered as negative SEO in the eyes of search engines like Google. Negative SEO is not just something you do wantedly or voluntarily. There are some things which you may do unknowingly, and if such thing or practice falls under negative SEO, your rankings will fall or it will never rise. In fact, negative SEO is something which your competitor can do for your website to reduce your search engine rankings. Yes, that's possible. But if you're starting out fresh and if your website niche doesn't fall under the categories such as hacking tutorials, black hat SEO, etc., that is simply the niche where your competitors are not aware of negative SEO, then you don't need to worry about your competitors or external persons who may do negative SEO for your website. In the next lecture, you will learn the common negative SEO methods practiced by competitors. In this lecture, you are going to learn the common negative SEO methods practiced by competitors. The most commonly used technique to do negative SEO to a competing website by a competitor is by building links for that competing website in some spammy websites. Before explaining how they do it, let me make you aware of a few things. Let's assume that your website has got 1000 backlinks. If over a short period of time, like 24 to 72 hours, your website has got over 100,000 backlinks, then that will trigger an alarm for Google's Penguin algorithm. That algorithm will look for a predefined pattern in those newly emerged overnight backlinks. After analyzing those links, if the algorithm decides that you have manipulated those backlinks, then your rankings for your most popular keywords will fall considerably. Most of you should have got an idea about the link building technique of negative SEO by now. If not, let me make it clear. Assume you have started a new blog on smartphone news. By following the best SEO practices said in this course, your website has got 100,000 daily visitors after 6 months since you have started your blog. Your competitors, who were ranked above you for some keywords like iPhone 7s and Galaxy S8, have got behind you in Google search results. Do you think that they will welcome the change? Absolutely not. They will try to pull your legs in every opportunity they get. One such competitor may pay $5 to a Fiverr guy and ask him to build 10,000 links overnight for some spammy anchor word in some spammy websites. If Penguin algorithm considers that as manipulated link building done by you, then you will lose your ranking for your most popular keywords. Once you go behind, your competitors will come up like old days. See how they killed your rankings on Google. This is just one scenario. It may or may not happen. Wait, did I say it may happen? Yup, I did. Well, why should you trust me, right? In the next lecture, you will learn some of the proofs for negative SEO that exist on World Wide Web. In this lecture, you are going to see some of the proof that exist as an example for negative SEO on World Wide Web. When I searched for negative SEO proof in Google search engine, I got 3 reliable and trustworthy results from the first page itself. The first one is from KAR Communications with a complete history, attack, how the attack happened and how they recovered from that. The next one is the story of Aquas Digital, and the third one is from searchengineroundtable.com. Just have a glance of KAR Communications story. This is the time when their number of spammy backlinks has increased overnight, and that's when they were penalized by Penguin algorithm. The second example is Aquas Digital, and it's the 2nd June when their spammy backlinks has got increased to tremendous level, and almost after 30 days they have recovered from that attack. The third example is Search Engine Roundtable, where they mentioned about the discussion that was carried on in blackhatworld.com. In the poll that has been carried out, the users have thought out of 100 negative SEO attempts, only 11% has failed, which means the remaining 89% of negative SEO attacks has got succeeded. If you want more examples, then replicate my Google search and see the results for yourself. So I proved it to you that it's possible. So now what? We have to fight against this negative SEO. Is that so? Well, the answer is no for most cases. How can I say that? Instead of explaining the reason by myself, I have linked an YouTube video by Matt Cutts on negative SEO. Look for it in the resources section. Watch it to know how could I say that most websites don't need to care about negative SEO. But what about the remaining few? How to deal with this negative SEO? You will learn about this in this section, but in the upcoming lectures. In the next lecture, you will learn what falls under this negative SEO attack and how to prevent or cure once the attack has happened. In this lecture, you will learn what falls under negative SEO attack and how to prevent or cure once your website has been attacked with a motive of negative SEO. If someone attacks your site by brute force, if they eventually hack your site and delete some important files, or if they delete robots.txt file or change its content to discourage search engines not to index your site, then it amounts to negative SEO attack by your competitor. But the above attack can be easily prevented or cured. To prevent such attack, you need to do basic security plus firewall configuration for your WordPress installation. Above all, you should not install plugins or themes from unreliable third-party websites, especially those websites which allow you to download premium themes or plugins for free. But if you are attacked earlier or hacked already, then in addition to the above steps, you need to follow some other series of steps to get your website cleaned. First of all, delete all the plugins, themes after noting them down in a separate screenshot or in a notebook. And then install all the plugins and themes back only from WordPress repository. If you are using third-party plugins or themes, upload and verify them in virustotal.com. Once you have installed all the themes that you have had before the hacking attack, install Theme Authenticity Checker plugin and then check all your themes. This is the general line of treatment. If you believe that your website has got some malware or other undesirable files, then you have got no other option than restoring to an earlier day backup before being attacked by a hacker. If you don't have an earlier backup, then you should ask the paid support from your hosting provider. Here, the backup means your total server backup like R1Soft backups. If you just have your database backup, then it will be too time consuming to restore your website to the status before attack. In the next lecture, you will learn some tools to analyze your backlink profiles. In this lecture, you are going to learn 5 different types of tools to analyze your backlink profile. As I said in the previous lecture, negative SEO proof, do we need to fight against this negative SEO? Well, the answer is no for most cases. But what about the remaining few cases? Well, for the remaining few cases, you should worry about the bad link building by your competitor. So, how to find whether your competitor has done harm in any manner of negative SEO to your website? To find that, you need to inspect your backlink profile. There are several free and paid tools available to get your website's backlink profile. But now, let's see a few backlink profile checking tools such as Rank Signals, Majestic, Open Site Explorer, SEMrush, and OpenLink Profiler. First, let's start with ranksignals.com. Here I have searched for lensfire.blogspot.com, which was the first blog with which I started my blogging experience in 2010. Well, Rank Signals displays only the first 5 title and URL of referring page and also their anchor text and URL. But if you want to access more of your backlink profile, you need to sign up. Then why should we use Rank Signals? What's so special about this backlink checking tool? It displays the page rank of your domain, also the page rank of the linking domains too. Let's move on to the next backlink profile checking tool, the famous Open Site Explorer from Moz. Open Site Explorer has a small drawback. Whenever you search a subdomain, this tool will display the results partially for the domain name and partially for subdomain name. For example, I have checked for lensfire.blogspot.com, but the domain authority is given for blogspot.com. Only the page authority is given for lensfire.blogspot.com. Unlike other backlink checking tools, Open Site Explorer deducts only a few amount of the backlink for a given particular domain. That's the drawback of Open Site Explorer. So let's move on to Majestic Site Explorer results. The main advantage of Majestic Site Explorer is that it not only gives the current backlinks or backlink profiles, it also gives you the historic backlinks. For instance, I dropped maintaining this blog in 2012, and during that time I was having around 5,700 external backlinks, 404 domain that were referring to this blog, but now I have only 159 external backlinks. This is because I am not maintaining this blog. So in this manner, you can also check the previous history of any particular domain or subdomain name using Majestic Site Explorer. It also breaks down the proportion of follow and no follow links, redirects, text links, images, etc. You can also see the proportion of anchor text with which you are getting the backlinks. Another big advantage of this Majestic Site Explorer is that you can see each and every backlink without paying even a penny to Majestic Site Explorer. When I open this backlinks tab, you can see all of the backlinks that are referring to your domain. But beyond the 10 backlinks, you cannot see the backlinks domain, but you can see the trust flow, citation flow, link type, lost scene and informations from those domain names. If you want to access the URL of these domain names too, then you can sign up for a free account. Now we are in SEMrush backlink checking tool. The major distinction compared to Majestic Site Explorer to SEMrush is that apart from backlinks, SEMrush also displays you the estimated organic and paid traffic to your site. Also, it displays the top organic keywords, main organic competitors, and their positioning map. Now we have come to the last and the best backlink profile checking tool, OpenLink Profiler. Why I am mentioning this OpenLink Profiler as the best backlink profile checking tool? It's because we can filter out the backlinks based on many criteria such as source, URL, link text, date added, top level domains, unique domains, etc., which will be very useful when we analyze our backlink profile for negative SEO attack. In the next lecture, you will learn how to interpret the backlink profile generated by these tools. In this lecture, you will learn to interpret the situations that are not a negative SEO attack by your competitor. In the comment section of most of these negative SEO articles, you could find several people raising their voice that their competitor has attacked them. It's quite natural to come to that opinion if you look from their shoes. When they look at their backlink profile, if they find some odd man out, they would say, I didn't make these spammy links, so who could have done that? Yeah, my competitors should have. That's so logical from their point of view. But whenever you find some spammy links in your backlink profile, those links might not have been created by your competitor or they might not be a spammy link at all. Let's see some situations that are not a negative SEO attack by your competitor. The first such example is some websites which analyze and provide information about each and every domain on World Wide Web. These are not spammy links. Even some directories or websites similar to demos.org or traffic information sites similar to alexa.com, etc. will also provide you a backlink from their site. They are not spammy. If you find so many number of backlinks that come from the same name and same anchor word, then it means your domain link is added site-wide on that website. Just check that website on Web of Trust, that is mywot.com. If the website's trustworthiness or child safety is shown in green color, then that means that backlink is also safe. If you want to check for multiple number of backlinks, install WOT extension in Google Chrome and open all the websites. Then you can see the trustworthiness of each and every backlink that you have opened. Sometimes you might have asked your friends, relatives to use your domain name whenever they are asked for a website name, or if you have bought a paid SEO service a few years back, it's possible that they are still building some random links for you. The last situation is your site could have got hacked. Yes, hackers may use the vulnerabilities in some non-updated plugins or themes and hack your website, create pages on their own, redirect it to some of their own websites. Then they will build spammy backlinks for the redirected pages on your site. Definitely the last two cases leads to negative SEO. That is when your website is hacked or when you have bought a paid SEO service which creates spammy backlinks even now. But they are not needed to be done by your competitor. They are not done to make your rankings fall at least. But sometimes you can find with certainty that you are under negative SEO attack. Let's see some examples for that. If you're getting a sudden influx of links from spammy websites or forums or from computer-generated auto blog posts, then that's a sign. If there are sudden rise in backlinks from multiple websites for a same anchor word which is unrelated to your domain name, your website niche, then that's a sign of negative SEO. Last but not the least, if you're getting backlinks from porn sites, gambling sites, etc., then you're definitely under negative SEO attack. In the upcoming sets of lectures, you will learn how to prevent negative SEO attack on your website. In this lecture, you are going to learn some series of steps that you should do in Google Search Console to get your first line of defense against negative SEO. This is the dashboard of Google Search Console. Click on this gear icon and select Search Console Preferences. By default, the Enable Email Notifications checkbox should be enabled. If it's disabled, then enable it. And also, in the Type drop-down list, choose All Issues. When you select this All Issues, not only the malware notifications, you will also get notified when you are penalized by Google for negative SEO practices. So it will be easier for you to react to any adverse situations that occur for your website. Then click Save button to save these settings. Now go back to dashboard and enter some property such as your main domain or website, and then go to search traffic and click links to your site. Then click more under who links the most. Here comes the backlinks that are recognized by Google. You may have thousands of other backlinks, but if Google considers them as useless or unrelated, etc., then you need not care about those backlinks. To continuously monitor your recent or latest links, you can select this Download Latest Links button. You can choose between CSV or Google Docs format. When you click OK, all your recent backlinks will be opened in Google Documents format. Then you can analyze each and every backlink ordered date-wise. For example, the links that were discovered in November appears first compared to the links that were discovered in January. So in a systematic intervals such as a week or twice a month or even a month, you can check the list of backlinks that has got appeared for your site. So in this lecture, you have learned how to enable the email notifications for all issues and also how to download the latest backlinks that are recognized by Google. In the next lecture, you will learn how to protect the best backlinks that are present in your backlink profile. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to protect your best backlinks in your backlink profile. Lensfire.com. This was a website that I maintained from 2011 to 2013. I sold this website for several $1,000s, but before I sold it, I was getting around 15,000 to 16,000 daily visitors. At those time, this website had around 5,000 to 6,000 backlinks. But now I don't even own this domain, and when I look for this domain name, there is not even a legitimate website that is maintained under this domain name. So for some reason, if I like to transfer those backlinks or at least the best backlinks to my current website, then I can follow the steps that I'm going to do in this lecture. And also, if your website has got some of the best backlinks with high link influence score, then you should protect and preserve those links. The steps are same, but the purposes are different. So let's see how to do that. In openlinkprofiler.org, just search for your domain name and click Get Backlinks. Then sort all the backlinks in the descending order of link influence score. Here you can see that the first two links are of no follow attribute. So let me go to third. This is an archive page, so I am leaving this also. I am coming to the fourth backlink. When I open this page, the backlink is found at the last line of the post. That is here, Windows 8's improved compatibility with AMD Bulldozer CPUs. It's linked to one of the posts that I had published in lensfire.com. The anchor word is displayed here also, so you can easily find it. Now, this anchor word is linked to lensfire.com, right? But I imported those old articles into my new website, that is inspirearun.com. In this case, I want this backlink to be corrected to inspirearun.com instead of lensfire.com. So how can I do that? This is not my website, so it's not my property. I cannot edit it. In those cases, see to the footer or on the header for Contact Us link. When you click on this link, most probably you will get a contact form like this. Enter your name, your social profile, and a concise letter mentioning that you have moved to a new website and you wish to change so-and-so link to so-and-so website. The main key thing here is that how will the webmaster know that you are the legal owner of lensfire.com and you are requesting him to move to inspirearun.com. In such case, you should provide some of your social links or social pages such as Facebook pages for Lensfire or Google Plus pages or something that the proof that you had owned lensfire.com. And also, how will he verify that you are the owner of inspirearun.com. For that purpose, you should create an work email under your own domain name like arun@inspirearun.com. This will tell him that you are an official person under the domain inspirearun.com. This is how you should contact each webmaster and protect or preserve your best backlinks. I agree that it's time consuming, but look at the link influence score. It's 98%. Instead of developing hundreds of low quality backlinks, if you preserve and protect a few of your best backlinks with high link influence score, the chances of getting higher search engine ranking is very high. In the next lecture, you will learn how to prepare the list of worst backlinks and also how to remove those backlinks from the eyes of Google. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to collect the list of worst backlinks and how can we remove them from the eyes of Google. In Open Link Profiler, enter your website URL and click Get Backlinks. And then order all the backlinks in ascending order of link influence score. You don't need to remove each and every link that appears as red color under link influence score, but you need to analyze each and every one which are shown in red color. This is a old and inactive website, that's why I have got only 85 active backlinks. Whereas if your website is famous, then you can have as many as 4,000 to 5,000 backlinks. Among them, you may have 1,000 to 2,000 backlinks with very low link influence score, that is in the red region. So how to analyze them and prepare a list of worst backlinks? Actually, it's sort of easy. For example, let's start from the first one. Open the backlink. The first thing that you should see is whether it's related to your website niche or not. Here, this particular page is related to my website. For example, I can find some words such as CPU, motherboard, RAM, some graphic cards, model number, processor's model number, etc. And here is some person asking for help, and there are a list of replies, and one of the replies is having a backlink to my website. So this is absolutely normal. But why the link influence score is 0? This just means that this link has got 0 influence to your website. That means even if the link is absent, the ranking of your website will not change. That is the meaning of 0% link influence score. So though the forum is unrelated to my website, the particular page of this forum is related to my website. So I can leave this as it is. Do you wonder why I should leave it if the link influence score is 0? Presently, this forum may not get a lot amount of traffic and it may not have a higher domain authority. But in future, over a progress of time such as 1 or 2 years, this forum may get a higher domain authority and higher amount of traffic. In such case, these backlinks may get higher link influence score. So I don't need to remove all those links with 0 link influence score. Let's move to the second one. This backlink is not in English language. But to understand what's there in this page, let's translate it. This forum's title itself is inferring that this is a dangerous website. Because the title says that spam, 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 loud is spam, isn't it? But still, let's go through the website or the page alone. Someone is asking whether to take GTX 570 or 580 graphics card, and a few people are replying, and I can find the link to my website in this post. But what I found is there are another links to some famous computer hardware sites such as Onantech, Trusted Reviews, and several other sites too. So it finally comes to my personal opinion whether to remove it or not. Though the discussions are related to my website, and since the link influence score is 0 as of now, and the industry of the forum is completely unrelated to me, the only plus side is that this page alone is related to my website, like the previous one. But what is the difference compared to the first and this link? The first backlink has got the link influence score as 0, but still it's not a spam website. But this one doesn't live up to my expectation. So I wish to remove these backlinks from the eyes of Google. So how can you do that? In the upcoming lectures, you will learn how to remove these links from the eyes of Google. But in the next lecture, you will learn to collect a series of backlinks like this and preparing a list of worst backlinks to remove them from the eyes of Google. In this lecture, you will learn to collect a list of worst backlinks and to remove them from the eyes of Google. In the last lecture, we decided to remove this link, and let's assume that I need to add this one to the list of worst links. Let's see how to add it. When you mouse over this Add Link button, you can see that Add to Link Manager. When you click on it, you will be asked to create a free SEO Profiler account. Go ahead and enter your email address and a password to create an account. You will be asked to confirm your email address. Open your inbox and click on the verification link. Once I click on that link, this welcome message is displayed to me, which means my email is verified successfully. Once you have got this welcome message, click Project Overview, then select Link Profiler and go to Backlinks. Then sort these backlinks in the ascending order of link influence score. Now click on this button to add to Link Manager. I wish to add this link to the Link Manager too. Like this, add all the links that are suspicious to your eyes. Once you have added all the links that are suspicious to your eyes, go to Link Building and select Link Manager. You have created a list of worst backlinks from your backlink profile. But these backlinks are suspicious just for our eyes. If you don't want to spend a lot of time in analyzing each and every backlink, then you can simply go to Link Profiler and select Link Disinfection. Here you will get a list of suspicious links which are determined by SEO Profiler itself. You can just remove those links from the eyes of Google. So by the end of this lecture, you could have prepared your own suspicious links, or you could have got the links that are suspicious to the eyes of SEO Profiler. In the next lecture, you will learn how to remove the list of worst links from the eyes of Google using Disavow tool. In this lecture, you will learn how to remove the worst backlinks from your backlink profile to the eyes of Google. After preparing this list of worst backlinks, search for Disavow tool in Google search and click on the first search result. Because the URL is pretty lengthy to remember. Even then, I will provide you this URL as a resource to this lecture. When you open this tool, you will be taken to this page which says if you believe your site's ranking is being harmed by low quality links you do not control, you can ask Google not to take them into account when assessing your site. You should still make every effort to clean up unnatural links pointing to your site. So what this line means? Before you wish to disavow links that are pointing to your site, you should make every effort to clean them up by yourself. So how can we do that? For example, let's take this URL, copy it, and then go to whois.com/whois and then search the domain name. Then press Ctrl F and search for @ which you use in email. Then all the email address that are present in this page will get highlighted. You can see that the registrant email, the admin email, the tech email are all same for this domain name. So you can directly send an email to this email address and request them to remove the backlink in this page that is pointing to your site. Make sure that you send an email from an work email address that belongs to that domain name. For example, arun@lensfire.com. When you send an email from an email address which consists of the domain name, then the webmaster of the target domain will understand and realize that you are a representative of the domain that you are speaking about. But you cannot guarantee that all those webmasters will remove the link from their web pages. Only in that case, you can use disavow tool. Since I am not the owner of lensfare.com, I cannot disavow links that are targeting to that domain. But I will show you a demo of how you can use these disavow links with my test dummy site, that is seo.inspirearound.com. So now click disavow links. Again, you are given a warning message that this is an advanced feature and should be used with caution. Why you are displayed this message? This is because if you accidentally disavow a high quality link, assuming it as a spam link, then your search engine ranking may fall. So let's proceed by clicking disavow links. Here you need to choose a text file which consists of a list of worst backlinks that you have prepared in the previous lecture. Add those links one by one in a text document and save it in .txt format. Then upload here by clicking choose file and then click submit. That's it. Google will start to process each and every backlink that you have mentioned in that text document. If you want to directly export this list of worst links into a .txt text document, just click export and then click download CSV file. By downloading this file, you can open this CSV file in Excel and then copy only the URL column into your text document, then upload into disavow links. This is how you can remove all the worst links that are pointing to your domain. In the next lecture, you will learn how to use index, no index, follow and no follow tags in your WordPress website to make sure that Google deducts no duplicate content from your website. In this lecture, you are going to learn how to avoid duplicate content within your website to the eyes of Google by modifying the index, no index, follow and no follow tags. I believe that you have already installed Yoast SEO plugin, as we have said that several times in the course in the previous lectures. So now go to SEO and select titles and metas. Then come to taxonomies tab and then select no index for tags. Why are we selecting no index for tags, or what this does? When you select this no index, even if Google can access or crawl the tags pages, they will not index it, which means those tags URL will not be shown in search results too. But why should we do that? Isn't it beneficial? It's because the content which you publish in post appears the same in homepage, the same in page 2, page 3 archives, date archives, category archives, and also tags archives or tags pages. So the same content is appearing multiple times in multiple URLs, but the content is same. So in the eyes of Google, this may appear as a duplicate content. You may have only 50 to 60 posts or pages, but the number of indexed pages may go around 100 to 200. From where these number of indexed posts or pages came? They are all the duplicate content, which means your tag pages, your category pages, your monthly, daily and yearly archives, and also your author pages. For example, this is the home page, which consists of the recent 5 posts, so it contains almost half content of every post. And here comes the full extension of our first post. But when I choose or when I click one of these tags, it displays the same content as homepage or the first half of all the posts that are assigned these tags. So what will Google think about this one? Google will think that the same content is duplicated across various URLs. So this is the reason you need to no index the tag pages or the archives which you don't want to be indexed or which are not necessary to appear in search result pages. So that's the justification. So come to taxonomies tab and no index tags pages. Sometimes users may directly search for the important categories in your website. For example, if I am running a computer hardware site at inspirearun.com, users may search for Inspire Arun processors or inspirearun.com graphic card like that. So in such case, it's better to leave categories pages indexed. So don't change index meta tag for categories. The only meta tag which you should make no index is tags under the taxonomies page. Now click Save Changes and come to Archives. My suggestion is to keep the author archives enabled but keep them no indexed. If you are running a few authors blog, then most of the content that appears in the post, in the home page, the category page will be almost same as the author archives. So it's better to keep them no indexed, and hence I selected no index meta tag for author archives. By default, Yoast SEO will assign no index for date-based archives, and I suggest you to leave it as it is. Now click Save Changes. Coming to the other tab, Subpages of Archives. This is nothing but the subpages of home page. When we come down to the end or bottom section of our home page, you can see the pages, that is page 2, page 3, page 4, etc. All the content in the subpages will be similar to the content of individual posts, right? So you don't need to index them, but you need to index the page 1 alone, which is your home page. So to disable the indexing of subpages of archives, select No Index and click Save Changes. This is the latest version of Yoast SEO plugin. So wherever you click No Index, automatically it's assigned follow tag, which means all the links in that no index page will be followed by Google's spider bot, but they won't be indexed. So it will pass on all the link juice, but just they won't appear on the search result. Also, it increases the number of words per indexed post. So I suggest you to do as I have shown in this lecture. In the next lecture, you will learn how to deal with the pages or posts that are not found on your website. Simply we can say 404 error pages. In this lecture, you will learn how to deal with the 404 not found pages. Open the Search Console and come to Crawl and then Crawl Errors. By default, Google Search Console will populate all the not found pages in your website which are accessed by Google Spider. Periodically, you should check the list of URL errors and correct them or redirect them to appropriate posts or pages. Or if you have deleted the post knowingly, or if you have removed the URL wantedly, then you can redirect that particular 404 not found page or this URL error to home page. So how to do that? Come to Yoast SEO and then click Search Console. You don't need to go to Search Console to see the list of not found pages or URL errors. I have already taught you to link Search Console with Yoast SEO. If you haven't made yet, then link now, because you can deal with all the 404 not found pages or URL errors within Yoast SEO itself. For example, this plugin displays 5 URL errors here, which is the same in our Google Search Console too. So how we can create redirect? When I view this particular post or link, I found that this page cannot be found. This could have happened due to several reasons. I could have changed my permalink, or I could have deleted a post, or I could have changed the URL slug of a post. So if you can find a perfect match, then you can create a redirect for that post. For example, let's assume that this p is equal to 34 represents this post. Then just see how I'm going to create a redirect for this URL error. Right click the target post, then copy link address. Come to Yoast SEO's Search Console dashboard and then mouse over the link, click Create Redirect. Basically, this custom redirect is an Yoast SEO premium plugin feature. You can either buy the premium extension or you can install another plugin to do this job. Go to Plugins and select Add New. Search for Redirect. Install SEO Redirection plugin. Once you have activated this plugin, come to Settings and select SEO Redirection. Under Custom Redirects tab, click Add New. Paste the URL of target post in Redirect To box and then copy the link address of the error URL. Paste it in Redirect From. Make sure that the redirection type stays as 301, which means a permanent redirect. Now click Add New. So let's refresh this URL error page. We have corrected or redirected the URL error to the appropriate post. But what if you have deleted wantedly around 50 to 60 links, and if you want not to redirect them to appropriate post, then what to display? You have got two choices. Either display a 404 not found page with an elegant search box under related posts or your popular posts, or you can simply redirect all those 404 not found pages to your home page. How can you do that? That's so simple. Go to Plugins and click Add New and then type 404 to start, then search. Install the first plugin 404 to start. Once activated, go to Settings and then select 404 to start. You have got three options. Instead of deactivating the plugin, you can just switch off it, or you can permanently move all the 404 errors to home page, which will resolve those errors, or you can choose 302 mode, which means the error page is found but it's been moved temporarily, which is not recommended for SEO purpose. So I recommend choosing 301. Also, you can have an email alert sent to your email address whenever a redirect happens. By this way, you can get informed about all the 404 errors, because once you permanently move all those error links or error URLs, both Search Console or Yoast Search Console will not display any error pages. That's why it's better to check email alert. You have got three more options. That is, you can exclude logged in users from triggering the email alert. You can exclude search engine agents, and also you can exclude hacking attempts. But this hacking attempt is just an experimental feature. So that's all with 404 to start settings. Let me give you a preview of how this 404 to start plugin works. We haven't created a redirect to these four URL errors. Let's view this URL error. See, after a few seconds, the user is redirected to the home page. In the next lecture, you will learn about canonical tags, which helps you to avoid duplicate content. In this lecture, you are going to learn what is a canonical tag and how to use it on our website. So, what is a canonical tag? This is another option for dealing with duplicate content. The tag REL equal to canonical tag passes the same amount of juice like 301 redirect. But the thing is, this redirect is visible only for the eyes of search engines like Google, Yahoo and Bing. But this redirect will not affect real visitors. Let me explain you with a simple example. This is a post published on my website in February 3rd week regarding a processor's release date and specification. Assume that I have got hundreds of comments on this page. But now, after the processor's release, you find that the specifications and price seems to vary from the one you have published. So now you have got two solutions. You publish a new post on the latest specification and do a 301 redirect to the new post. But what will happen to those valuable comments? Visitors will miss those comments, right? So you should find a solution that this old post should be visible to visitors but invisible in the eyes of search engines. And also, this link should be redirected to the new link in the eyes of Google, Bing, and Yahoo. This is where canonical tag comes into play. How to add canonical tag into a post on our website? It's pretty easy. Come to Add New Plugins page and search for Canonical. Then install Canonical SEO Content Syndication WordPress plugin. Once you have installed and activated, you can easily add the canonical tag. Let me show you how. Let's assume that this is a new post and this is an old post where I wish to keep this old post as it is for the eyes of visitors but redirect the search engine to this new post. So how can I do that? Come to old post and click edit post. Now come to new post, copy its URL and then come back to old post, edit post section, come down. Here you can see SEO plugin canonical settings. Under custom canonical URL box, paste the URL of new post which you want to appear in the eyes of other search engines. Now click update. Let's view the post. So now you can see that this old post appear for the eyes of visitors, that is real users, but not in the eyes of Google because Google Spider will be redirected to the new post. In the next lecture, you will learn top 5 mistakes that ought to be avoided when using this canonical tag. In this lecture, you are going to learn 5 common mistakes that are done by webmasters as mentioned in Google Webmaster Center blog. The first mistake is don't assign canonical tag to the subpages of each post. For example, let's assume that a post has got 10,000 words and you have split it into 10 pages. In that case, don't assign the first page as target canonical URL to the remaining pages because they are not duplicate content, right? They are just split into multiple pages. If you still want to assign a canonical tag, then assign the target URL of a complete post which contains all the 10,000 words. That will be appropriate. So, in this case, Google's recommendation is to mention the canonical tag to a single page version of the article. The second mistake is either mention the canonical tag URL in the form of relative HTML. That is, like just cupcake.html for this target URL. In other words, you should not mention a link without HTTP because when you write like this, then Google will consider it as example.com/example.com/cupcake.html because when you mention a link without HTTP, it will be considered as a relative URL instead of absolute URL. So keep an eye on that. The third mistake is that you should mention only one canonical tag and a target URL per post. That is, you should not redirect a single post to multiple posts. That's why there should be only one canonical tag per post. If you add multiple canonical tags, then Google will neglect all of them. So make sure that you mention only one. It can happen when you install multiple plugins which handles canonical tags. The fourth mistake is assigning canonical tag to a category or a landing page to some featured article. Let's say you run a site about desserts and your site has some useful category pages like pastry, and each day you are publishing a featured unique article. And for instance, if you want your category to be redirected to those featured articles in the eyes of Google, and if you add canonical tag for those categories, then you should know that those categories will never appear in Google search results. That's why you should not add a canonical tag to a category altogether. For example, if you add this canonical tag to pastry category, then that pastry category will not appear in Google search result. The last or the fifth mistake is adding this canonical tag inside the body. Canonical tags must be added inside the head HTML tags and not inside the body tag. So make sure that you insert inside the head tag of the HTML document and not like this inside the body tag. Apart from these 5 mistakes, Google also has some recommendations for the webmasters to be followed. The first recommendation is that don't unnecessarily assign canonical tag for every other post that you like. Assign canonical tags only to the posts which have a considerable amount of text as common, because adding multiple canonical tags will reduce the number of indexed pages of your site. Also double check whether the target canonical tag exists or not, because if the target doesn't exist, then it may show a 404 error page. The third thing that you should make sure is that target canonical URL page is not assigned a no index tag, because it should be indexable by Google. In the next lecture, you will learn some of the bad practices which you should not follow on your site, else you will get penalized by Google algorithms. In this lecture, you are going to learn some of the bad practices that you should not follow on your site, else you will get penalized by Google. The first thing is not to write very thin or shallow content on your post. The minimum requirement of number of words per post is 300. So try to make up to at least 300 words per post. Higher the number of words, better will be your ranking. But just for the sake of increasing number of words, don't bargain with the quality. The second mistake that you should not do is cloaking or making doorway pages. Cloaking means offering different version of page for humans and for search engines. What humans see won't be seen by Google or other search engines. This is one of the serious practice that is banned by Google. The third most common mistakes which are done by beginner webmaster is keyword stuffing, like adding the keyword multiple number of times. For example, 5 to 10 times within a 100-word limit. As I have already said in the user experience and technical sections, just add the keyword one time per 100 word. You may consider adding the related terms and proof terms instead of stuffing the keyword. Also, don't use multiple number of H1, that is heading 1 tags. Use them sparse, like 1 or 2 per 300 word post. The fourth practice which you should avoid is having hidden text in your content. For example, in olden days, people used to stuff keyword and make them hidden to the eyes of users. This is somewhat related with cloaking, that is offering a different version to humans and a different one to search engines like Google. The next practice which you should avoid is piracy. Don't copy any of the posts from other blogs or websites to your website. But you can learn copywriting and you can rewrite the post from other blogs and websites. But if you don't provide value to your visitor, then just a rewritten article will not provide any additional value to your visitors. So if you want to copy a content from other website, read it, understand the content, and then write it on your own words, adding your own opinion on the subject matter, which will add some more value to your visitors. The next most commonly practiced mistake is, in the sense of getting more advertisement revenues, webmasters used to add more number of advertisements in above the fold region. We have already discussed about this in user experience section, that is not to add more than one ad above the fold and not to add pop-up or interstitial ads. When your website grows to certain number of level, if your website has got page ranks, then there will be many companies or brands which will offer you a price to add a follow link to their website, post, or product. And if you involve in such practices, that is either buying paid links or selling paid links on your website, then your website will be penalized by Google. The last practice which you should avoid is link spam. What is it? New webmasters, in the name of link building, tend to submit their links to multiple number of forums, blogs, and websites, but without knowing the quality of those websites, they add the link of their website into those spammy forums or blogs or websites. Instead of building your domain authority, those spammy backlinks will reduce your ranking on search engines. So these are some of the bad practices which you should avoid as a webmaster. In the next lecture, let's wrap up this negative SEO section.